that I was rather too excessive in blaming an entire government for the infractions of a few. I'm grateful.
Now, on the last paragraph, the first part of your last paragraph would address it, but the second part of your last paragraph is a political statement. So that one, I will not take you on that, because the first part is a vote for DMB MPP is a vote to upgrade the Galamsey menace. We will deal with that. You did full stop. Then you continue with the second sentence. Let's rescue and reset Ghana for our collective good. The alternative is the only option. Vote JDM and NDC. After that one, it's a political statement. It's normal. You were campaigning. Why not? You are not supposed to sing my praise. But the first sentence of the first paragraph, upgrading the Galamsey menace. Could the language have been different?
Given my responses so far, I would admit so.
Chairman, for the records, I am done with Honorable Clement Apak. I don't have any question again. It is only fair that when a nominee appears before us, constitutionally he's qualified under Article 78, and key matters that are of controversy, he is honest enough to say he's sorry about it or he takes them back. I do not think that, for my purpose, I have any more to say. I will yield to the expert in his field, Dr. Educhum is here. You know, you are going to deal with education matters. And my colleague Buama and Mustafa and Deputy Leader, they are here to deal with you on other matters. But for me, I am done with you. Save that, I want you to address us on your experience as a parliamentarian thus far in two languages, Dagbani and Kasim. So first, share with us your experience as a member of parliament, what you've learned since you entered parliament. Say all of that to us in Dagbani to inspire the youth. When you're done, we go to Kasim, and perhaps we may do Hausa.
Grateful. Mabe Umpoya. Yulinya Clement Abasa Pak. Kanjado Nyama. Manenya MP. Inti Bulsa South. Ne kana parliament ma. Mtume pam nsong Bulsa South. Nijiama Yajabi Nyama. Minya approval. Netum nti Ghana za. Karuso entiteza Umpoya na mwene sonte. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Akpak, now in Kasim, let the youth understand that it takes humility to rise to eminence, and it takes industry to rise to eminence, and through merits you get to higher heights. Let them be inspired by this in Kasim. Thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Kasnaba mama awaraba ayabumu aba melone ana yetum anu no chanamo ako mujiburu o manundo ninga dibi ande na lorbatum komama sere pasba vo school se wata sodane se dina la rikete se jwane But they back in Nona. But one by word manto. Comment c'est comment? And I do you I know unko then over school. I ko then over school. Ama we willing but the willing I want to have school. Pas them I MP. I need a pack Naji. Yours ento. Sataye. One of a school. Apa ibia sene. Deron uba. Abande. Abajim yo. Atayi MPs. Akama mali langirane. Akinle. Honorable Chairman. Akinle.
Thank you. So finally, there is free SHS. The youth are benefiting. Some parents may not be appreciating the value of free SHS. Say it in tree. Say something in tree to encourage parents that in spite of everything, they should encourage the girl child to attend school and benefit from the free SHS. Said the Beya Omuye Mpinifua, Ombetumi Abeshomo. Say it in tree for me. Free SHS.
Honorable
Talk
Chairman.
about the benefit of free SHS to parents.
Honorable Chairman. Medawasi bebre. Yenina ayetum. Say free senior high school. Aye policy papa. School. Now omonso. Omuntu mbenya mpanyimfo. Na omo ho abonfaso. Ama omobusuafo. Ene omangana. Enti awofo ena adofo nyina. Obia ma ne nemre. Na oma ne ba. Enko school ni bi. Na
Honorable Nominee, the woman, the girl child. That's
ne baba. Oma ne baba enko school. Na aye kese. De bema betimi aye no. Yen kasa oba betimi aye. Ya say oba betimi aye amana bruso. Nti akonya na aba no. Ye mama no. Wo mo so wo faso. No mo ko school. Wamunko free SHS ni bi. Na wamun ho asomfaso ama nyina. Beda masi bebre.
And Doc, do you assure the country that the loopholes you find in the implementation of free SHS, you will do all you can to fill in the gap as you promised Ghanaians? I want that one to be also in tree. Then we'll conclude with Hausa.
Yo, minimum. Says, oh, share free SHS abeya. Yena ya som ya jetum. Say adepa. Nanso, yesanso nim say, nyoma ba mienu bi atochma ho. Eti, jonamane mama ne na aban. O ma sha sie na nsen ayi no. Asha mobo say yabe krekre say the beya free senior school no ebetumi aso mfaso a chain the S1 no bedamase.
So finally in Hausa, assure the teachers, the newly recruited teachers who have received their letter terminating their appointment, that, effort will be made to see to it that the concerns expressed about it are addressed. I'm saying concerns expressed. This one is from the chair to you in Hausa. Thank you very much.
Nagode. Na gese kuduka. kenegunzin na akwai waransu ticoci inda mungiya su futa kadan sai mu duduba kende an kawo su kamar su zo su gwada yaranmu daga school ba abin da mun ce muna kore ticoci ba warangan na abin da ya faru na sini ya bari mun giya su bari mu duduba sai mu gani kende ya sa sun samu hacin na in hacin na sun samu si bisan hanya da ya kamata kowa samu haci si dai ba wahala amma waɗanda hacin na ya shiga hannunsu sai takarar da sun tere si an ba su hacin na ba takara sosai ba suna ya kamata mu duba cikin ne so kar kowa ji tsoro mun gode Allah.
Doc, I think that at this point the youth of Ghana who have lost their employment at the Education Ministry and at GES feel very assured for what you have just said by way of assurance. Thank you very much. I think my colleagues will proceed with this. Thank you. Chairman, thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Minister, just a second. I'm here to do my opening remarks. Mr. Nominee, Honorable Nominee, you have spoken a few languages here. Some I understand, some I don't, some others understand. But as Honorable Leader said, we are talking to the people out there. So I want you to assure the same people out there that this government will not cancel free education, but it will make it better and enhance it. No, please. In all the languages you have just spoken. Thank you.
Nkobisale mabisa mapusi ni mena mete lani bika Dr. Clement Abasina akalninin ma kan bisi ti busna mena lewa mena te wom anjo mama le twese namula admanga gunwopola wa mena abasu suyo pezinkan nare ale free SHS wa te kanti kweku tente gumskuma atukunia te kuma wa mena ma nyene jiam minu yanu ma mo hwe me che obia me sha mo bo sere mampini jona man mama she Ghana nyina bono se free senior school policy no any program no won twemu na won twemu ochina ono aka se aba ye nyina ya som na nioma ato chima e won ho aye nyina ye nim se krakra ebe mana som foso a chen foso a yeso no ebe krakra te ma obi ambo hu free senior school dia aba enyina nso yeso mabe mpoya John Mama, ngone nyate president. Ni yalia. Ni free senior high school ma. Dimbene. Oko sanle. Anina. Awara mama. Duko John Mama. Didani NDC. Wa tabra mama. Wo free senior high school kuna tutu. Oba lae ochoko. Ojaku. Ozere. Kolna ke. Yekuba ma de mama. Ne akut na lateto. Ojaku mama. Suku weldema. Akama mali. Which language is left? Very well. So I've done Buli, I've done Kasem, I've done Chi, Mabe Mpuya. Mba menen yelia. Ne John Mama. Won kanama. Dabiam kane. Free senior high school ma. Obi an sarnle. Dimbene. Mpoya. Mr. Chairman, I want to add Wali as well. Mba mnene mamine. Ya ansuma. Tiba John Damane mama. Onwangane. Wone wo NDC government ne. Kata evenka epelanga teora. Ka free senior high school ma. Free senior high school. Kanyele. Kukun sang free senior high school. Kuna malon ko viala. Kata nyotona. Atwa maligana ja. Mpuye ja baraka. Grateful, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. I'm now going to open the floor, and I will call in the former Education Minister. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations to the nominee on your nomination as the Deputy Minister for Education.
The veteran of the Minister-designate, Deputy Minister-designate for Education there, Clementa Park, ongoing by the Appointments Committee. And we'll be taking you there shortly. But let me take you now to the swearing-in of the new Bank of Ghana Governor. Felix Kwachi Ofosu is currently addressing the media. Let's listen in.
The position, you say Governor, and you say First Deputy Governor. I, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Ghana in the office of, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established. So help me God. We'll take the last one, which is the oath of secrecy. And again, when I say you mention your name. And then when I get to holding the office of, you say First Deputy Governor, you say Governor. Okay, so we go. I, holding the office of, do in the name of the Almighty God swear, that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties, or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May I now invite the President to present the instruments of appointment, first to the Governor of the Bank of Ghana and then to the First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. May I invite family and friends of Dr. Isiama to join him, the President and the Vice President, for some photographs. Thank you very much. Dr. Isiama will now proceed to sign the oath book. I now have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Zachariah Momuni, First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, to receive his instrument of appointment from His Excellency. Shall I invite Dr. Zachariah's family and friends present to join him, the President and the Vice President, for some photographs. Thank you very much. Dr. Zachariah, please proceed to sign the oath book. Thank you very much. His Excellency the President will now sign the oath book. I now have the singular honor of inviting His Excellency the President to make a few remarks on this auspicious occasion. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the media. This moment marks a critical step in restoring trust in our nation's economic governance as we formally swear in Dr. Johnson Pandit Kwesi Esiama as Governor and Dr. Zakaria Mumuni as First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. These appointments are not merely routine exercises to satisfy Article 1834 of the Constitution, but they constitute a deliberate commitment to the Bank of Ghana's core mandate as outlined under Article 183(1)(3) to regulate the currency, ensure monetary stability, and promote the sustainable economic development of Ghana. Indeed, in adherence to Section 17(1) of the Bank of Ghana Act 2002, these appointments uphold the legal stipulation that the governor and deputy governors of the Bank of Ghana be individuals of demonstrable financial and banking experience. To this effect, the choice of Dr. Esiama and Dr. Mumuni as governor and deputy governor, respectively, is a deliberate affirmation of our unshakable commitment to professionalism, integrity, and proven competence as the sole criteria for appointment to high office. A distinguished economist with a PhD from the University of Southampton, Dr. Esiama's ascent to this office has been a natural progression from his long and dedicated service to the central bank, with over 2 decades at that institution, rising through the ranks from banking supervision and financial markets to leading research and policy implementation. He has played a pivotal role in shaping Ghana's monetary policy and our effort for financial stability. As Deputy Governor, he was instrumental in controlling inflation, helping to stabilize the currency, and strengthening regulatory oversight. His deep expertise in banking supervision, risk management, and digital finance positions him as the right leader of the bank at this time. Ghana's financial sector is in crisis, and the task ahead demands experience, foresight, and decisive leadership. With Dr. Esiama heading the Bank of Ghana, I am confident that we will rebuild trust in the institution, will restore stability, and put our economy back on a path of sustained growth. I entrust him with this responsibility, knowing that he will serve with diligence and excellence. Dr. Mumuni's appointment is a recognition of his exceptional expertise and distinguished service in banking, financial markets, and economic policy. He also has over 2 decades of experience at the Bank of Ghana, playing vital roles in shaping monetary policy and strengthening financial stability. His academic credentials include a PhD from the University of Nottingham and a Master of Philosophy from the University of Ghana, and reflect his deep understanding of the complexities of our economy. As First Deputy Governor, he'll be a key pillar in supporting Governor Isiama to implement sound policies, reinforce regulatory oversight, and navigate the difficult challenges ahead of us. His experience and analytical rigor will be crucial in ensuring that the bank remains steadfast in its mandate to maintain price stability, safeguard the financial sector, and drive sustainable growth. Together, Dr. Isiama and Dr. Nominee bring the leadership, expertise, and vision needed to restore confidence in our economy. To you, Governor and Deputy Governor, in discharging your mandate, you must go beyond mere technical considerations and act in full recognition that every statistic, every movement on a chart, and every shift in an index is more than just data. It is a pulse of an economy, it is a measure of resilience or distress, and it has a direct impact on our people. A dip in confidence indices may signal business on a brink, evolving market conditions, or changing household prospects. Behind these numbers are real human beings, real human stories, people's dreams, either nurtured or shattered, demanding not just your highly extolled analytical expertise, but empathy and foresight that acknowledge the profound human consequences of every decision you take. Our recent banking history has shown us the cost of neglecting this truth. During the supposed banking sector cleanup exercise, thousands of jobs were lost and lives were disrupted because decisions were made with a narrow focus rather than the consideration of the human impact of those decisions. The Bank of Ghana had the opportunity to salvage some of these institutions to protect people's livelihoods while ensuring stability, but instead, an approach that ignored human consequences was what was made. The test of your patriotism in this solemn duty of economic governance lies in learning from these missteps, recognizing that policies must not only enforce regulations, but also safeguard the future of persons that depend on them. The lessons of the past remind us of the dangers of fiscal recklessness and the lasting harm it can inflict on an economy. When government resorts to unsustainable consumption, expenditure, financed by excessive and unregulated printing of money, the consequences can be severe, from spiraling inflation, erosion of incomes, to driving millions into poverty. Such actions not only weaken public confidence in financial institutions, but also threaten long-term stability. To safeguard our economy from these risks, we must uphold responsible fiscal management, strict adherence to legal and regulatory framework, and protect the independence of the Bank of Ghana. As President, I'm committed to ensuring that the central bank operates free from political interference, guided solely by its mandate. This is the path to building a resilient economy, one where policies are driven by discipline, foresight, and the best interests of the Ghanaian people. One thing for sure, I'm not going to come and ask you to print more money. I encourage you to work closely with key institutions, including the Ministry of Finance, Parliament, and the financial industry, while maintaining the independence your mandate requires. On behalf of the people of Ghana, I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations to both of you. I'm confident in your expertise, vision, and integrity to discharge your mandate with excellence. I thank you very much. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those thought-provoking remarks. May I now invite the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Panditesiama, to give a brief response to the words of His Excellency the President. Dr. Siama.
Too early.
Yes, Excellency. Your Excellency the President, Excellency the Vice President, Honorable Ministers of State, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with profound humility and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today, honored by the trust that has been reposed in us to serve as Governor and Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. Let me extend my sincere gratitude to His Excellency the President and Her Excellency the Vice President for this appointment, and to the Council of State for the endorsement of our appointment. Let me also acknowledge the unwavering support of our families, our colleagues, our friends, and mentors who have contributed to our careers so far. Under the leadership of His Excellency the President, Ghana is embarking on an economic reset. This reset is about stabilizing the macroeconomy and addressing key issues such as high inflation, persistent fiscal deficits, and excessive debt levels. Achieving this stability will require monetary and exchange rate policy reforms, fiscal austerity measures, and debt restructuring to reduce fiscal risks and create a stable economic environment. Excellencies, we are meeting today at a pivotal moment in our nation's economic history. The challenges before us require decisive leadership and prudent macroeconomic policies to reset the economy. Indeed, the Bank of Ghana is a key institution in this agenda to reset the economy and must remain steadfast in its mission to maintain price stability, ensure a sound financial system, and support economic growth. Your Excellency, as a governor, our focus will be on 6 priority areas, and permit me to touch on each of these. First is the need to recalibrate our monetary policy strategy, just as been indicated, and enhance the policy framework to achieve our mandate more efficiently. Under our leadership, our policies will be clear, they will be predictable, and these will be responsive to emerging threats. We shall adopt a more proactive and precise approach to managing inflation, leveraging on advanced data analytics and artificial intelligence. Also, we shall coordinate policy efforts with other government agencies, for example, in managing food prices. We shall be consistent in our policy actions to avoid sending conflicting signals, as happened in the recent past. And we shall work to enhance monetary policy implementation in general. Excellencies, we shall pursue reforms in the inflation targeting framework, and this is meant to foster more transparency and enhance the effectiveness of monetary policy implementation. We shall discontinue the use of differentiated cash reserve requirements and instead rely on open market operations, or what we call OMOs, to manage liquidity conditions. We shall improve our communication regime and ensure regular dialogue with the banks on regulatory matters. Excellency, we are confident that the current levels of inflation, although relatively high, will gradually trend back to target range and within the forecast horizon. Excellencies, our second priority is on the need to preserve exchange rate stability and limit excessive volatility in the rates. the days of currency speculation and exchange rate instability must come to an end. And we are poised to ensure just that. In this regard, Your Excellency, the Bank of Ghana under our leadership will engineer a well-functioning and stable foreign exchange market to support economic activity. Among others, we will implement strategic interventions, including the enactment of a new foreign exchange law to replace the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723. We shall implement targeted market operations to eliminate leakages of forex and improve our reserves management. We shall deepen our participation in the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, or what is known as the PAPS, allowing Ghanaian businesses to trade across Africa using local currencies instead of always relying on the US dollar. And by this, I mean Ghanaians will be able to make payments to their suppliers in Nigeria without having to convert to US dollar before making that payment. You can just pay in the Naira and vice versa. Excellencies, we shall implement further reforms in the remittance space and collaborate with the fintech and remittance agencies to harness remittances as a measure of effects. We shall introduce structured and transparent systems that ensure fair pricing and fair distribution in the forex markets. Excellencies, we shall leverage our gold reserves and strategic foreign assets more effectively to support the Ghana cedi. We shall also reform the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program to improve efficiency, enhance reserve accumulation, and increase transparency in gold transactions. Through these measures, we will build a more resilient foreign exchange market that inspires confidence among investors and businesses. Excellency, the third among our priority areas is the need to realign our regulatory mandates to promote greater levels of financial intermediation to support economic growth. While our banking sector remains broadly stable now after the recent crisis, it requires targeted reforms to address legacy challenges and ensure continued resilience. Under our stewardship, we shall enforce strict prudential regulations while fostering an enabling environment for responsible lending and innovation in the banking sector. Excellencies, we shall tackle the problem of high non-performing loans and weak risk management practices in the industry. We shall work closely with banks to reduce the high incidence of cybersecurity breaches and strengthen capital adequacy requirements. We shall update the Banks and Specialized Deposit-Taking Institutions Act, Act 930, which was passed during your tenure in 2016, and this is meant to enhance our resolution framework and ensure that distressed institutions are effectively managed while maintaining financial stability. Excellency, we shall work with all stakeholders, banks, financial institutions, technology partners, businesses, and regulators, all to ensure that every Ghanaian, from traders to entrepreneurs, do benefit from a financial system that is modern, a financial system that is fair, and a financial system that is built to last. My fourth priority, Excellency, is on the need to boost financial inclusion and innovation to promote inclusive economic growth, reduce poverty, empower individuals, and ensure the stability and competitiveness of the financial system. Excellencies, it is gratifying indeed to know that Ghana is well poised to become a regional hub for financial technology and digital assets. And this transformation agenda will be pursued with appropriate safeguards and policies to ensure financial stability while fostering innovation in the payments ecosystem. Excellencies, we shall introduce a digital strategy quickly to adapt to the digital age, improve our operations, and better serve the needs of our stakeholders. Excellencies, we shall continue to support initiatives that expand access to financial services, leveraging fintech and mobile banking solutions to broaden the scope of access, especially in underserved communities. Excellencies, we shall work with the banks, the startups, and international partners to build a stronger digital finance ecosystem, one that supports secure transactions, faster cross-border payments, and financial accessibility for all. We shall also work towards a clear regulatory framework for digital assets, ensuring that new financial innovations are introduced in a safe and structured manner. My fifth priority is on the need to promote greater fiscal and monetary policy coordination, just as His Excellency has mentioned, while maintaining our operational independence. The Bank of Ghana operates independently under the BOG Act 2002, Act 612, and as amended. And we will hold this independence while working collaboratively with government and our international partners. We will strengthen our independence further, and we shall enhance key provisions in the Bank of Ghana Act and as amended, all to ensure that institutional autonomy is not just a legal principle, but a practical reality in our policy-making operations. Excellencies, we will engage constructively with government and other key stakeholders to always ensure alignment between monetary, fiscal, and other policies. Excellencies, my sixth and the last priority area is the need to reverse the Bank of Ghana's negative equity position or the losses that have been incurred in recent years, all to maintain financial stability, to maintain credibility of the institution, and to restore public trust. In this vein, we will seek to re-examine the bank's non-core operations, and I must say that some of these have started already in the last 2 weeks, where savings could be made. We shall adopt several austere measures to help reduce the bank's operational costs and achieve cost efficiency. Additionally, we will craft very clear policies to return the Bank of Ghana's negative equity to positive equity in the medium term. In conclusion, Excellencies, the reset path we have embarked on is more than mere sloganeering. It is about restoring public trust, it is about rebuilding confidence, and it is about ensuring that Ghana's economy is stable, innovative, and ready for the future. Through responsible financial sector governance, digital transformation, and sound economic policies, we will create an economic and financial system that is transparent, that is predictable, and that is stable. Businesses will have the confidence to plan, and individuals will have access to a secure financial system that fosters growth and opportunity. Excellencies, as we take this oath of office, we do so with a solemn promise to the people of Ghana, and that is to serve with diligence, to serve with impartiality, and to serve with unwavering commitment to the mandate of the Bank of Ghana. In this regard, we will carry out our duties guided by no interest other than the interest of the people of Ghana. And we know that we can count on your support, we can count on your partnership, and we can count on your trust as we embark on this journey together. And we do this for God and for country. Excellency, we thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Johnson Pandit Esiama. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will end the program presently. But before that, we shall all rise and take the national anthem, after which we will remain standing as His Excellency the President and Her Excellency the Vice President depart the hall. Thank you very much.
President John Dramani Mahama there swearing in the Bank of Ghana governors, officially swearing in the Bank of Ghana governor, Dr. Johnson Pandit Isiama there. He was just stating some of the key things he plans to do should he take office officially, which he has. He's pledging to reduce reliance on the US dollar for trade and ensure that the Ghanaian has access to cedis when it comes to transactions. He's planning to leverage Ghana's gold reserves to support the performance of the cedi. He's hoping that he would increase transparency when it comes to gold trading. He plans to implement a clear regulatory framework for digital assets. He's also planning to ensure that he maintains the BOG's independence and enact key provisions in the BOG Act to ensure its autonomy. He's also planning to work with the bank to ensure that they reduce cybersecurity threats. And the key thing he said is that resetting the country is not just sloganeering. They plan to create a transparent, stable financial system to ensure growth for the country. Some of the key things he has said there. The first speech being given by Dr. Isiama. He is the Bank of Ghana governor, and his deputy. They've all been sworn in today. You're still watching JoyNews. Let's take you back to Parliament. The Appointments Committee, they are still vetting the Deputy Minister for Education, Dr. Clement Park. Let's listen in.
John Mama government is in the Azongana. Where PTA dan the answer chisi yazu ye PTA na ya kawo PTA na kuma PTA kuma mun sani na da amfani ina tanye school yara ina tanye school na kuma in akwai school sai school na ba kuzeru ko ba lori PTA na sun yiya su gani zuna sai su bida kudi su sai kuzeru su ba school na ko su sai lori su ba school na PTA ina da amfani sai ni ya sa John Mama ya ce shi ya zo ganna acin da PTA ina yin na sun yi su yi kuma na ba ku godiya. To what I have said is that the reinstatement of the parent-teacher associations to pre-free senior high school status is positive. That has been done because we all know the roles that PTAs play. When schools have challenges, parents can have a dialogue with the teachers and find ways to try and assist the schools in addressing some of those challenges. PTAs have contributed to build infrastructure to support education service delivery in schools. We know of instances where PTAs have even procured vehicles to facilitate transportation for schools and students. And indeed, In many cases, they've also contributed to procure furniture and to supply to schools. Even in instances where some students misconduct themselves or exhibit deviant behavior, would a collaboration between parents and school authorities, they are able to address some of those challenges. So I believe very strongly that the benefits of PTAs justify the decision by the current government to reinstate them the way they used to be. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. I'm going to yield the floor to you, so I can't let you do a follow-up. So, yes, Honorable, if you want to do a follow-up,
yes,
then after I'll come to you, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Nominee, I think we need to come out clear about the PTA issue. If I listen to you carefully, I get the sense that the contributions made by the PTA is what you are referring to. But PTA was never cancelled. I'll give you a typical example of my alma mater, where PTA built a dormitory for the school. It was never discouraged, and it was never cancelled. So I wonder which examples you are giving as a clear evidence of PTA being cancelled. I don't know. Is it the dues, the assistance? I know as for the assistant, the dues, at a point in time, it was stopped. But the difference, the PTA as the support for the schools and everything was never done, was never cancelled.
Honorable Leader, as you know, this is a house of records. You did mention your alma mater. Would you please tell us your alma mater, where you are using as a reference?
Sorry, it's St. Louis Senior Secondary School. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Another intervention.
Okay, is it in line with?
Yes.
Okay, please, let's. Yeah, please go ahead, Honorable Shaibu. Intervention.
Honorable
and please
Nominee,
keep it brief.
is it the case that PTAs, as we used to know, have been totally defunct, maligned, or completely jettisoned? Or, are you getting me? Is it the case that the PTAs, as we know, have been completely maligned, dysfunctional, and as if they do not exist? Is that the case?
Thank you. Please, honorable members, can we allow the nominee to answer the questions? Thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. PTAs, as we knew then, up until now, were jettisoned.
Out of sports. Thank you.
A follow-up from me.
I yielded the floor to the Minister of Sports. Oh, Mr. Minister, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me also add my voice in congratulating the nominee, who is my neighbor. We share boundaries, my constituency and his constituency, we share boundaries, and we've been very, very good friends. So I want to congratulate him. I want to congratulate him for his nomination. But I'll go straight to my question. Mr. Nominee, your government promised the good people of this country that once you are in power, you give free tuition and admission fees for all first-year public school, tertiary schools students, universities. So I want to find out from you, when will this promise start? Thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Nominee, you haven't yet gone into the ministry. You are not a policy maker. You are going to follow your minister, support your minister. You may, okay, honorable members, honorable Nominee, you may answer the question. You may. And please, brief, because you are not going to be the policy maker at the ministry. So keep your answer expected of a deputy minister designated. Thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. I take your guidance. I am not going to be making policy. What the minister decides, as per instructed by the president, I am obligated to support him. I'm grateful.
Chairman, I know our colleague, the nominee, was the ranking member for education and putting up the NDC manifesto before the 2024 election. He was a key member of the committee that came out with the manifesto. I want to find out from the nominee, the government promised free tuition and admission for first-year tertiary institutions. Does this include teacher training colleges and nursing training colleges? Because a constituent of mine in Nursing and Midwifery College, Kubore, want me to find out from the nominee that whether they are part of this policy. Thank you, because he was a key member of the manifesto. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, please answer the question.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my minister, the Minister for Education, is on record to have indicated that the policy covers all first years in public tertiary institutions. Implicitly, that would include the nursing training colleges. I'm grateful.
Minister, you have, is it a follow-up or is it a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a question.
So you are on your second question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
please go ahead.
I want to find out from the nominee his take on the letter issued by the Chief of Staff vis-a-vis those who were recruited after 7th December 2024, and that of the Director General of the Ghana Education Service in revoking all teachers who are recruited and are not on government payroll. Mr. Chairman, I'm asking this question because there are teachers who might have been recruited in June, and yet their processes of getting into the payroll is still in progress. So I want to find out his take on these two disparities. Thank you.
Answer the question. Honorable Nominee.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. Mr. Chair, I wish to seek your leave to correct a factual error.
Very well.
Mr. Chair, I had earlier stated that some 600 schools were still practicing the double track system. That is inaccurate. It is 413 schools and not 600. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, to the question from the honorable member, I have no take. I take instructions, I take marching orders from the appointing authority. And I wouldn't have any say in a matter of the nature he is seeking my opinion on. I'm most grateful.
Honorable nominee, as you have rightly said, let your answers also reflect that you are a deputy minister designate and not the substantive minister, so that your answers will be short so we can get through this. Thank you. Mr. Minister, I think you have one more question.
No.
No, he has a question.
Chairman is in charge. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. In answering an earlier question, the nominee indicated on this PTA whether it was cancelled during the previous regime or it was the dues that was cancelled. I want to find out from the nominee. Now that the PTA, their claim is that the PTA has been reintroduced, is it that the PTA dues which the previous government took out of parents and students, because some students were being asked to go home because of PTA dues, and government thought that it was not appropriate. Is it telling this committee that with the reintroduction of the PTA, the dues that was taken off by government from parents will be reintroduced? Thank you.
Please, are you done? All right. Thank you very much. I will then come to my right. Oh, you have not answered. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I never made any comments with regards to PTA dues. I didn't. The honorable member sought to give a background, whereupon he referred to comments that I had made. But in the comments I've made so far, I have not spoken about PTA dues.
Honorable nominee, please take my guidance. Answer the question. And as soon as you finish answering the question, please put off your mic to signal that you have finished so we can make progress. Thank you.
The nominee didn't get my question. I can repeat myself or make it more clearer. So that
I will grant that.
Thank you. Chairman, I'm just finding out from the minister, with their policy of the reintroduction of PTA, whether the dues payments will be reintroduced. Thank you. The PTA dues will be reintroduced.
Honorable nominee, I believe you have understood the question, so please answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am not the minister. I don't make policy. I am expected to support the minister to implement policy. And within that context, I am unable to give a response to the question posed. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Chairman, thank you so much. And once again, my colleague, my neighbor, congratulations, Clementa Park.
Thank you. I'll now yield the floor to my right, to Honorable Shaibu. Please, you have the floor. And please make your questions straight questions, no preambles, and hopefully the nominee will also answer the questions straight as the questions were.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, unfortunately, by my training, and the Honorable Agalga and who are seated here, the judges will tell you to form a foundation, the basis of which you can ground a very good argument. So I'll go by that.
Honorable Nominee,
I'm guided, Chairman.
please, just go by my guidance. No introduction. Please go to your question.
Sharp.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman. And let's just stay within PTA. This is an important association that has played a very critical role. You and I went to secondary school together at a time when the country was at crossroads. Indeed, there was severe food shortage occasioned by prolonged drought and devastating bushfires that swept across the entire Savannah woodland. At the time, it was secondary school that suffered the most. We didn't have food to eat. Two key players played a beautiful role in getting us to where we are today. Internal and external. The external includes the Bretton Woods folks, but the internal chaps were the parent-teacher associations. They mobilized food, they went to farms, they came together and did everything as we scavenged through and gleaned through nearby farms to get food. Now, these associations you and I know are virtually absent and non-existent. I read from the papers, your will-be boss has said there will be reintroduction of it. Tell us what those plans are in getting back PTAs to the former glory.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Again, Honorable Nominee, you are not here this morning being vetted as a substantive minister. You are going to your ministry as a deputy minister designate if this committee approves your nomination. So please be guided.
I'm guided, Honorable Chair. I would expect to follow the lead of my minister when given approval. I'm grateful.
A follow-up. Okay, please go ahead.
Honorable Nominee, in the scheme of things, you have the parent, the teacher, and then the student. In defining the PTAs, we have often left out the student. Do you think it's about time we include the student in the structure? And perhaps we have often left out, in practical terms. And so PTAs, you may want to add an S. Is that something you want to consider? You're talking about students. Would you help or suggest to your minister that in restructuring and bringing back the old glory of PTAs, you would want to include the student representatives, just so you take a cue from what is on the ground, because it's on the basis of the activities of the students that you form the PTA.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am not the minister. I wouldn't be making policy decisions. Should the minister decide that this proposition is worthy of consideration and seeks my input, I will proffer my opinion. I'm most grateful.
Done, or you going to ask more questions? Okay, please go ahead.
Honorable nominee, let's do WAEC, the West African Examinations Council. A few months ago, WAEC held the whole country to ransom. Indeed, they nearly disrupted the university calendar. What did they do? They failed and or refused to release the results of senior high students. Now, WAEC has played a critical role over the past decades. But for some reason, do you think that it's about time we introduce competition? WAEC had played a monopoly role over the years. Of course, we will learn that it was a blame game at the end of the day. Either government did not pay, WAEC did not do this, whatever it was. I mean, the monopolistic tendency of WAEC is only last week that the High Court ordered that WAEC releases 10,000 results of 10,000 students because there was no justification in withholding those results. Clearly, WAEC is taking the entire country to ransom. Do you think it's about time you will suggest to your minister that we introduce competition to the examination body?
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, again, whilst I'm not in a position to make any policy decisions, should my minister seek my opinion on this matter, I would suggest a national dialogue on our assessment methods to determine the way forward. I believe such a dialogue would perhaps inform us as a nation as to the factors precipitating the conditions that the honorable member has stated, so that we can find a solution. As a member of Parliament on Education Committee, I have filed motions, at least in the 8th Parliament. I filed a motion with the support of my ranking member at the time, seeking a bipartisan committee to probe matters to do with WAEC and examination malpractices. I think it is a challenge that requires serious national attention. But for now, I can only support my minister based on whatever policy direction he decides is best to address this worrying issue. I'm grateful.
Yeah, your last question, please, if you have one.
Chairman, I do. I want us to look at a centralized procurement for secondary schools. The case of procuring either food or items for secondary schools for the past few years has been quite centralized. And that has brought about untold delays. In terms of food, they will have to wait many weeks, days before they receive wherever it's coming from. Would you suggest to your minister, if given the opportunity, that in order to work well and operationalize the secondary school system, procurement should be decentralized at the schools level or at the district level, just so there will be ease of transaction, delays will be curtailed, and smoothness of academic calendar will move on. Thank you.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. And as far as decentralizing procurement would inure to our collective benefit, I wouldn't have a challenge suggesting to my minister to consider that option for the reasons that the honorable member has enumerated. I'm grateful.
On this note, Chairman, let me wish the nominee the very best in his new role. I know he will do well in the new role. I wish you all the best.
I'm grateful, Honorable Chair.
I will stay on my right, and then I'll come to leadership on my left when I'm done. So I will recognize the Honorable Education Committee, as a subject matter. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, let me use this opportunity to congratulate the nominee on his nomination. The nominee has worked with me for at least 6 years on the Education Committee, and he has been very useful to the committee since he joined us. One strength he has, which I am sure he will carry to the ministry, is consultation. Anytime he wanted to make any statements or do anything as far as education was concerned, he consulted and sought for advice and suggestions. I am sure that strength will help you in the ministry to support the substantive minister. Mr. Chairman, my first question has to do with textbooks. We have been in the fight for the lack of textbooks after the introduction of the new syllabus some few years ago. I know you are not the substantive minister, but should the minister seek your advice on textbooks, will you be in a position to tell him or suggest to him that although we are going digital, there's still the need for textbooks to be supplied, and if that will be carried out so that all schools in the country will have textbooks? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in the affirmative. Textbooks are very important. And it shouldn't be the case that textbooks should entirely be replaced by technology. So yes, I would advise the minister, if he were to seek my opinion, to ensure that we have adequate textbooks so that every child will have access to a textbook. At the same time, also have access to digital technology for teaching and learning. The two are not mutually exclusive. I think it is the right way to go. I'm grateful.
Mr. Chairman, can I continue?
You have another one? Okay. You are actually standing between us and lunch, so please make the
thank you, Chairman.
questions short.
One issue which has been mentioned has to do with WAEC. We have been very passionate about issues concerning WAEC for some time now. And you will realize that we've spoken so much for WAEC, especially before the conduct of the BEC last year and the WASE. WAEC currently has a lot of challenges, and one of them is financing, the delay in the release of funds to WAEC to run its activities. Now, the issue now is the suspended or withheld results and the reasons for which we know. Now, what advice will you give the minister so that these examination malpractices, which have led to the withholding of results, will be minimized so that results can be released in time for students to enter tertiary institutions that the same academic year? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. Indeed, WAEC has faced funding challenges. And so, if my opinion were to be sought by the minister, I would encourage him to do well to ensure that government meets its responsibilities to WAEC timeously. Given the many years of advocacy in partnership with the honorable member on this subject, one of the reasons that we believe contributes to examination malpractices is WAEC's inability to recruit and deploy its own staff to invigilate and supervise examinations. So if WAEC has sufficient resources to recruit and deploy its own staff, I believe it could help reduce examination malpractices. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will now yield the floor to subject matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Honorable Nominee, I wish you congratulations. I have no doubt that you're going to perform. Well, this is my question. Honorable Chair, decline in teacher authority in our schools has led to rise in absenteeism, truancy, and the violence that we always see on our campuses. Honorable Nominee, what do you think is the way forward in ensuring that discipline comes to the campuses of these second cycle schools? Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, please go ahead and answer the question.
Grateful. Given that I am before you to be considered as a deputy minister to support a minister, I am incapable of proffering a policy solution. But I believe very strongly that one of the ways to address these challenges the honorable member has listed is the reinstatement of PTAs to their full capacity and not PTAs. I also believe very strongly that a dialogue with teacher unions and educators on their experiences, because they are the front line with regards to some of these issues, can also inform a policy direction on how we can address these challenges so that teaching and learning would go on smoothly on our various campuses as far as secondary education is concerned.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now shift to my left and start with Honorable Patrick Boama. Then leadership will continue on the left. No, yeah.
Chairman, thank you. Let me congratulate Honorable Clement Abbas Apak, who deliberately omitted from his CV that he led the very powerful outfit in Commonwealth Hall as a deputy chief vandal to Mr. Egbert Fable, Jr. Congratulations, Chief.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chair.
Life in Commonwealth Hall, I believe, still reflects in your actions, and it's embedded in your DNA that truth will always stand. Anyway, Chief, let's deal with this issue of indiscipline and the use of drugs in schools. It's something that you need to assist your minister in fashioning a way with parents to deal with. We all gloss over it, but we see it from the primary school level through to the JHS, secondary school, universities. It's an issue. They call something weed toffee, tramol, cakes, and what have you, biscuits. It's something that I believe going to assist Honorable Haruna Idrisu and the entire educational sector must look into. So I want you to tell parents and the country what you believe can be done to assist in solving this very dangerous issue that pertains in our tertiary institutions. Thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. And I acknowledge the terrible omission of a position I occupied in the Great Commonwealth, of which I continue to be proud of. So for the vandals, do accept my sincerest apology. I will do the needful within the context of the vandal tradition.
You can't sing here.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member has raised a very profound issue that has the potential of destroying the investments that we have made as a nation and as parents. Because we are speaking about the future of this nation. And I believe the minister, knowing him from our days in Commonwealth and here in Parliament, is not oblivious to this challenge as well. It is going to take a concerted effort. Parents, educators, and the institutions to address this issue. But we ought to also instill values in our children. It is not just sufficient to nurture them and to support them, but they must have values. And that is why I believe that as a nation, we must make values an important component of our education. I'm grateful.
Chairman, I don't have a follow-up on that, and we'll be watching the space for the interventions you'll be introducing. If there's one thing that we as policymakers or politicians must be ashamed of ourselves, and as a country, is to always read about schools under trees. Just about a week ago, the education minister stated that we still have about 5,000 schools under trees. And, Chief, to read such stories is disheartening, especially after 68 years of independence and the kind of resources that have gone with both NDC, MPP, whatever, PNDC. We don't have any excuse. So if there is one thing that you have to do with Honorable Idrisu within the next 4 years, to at least have the number, Ghanaians will be very happy about that. Do you have an idea of the budget coming to Parliament in 2 weeks and the kind of arrangements being made towards the resolution of this? Thank you.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have no idea about the budget that is to come to Parliament, but I believe very strongly that I would be briefed in due course. But I must agree with the honorable member with regards to the spectacle of schools and the trees. It does not befit the status and age of our nation. But by and large, it's a product of our inability as a nation to keep pace with the provision of educational infrastructure. So as the population is growing, and of course, we continue producing offsprings, but we are not providing the educational infrastructure to match the growing population. So when communities begin to increase in population and they have children sufficient enough to start a school, they initiate by beginning their own schools. And invariably, most of those schools would be under trees. So it is a national issue, and I believe on this we should be united in finding the resources, even in these challenging times, to address it, because education is a right. I'm grateful.
Thank you. I'm told you just had instituted a fiscal planning unit at the ministry to be tracking some of these things. Let's deal with the issue of capacity building amongst teachers and other educational staff. I think it's an area that you also must look into, because education is evolving and you just cannot keep teachers stuck in their old ways. So how are you going to assist your minister in delivering on this very important area? Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Nominee, please answer the question, if there is one.
I'm grateful. The teacher is perhaps the most important variable when it comes to education. All of us gathered here are who we are because of a teacher. And since we are living in a world that is evolving, and there are new ways of doing things, it is only proper that we give teachers the opportunity and support to be able to upgrade themselves and their skill sets to enable them give their best. So I am ready and prepared to support my minister as he executes the mandate given him by His Excellency the President. And I know that includes teacher welfare and professional development. I'm grateful.
Chairman, thank you, but I'm informed there is a National Education Leadership Institute that has been set up that you can rely on for that program, which is being funded by the Big Win Foundation. And I believe with Haruna MP, you have a good minister to work with. And I wish you the very best, Chief.
I'm grateful, and you are right. It's actually in my briefing notes. I believe you build on it for the betterment of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. I will now yield the floor to Honorable Jerry. Honorable Jerry, you are the one standing between us and lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. V-Mate.
Sharp.
So, Honorable Chair, so I have a very genuine observation. My observation is that we are at this stretch, we are at this point vetting deputy ministers. The normal excuse or cliche has been that, oh, I'm going to support my minister. We are all aware you are going to support your minister. But we also know that you are men and women who have enormous capacity to go and deal with the issues. So my suggestion is that when people are asked questions, they should answer the questions. And when they are unable to, just because they don't really have an idea, they should also say so. And that is fair to the Ghanaian community. Instead of the normal excuse that I am going to support a minister. Yes, we know. So do we have to go ahead and vet because you are going to support a minister, or we shouldn't go ahead and vet? And that, I think we should all take a cue respectfully. I believe Dr. Clement Park has the capacity to respond to all the questions he's been asked to respond to. So if not, then when energy comes in, he's going to support his minister. So why are we going to ask him questions bordering on energy? If Agri comes, he's going to support his minister. So please, I know, I just want to have this intervention from Chairman.
Honorable Leader, that is what it says in the Constitution. The deputy minister is to go to the ministry to support his minister. If you ask a question and he wants to add more to it, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But that is the job description, is to go and support his minister. So I don't think the nominee will be wrong to say that I'm going to the ministry to support my minister, or whatever the policy direction is what he's going to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not think that we are at variance. All I'm saying is that all the nominees that come in, they have the capacity to respond to the issues they've been asked. And that is why, in the wisdom of His Excellency the President, he nominated them. So what we are doing here is to test your capacity, or to confirm, basically. Anyway, let me go to my first question. Dr. Clement Park, I suggest to you that PTA was never cancelled. What was cancelled was the levy.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. As far as I know, the decision communicated was that we were no longer going to have PTAs. We're going to have PAs, parent associations. Parent associations. The teachers were not to be part. And the parents could decide to mobilize resources, or, if you like, play the functions that the PTAs that we knew before used to play. But the teachers were not to be part of it. So on that basis, if we say there were no PTAs and therefore we are introducing PTAs, we are right. We are saying parents and teachers can come together, dialogue, discuss, identify issues, and work at them. And it is on that basis that we have said that we are reintroducing PTAs, which is different from PAs. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, examination malpractices are rampant in Ghana. They have largely marred the credibility of certificates or academic qualifications. Some people are called doctors when in fact they are not doctors. Some people have just found themselves at certain places because of examination malpractices. I know you are going to support your minister. I'm sure that will be the response. What are you bringing on board personally as someone with capacity? Or what are you going to suggest to your minister to do with reference to the issue at hand? Thank you very much.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am not the minister. I'll be supporting the minister. But having worked on this issue somewhat, if you were to seek my opinion, one of the suggestions I would make would be for us to properly resource WAEC so that WAEC will be able to recruit and deploy its own invigilators. The other area that I may make a suggestion to the minister about with regards to this issue is for us to dialogue with WAEC to consider the serialization of the questions so that even in the same exam room, students would answer different questions on the same subject matter, which I think would thwart the effort of what we describe as exam room collusion. Because if all the questions are not the same, it will be difficult for those who collude to promote the malpractices to do so. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I think this is a matter of national importance, and therefore, I would like my honorable colleague to know what we have done that they can follow. For example, BEC has gone through serialization. Different examination centers have different questions. That is what led to the situation where more practice at the BEC level has simply disappeared. But we want them to go further to a point when you will serialize within the exam room. And WAEC exams, certain subjects were serialized the last time. So the ministers of West Africa met about serialization across the countries. So we're on track to going to the WAEC International to make sure that within the classroom, different students will have different arrangement, at least your question 1 is my question 20, so that the idea of cheating within the exams room can be eliminated. So there's a way for WAEC to do this, but they also say that they need new equipment to ensure, digitalized equipment to ensure they can serialize. So I felt maybe this will help so that you build on it and take this examination more practices out of the way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You want to?
Yes. Thank you so much, Chairman. A really very good initiative. But would you take on board too the yawning gap between city schools?
Honorable Member.
Yes, ma'am.
You are not to ask any questions
No, it was a suggestion.
member around the table.
No, it's a suggestion.
Your questions should be directed.
Thank you so much.
To the nominee. So you are out of order.
Oh. Very well, Chairman. Chairman is an important one. Very important. Yes, can I go ahead?
Honorable Jerry, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And that's a very good intervention. I pray we take it up. Yes, because the more practices are becoming way too many. I have, on a few occasions, met with my very hard-working teachers in Wage Agbawe. They've put across a few issues, one of which is their salary. Another is their teaching environment. And you'll be surprised that when I met them, none of them spoke about issues concerning themselves until I probed further. All the issues they raised were issues about their pupils. And I do not know if we have any award or reward system for maybe the best science teacher, the best maths teacher, and then the best female teacher. And issues of transportation. So I have a teacher who travels from Kwabenya to Wage Agbawe every day to come and teach. And they sometimes even come in and they are late. And they think that there are issues with reference to traffic and all. Honorable Nominee, I know once again that you are going to support your minister. In this direction, how do you hope to support your minister?
Grateful. Yes, I am obligated to support my minister, and that I will do. But as somebody who is drawn from the academic environment, and as a rural person who represents a rural community, I can appreciate these issues. Matters to do with salary, obviously, have to do with releases on time and payments, and I know that will be dealt with. You are speaking about the quantum. Well, I cannot speak to that. I would make a case if given the opportunity, because I honestly believe that teachers are teachers are the most important in the scheme of affairs. All of us here in gathered are products of teachers. If I had my own pot of resources, I would pay teachers more than any other group of professionals, but I don't. That is my personal opinion. Teaching environment, yes, it needs to be improved. Transportation clearly would enhance the work of the teacher, teaching and learning. I mean, as rural MPs, I can relate to that. I have teachers who live in Sandema and have to come all the way to my village, Doninga, to teach on a daily basis. Sometimes they don't get a means of transport. And when they don't get a means of transport, that means that whole day, the children are going to go without tutoring. And I know that the NDC has a manifesto proposal to support teachers to be able to own their own means of transport. And I hope and pray that we would work with John Ramani Mahama as a nation to implement this policy. It will benefit all of us. I'm grateful.
You see, you have elaborate knowledge on all the things you're talking about. And so I'm very confident when I ask you a question. Although you are going in to support your minister. Doc, just flowing from this, can we consider teacher housing and then the emphasis on transportation? Because I am aware President Kufuor had such a policy for teachers and it was cancelled on the provision of transport to aid teachers for duty purposes or duty-bound purposes. Can we consider that? May you, or are you likely to consider advising your minister on this route?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I will do just that. I'm grateful.
Doc, the NDC's manifesto laid emphasis on, once voted for, they were going to embark on an emergency infrastructure drive. You remember that? And that what you intend to do is to complete abandoned E-blocks and expand infrastructure in existing SHS and TVET institutions. Please don't forget, my STEM school, which was started by the Honorable Minister here, is almost completed. How do you intend to finish that?
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as the Honorable Member indicated, the NDC presented a manifesto to the people of Ghana on the basis of which they gave your mama and the NDC the mandate. And I believe he will fulfill his promises. The almost complete STEM school in your constituency clearly will not be abandoned. I'm grateful.
Is that an assurance?
It will not be abandoned.
Honorable Nominee, I also want to find out, in your view, so I'm indicating or placing emphasis, in your view, as Honorable Dr. Clement Apak, how would technology be used to enhance service delivery in your ministry, the Ministry of Education, where you are going to assist your minister?
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, technology is already playing a very important and significant role in almost every facet of our lives. And the Ministry of Education is no exception. I would support my minister, who himself is technology savvy, having served previously as a Minister for Communication, in whatever way he believes we can deploy technology to improve our services to the good people of Ghana through the ministry as expected. I'm grateful.
So, Doc, do you perchance have any idea of e-learning, and how do you intend to optimize or upgrade that e-learning?
Can you expatiate?
E-learning. So this is where, unless you want me to define what e-learning is to you.
Yes, I'll be most grateful.
Well, e-learning is using technology to provide education to the pupils or to the students. And that also even includes digitalization and the use of technology. So I am asking, with respect to you, how do you intend to optimize or upgrade e-learning in its current form?
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a policy decision. And since I'm only going to support my minister, it will be inappropriate for me to take the wind out of his sails. As I indicated earlier, the minister himself is very technology savvy. In fact, on this subject matter, I don't think that he will need my guidance at all. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt to lead. And if he needs my support, I'll be available. I'm grateful.
Doc, the teachers' allowance, is it teachers' training allowance, has been scrapped? Is that the case?
Mr. Chair, the teacher trainee allowance has not been scrapped. I'm grateful.
Honorable members, please allow the nominee to answer the question. Thank you.
So, Doc, do you know or do we have your minister's assurance that it will not be scrapped?
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. I have no reason to believe that it will be scrapped because the minister has not said it will be scrapped. I'm grateful.
Doc, football in secondary schools and, in fact, sports in general, one of the issues we've had currently with even our main sports is that the way we saw sports when we were growing up is not the same way it is currently patronized. Are you considering any new ways of generating interest in sports at the secondary level, at the basic school level? I mean, just last week, a group in Wager is one of the circuit groups. They had some sports program, but they did not even have any funding to do so. So I had to go in and support. But I want to find out, maybe.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Sports is a very important activity, not just because it keeps us fit, but it's also a source of great entertainment. I have been a sportsman myself. I mean, I played volleyball. One of my playing colleagues is seated right by the chairman. I played football. I played table tennis. My younger brother, who is here, played basketball all the way to the national level. And you are right. It is not the way it used to be. And that should be a cause of worry. My minister is a sports enthusiast himself. He plays football himself. And I think the challenge we face, as you rightly alluded to, is funding and its inadequacy. Given that he's a sports person himself, I believe very strongly that he would find ingenious ways to get private sector involvement to support sports in our schools, even as we look at what we can do to provide some support as a nation for sport and sporting activities to go on in our school system. Sports cannot be neglected. A very important activity that ought to be supported. We all do it. We buy the footballs, the jerseys, and we provide the funding to support the district directorates of education to organize sporting activities. It's a problem that we must look at and address. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Dr. Park, I wish you very well. I know you are going to the Ministry of Education to fully support your minister. I wish you well in supporting your minister. V-mates.
Sharp. I will support my minister fully. I will support him the Bulsa way.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jerry. I will wrap it up, Honorable Nominee, and I want to draw our attention, the nominee and the nominees to come, those who we are going to see today, and those who are watching us, and honorable members of this committee. I want to draw your attention to Article 79(1) of the Constitution. And with your indulgence, I read, the President may, in consultation with a Minister of State and with the prior approval of Parliament, appoint one or more deputy ministers to assist the minister in the performance of his functions. Our job here as an appointment committee is to vet the nominee who comes before us, his background, experience, competence, and the skills that makes him a good fit for the role that he's been nominated, if this House approves of his nomination. So, to stay within time constraint, it is important, and there is time constraint, it is important that our questions address these areas and the answers from the nominee also respond to these areas. So, to go and support your minister is basically the job that you'll be doing. Of course, you have your own mind, you have your own views, which you may wish to express. But it is not upon you to be here and make policy decisions. That will be going against your minister, the substantive minister, had already been here, in fact, all substantive ministers. And any policy questions that they should address, they have adequately addressed them. So what we have heard here is what you are going to support. This is not just to you, but to all nominees and potential nominees who are to appear before us.
It's so prejudicial.
Thank you. And then
It's so prejudicial. These are men and women of caliber. They can respond to the matters.
sorry.
He's a very nice man.
So be nice to me. So I will now proceed to read out the list that I have been given for the friends and family who came here to support you. And I'm reading the names I've been given, and I'm going to slow down so that I don't get certain names. Yes, mispronounced. So forgive me if my efforts doesn't end up to be adequate. The first name I have here is Mrs. Matilda Latte Apak, who is the wife of the nominee. I have the brother of the nominee, Professor Daniel Apak, also with us. And then I have Nap, Atap, Nueng, Adela, Akambianap, Akambom, Dominga Chief. I have again Nap, Patrick, Awap, Ajuti, Bachung Sa Chief. Bachung Sa Chief. I have again Nap, Akanta, Grewen, Akanku, the third, who is the Fumbisi Chief. Fumbisi Chief. Then I have here Caesar, Abianab, Akin Kang, Constituency Chairman of Bulsa South. Then I have Pastor Matthew, Achang, Welling. Then I have Honorable Roger Abolimbisa Akanta Grenon, who is a former colleague, a former MP for Busa South. And I have Ayarik, who is a Apangachang, who is the Constituency Vice Chairman of Busa South. Then I have Pastor George Lati, who is a brother-in-law of the nominee. I want to say thank you to our guests for coming here to support our colleague who is the nominee this morning. On that note, Honorable nominee, congratulations. You are discharged. You will hear from the committee.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Chairman.
You can add the bye-bye if you so wish.
Well, welcome back to the JoyNews channel, and we've been bringing you the live coverage of the Appointments Committee vetting deputy ministerials that the president hopes to work with a bit later when they are approved by Parliament. And this morning, we started off firstly with Clementa Park.
And the man that was built in our minds.
Yes.
To actually head that ministry. Well, because of the role he played while in opposition, I expected that he would be the education minister, but as deputy, one concern that has been raised by Jerry Ahmed there, all of them seem to say, I will support my minister. But we're hoping that he will not just support his minister.
It will beg the question that, which is true, statutorily, they are really supporting the minister. But the big question is, why then are we vetting them? Because if the duty is to go and support, then it will be what the minister tells you to do that you're going to do.
The reason why Jerry was pushing for each time they come before the committee, if they at least have,
I think it was a very relevant
about what is happening in that sector, they should come up and talk about it. And Park has just been mentioning some of the key things that he's hopeful that he and his boss would work on should they take office full time. And that's actually one of the key things that came up during his vetting. He's promising that he will ensure he meets the responsibilities to WAEC during his tenure together with his minister. And this has always been a big issue, government indebtedness to WAEC.
Yeah.
The reason why the just ended WASI
examination, the results delayed,
coming up with the results, even up till date, some results are still withheld by WAEC. The reason some people had to go to court because of the delays in investigating that, and they all boil down to money. Government do not have enough money, and they're hoping that they will fix that.
The government will come at us because then they'll say that malpractices, why would it be their cost to want to be the ones investigating it and all of that?
Actually, another big concern. Although we're looking at the systems, that also came up, serialization of exam questions so that it can cut down exam malpractice. I feel personally it's a problem of moral integrity.
Okay.
When you lack moral integrity, it doesn't matter the measures you put in place. People will still find a way to cheat. I could read out the question and say, MFA, and number one, who is the president of?
Well, on that note, we'll go for a break. And when we come back, Steve, when we come back, hopefully we get to see the vetting of Richard Jan Mensah, who will be vetted for the position of Deputy Minister in charge for energy and green transition. And a little later as well, hopefully what the whole country is waiting for will be John Kofi Seto Dumelo, Deputy Minister, who would be in charge for food and agriculture. We look forward to that one. But do stay with us here. We'll go for a quick breather. We'll be back shortly.
My name is Abuna, and I'm a mother of 2. My husband, Kwejo, whom I like to call my first son, likes to enjoy himself after work. My daughter, Nanekia, loves nature and flowers. She wants to become a florist in future. As a result of these, they are always exposed to parasitic worms. And because I'm aware of the harm the worms can cause the human body, I protect my family with Z400 albendazole. Z400 is effective against worms such as tapeworm, roundworm, and hookworm, and it comes in the form of syrup and tablets. Z400 albendazole is good for both adults and children from 2 years and above. Z400 albendazole, good protection for the whole family.
Not recommended for pregnant women and lactating mothers.
This advert is FDA approved.
Better to confront misunderstandings immediately and head on to avoid more misunderstanding.
I have found out over the years that transactions don't pay.
Good leadership is about being vulnerable, being open to know that some of your ideas might not always be 100%.
You never see failure as an option, so you continue to work hard.
Normal to get to a point where you feel you're flat, you're plateauing, but don't give up because of that, because you need a new S-curve to get you to the next
Mark your calendar and tune in every Sunday at 9 p.m. on JoyNews. Springboard your virtual university. Your personal value will shoot up.
It's 1983. President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
Even today, if you can make it happen.
I can see you ready in here. Well, it's going to cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 10, 20 grand. Now make it happen.
Where are you coming from?
Nationality.
Oh, Ghana.
Oh, more Ghana.
The United States has spoken. Executive orders signed, aid suspended. But what does this mean for Ghana?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
With U.S. aid halting its operations, the shockwaves are already hitting key sectors: health, education, agriculture, infrastructure, and governance.
U.S. aid was established in 1961 by John F. Kennedy. So if Donald Trump wants to, rule it out, it's not surely going to work through executive instrument. But I think it's a wake-up call for African leaders.
If you think about how much USAID spent, using Ghana as an example, that this has some serious consequences for the countries involved.
Now Ghana stands at a crossroads. How do we adapt? And what's the way forward? Join JoyNews for a national dialogue, a high-stakes, solution-driven conversation on the real impact of these executive orders and how Ghana can mitigate the fallout and shape a new path. This is more than just a discussion. It's about Ghana's future. Don't miss it.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
Well, welcome back to the JoyNews channel. Time now for Marketplace, but do stay after Marketplace because the vetting really continues. And guess who's here? Daryl is here to bring us Marketplace.
I'm expecting a lot when it comes to the Bank of Ghana and some of the swearing in of the new Bank of Ghana governor.
What the president said and what the new governor has also said right after this. Welcome to the Marketplace. Let's get you straight to our stories this afternoon. President John Mahama has expressed confidence in the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Isiama, to steer the affairs of the central bank and implement policies to attain economic stability. Speaking at the Jubilee House after swearing in the governor and the first deputy governor, Dr. Zachary Mumini, President Mahama charged the two to pursue prudent monetary measures to support government resetting agenda, promising he will not interfere with the work of the central bank.
Together, Dr. Isiama and Dr. Mumini bring the leadership, expertise, and vision needed to restore confidence in our economy. To you, Governor and Deputy Governor, in discharging your mandate, you must go beyond mere technical considerations and act in full recognition that every statistic, every movement on a chart, and every shift in an index is more than just data. It is the pulse of an economy, it is a measure of resilience or distress, and it has a direct impact on our people. A dip in confidence in these indices may signal business on a brink, evolving market conditions, or changing household prospects. Behind these numbers are real human beings, real human stories, people's dreams, either nurtured or shattered, demanding not just your highly extolled analytical expertise, but empathy and foresight that acknowledge the profound human consequences of every decision you take. Our recent banking history has shown us the cost of neglecting this truth. During the supposed banking sector cleanup exercise, thousands of jobs were lost and lives were disrupted because decisions were made with a narrow focus rather than the consideration of the human impact of those decisions. The Bank of Ghana had the opportunity to salvage some of these institutions to protect people's livelihoods while ensuring stability, but instead An approach that ignored human consequences was what was made. The test of your patriotism in this solemn duty of economic governance lies in learning from these missteps, recognizing that policies must not only enforce regulations, but also safeguard the future of persons that depend on them. President, I'm committed to ensuring that the central bank operates free from political interference, guided solely by its mandate. This is the path to building a resilient economy, one where policies are driven by discipline, foresight, and the best interests of the Ghanaian people.
Now, on his part, Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Johnson Esiama, announced that the Bank of Ghana will refocus its attention on 6 key areas that will include a new foreign exchange law to stabilize the city.
Excellencies, our second priority is on the need to preserve exchange rate stability and limit excessive volatility in the rates. The days of currency speculation and exchange rate instability must come to an end, and we are poised to ensure just that. In this regard, Your Excellency, the Bank of Ghana, under our leadership, will engineer a well-functioning and stable foreign exchange market to support economic activity. Among others, we will implement strategic interventions, including the enactment of a new foreign exchange law to replace the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723. We shall implement targeted market operations to eliminate leakages of forex and improve our reserves management. We shall deepen our participation in the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, or what is known as the PAPS, allowing Ghanaian businesses to trade across Africa using local currencies instead of always relying on the US dollar. And by this, I mean Ghanaians will be able to make payments to their suppliers in Nigeria without having to convert to US dollar before making that payment. You can just pay in the Naira and vice versa. Excellencies, we shall implement further reforms in the remittance space and collaborate with the fintech and remittance agencies to harness remittances as a measure of efforts. We shall introduce structured and transparent systems that ensure fair pricing and fair distribution in the forex markets. Excellencies, we shall leverage our gold reserves and strategic foreign assets more effectively to support the Ghana cedi. We shall also reform the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program to improve efficiency, enhance reserve accumulation, and increase transparency in gold transactions. Through these measures, we will build a more resilient foreign exchange market that inspires confidence among investors.
Now, government may be facing the tough decision of implementing significant expenditure cuts, potentially even an austerity budget for this year. This comes after reports revealing that the fiscal deficit for last year was higher than previously estimated. George Afe has more.
Based on what we are picking, the expected expenditure cuts will no longer be discretionary, but rather something that government will have to undertake to bring the IMF program on track in terms of meeting those key targets that needed to fast-track the recovery of the economy, as well as being able to meet the targets set under the program for it to get the next tranche of IMF cash in June this year. The biggest concern here is that where will government cut, looking at the rigid nature of the country's budget? If the IMF is able to have its way, they could push for an austere budget. That could come with some pressure on government to mobilize more revenue to correct the deficit for last year. This could come with some fresh pressure on government to mobilize more revenue to correct the deficit for last year. One is not sure whether these cuts will be enough, or government will have to go through the tax route to deal with the situation. We are also not sure for now what caused the high deficit, but some are linking it to contracts awarded, as well as the rising energy debts.
Now, the Acting Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Anthony Kwesi Sapon, has pledged to commit resources to push the authority to exceed its target of more than 200 billion cedis for this year. This, he says, is critical to boosting performance of staff and ensuring that government gets the necessary revenue for national development. Mr. Sapon made the pledge during a familiarization meeting with the staff of the Large Taxpayer Office and the Circle Tax Office here in Accra.
According to the Acting Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Finance Minister has signaled a target of more than 200 billion cedis for the year 2025, a target that can be achieved when given the necessary support. He believed that improving domestic revenue mobilization is key to the mandate of the authority since the government is faced with limited sources of funding. He has been speaking with Joy Business after the meeting.
Our sector minister, Honorable Ato Forsen, has already indicated that in 2025 as GRA, he expects us to exceed 200 billion Ghana cedis as tax revenue. We are looking forward to that challenge because as a nation, we do know that some of the sources of financing has been closed to the government, and therefore enhancing and improving domestic tax revenue mobilization is key on this journey of resetting the Ghana agenda. And therefore, it's our commitment to work together as a team. You know, GRA, our core values is being first, and the T stands for working together. So we're going to work together to ensure that we achieve the revenue target that will be set for us by our minister, and to also ensure that we enhance and improve on domestic revenue mobilization.
He also declared commitment to implement all tax policies that will be approved by Parliament after the budget presentation.
Some of the key issues relating to tax policy that the government announced the party announced in the manifesto will be taken care of. At this point, those relates to tax policy. My duty is to make sure that I implement the policies. So we'll wait for our minister to make the announcement or as part of the budget reading, and when approved by Parliament, we as GRA will do our best to implement and ensure that we efficiently and effectively collect the taxes that are needed to run this nation.
Other top managers of the GRA also used the occasion to reaffirm their support of the new Acting Commissioner General.
All right, and that's the marketplace, everyone. There is more news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. We've got the day's latest stories over there. We'll leave you with internationals. Yeah, there you go, myjoyonline.com/business. We'll leave you with the day's latest international business summaries here on JoyNews. Don't go anywhere.
day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. My chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Are you strong? Are you tough? Syntax tank Syntax tank. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you, check your tank and get Syntax. SINTEX. Wait, you're just over 25 years we are made in Ghana water storage solution. You were green, you were blue, colors in here. They're great. That's it, your mom free water. We have over 400 agents nationwide. Just Ghana Find us on social media, Syntax Ghana. Not nominate here. Say Giovanni, Syntax, I need you in this community. And it's that simple. I will be there myself. Syntax Ghana page. All right, so just like that, we're wrapping up inside Tessie. Syntax Tank! Hey, strong! Hey, strong!
Better to confront misunderstandings immediately and head on to avoid more misunderstanding.
I have found out over the years that transactions don't pay.
Good leadership is about being vulnerable, being open to know that some of your ideas might not always be 100%.
You never see failure as an option, so you continue to work hard.
Normal to get to a point where you feel you're flat, you're plateauing. But don't give up because of that, because you need a new S-curve to get you to the next stage.
Mark your calendar and tune in every Sunday at 9 p.m. on JoyNews. Springboard your virtual university. Your personal value will shoot up.
It is time again for the biggest roots reggae festival in Africa, Kuchoko Roots Festival. And coming all the way from Kingston, Jamaica, is Culture featuring Kenyatta Hill, alongside Dwayne Stevenson from Augustown, and of course, one George Nooks with all his power. All the way from Ghana is your Kuchoko Roots Master, Black Rasta. Many more artists passing through non-stop. Saturday, 8th March 2025. Venue, La Pleasure Beach, Accra. Time, 12 noon till you drop. Rate, 50 Ghana cedis only. And as usual, there will be free cocoa, kulikuli, kose, and masa to break your fast and to put you in the spiritual mood. For more information, you contact 0244-499-461. Powered by Black and Tough and supported by National Youth Authority. Media partners.
My name is Abina, and I'm a mother of two. My husband, Kwejo, whom I like to call my first son, likes to enjoy himself after work. My daughter, Nanekia, loves nature and flowers. She wants to become a florist in future. As a result of these, they are always exposed to parasitic worms. And because I'm aware of the harm the worms can cause the human body, I protect my family with Z400 albendazole. Z400 is effective against worms such as tapeworm, roundworm, and hookworm, and it comes in the form of syrup and tablets. Z400 albendazole is good for both adults and children from 2 years and above. Z400 albendazole, good protection for the whole family.
Not recommended for pregnant women and lactating mothers.
This advert is FDA approved.
It's 1983. President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
Even today, if you can make it happen.
I can see you ready in here. Well, it's going to cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 10, 20 grand. I'll make it happen.
Where are you coming from? Nationality.
Oh, Ghana.
Oh, more Ghana.
It's better to confront misunderstandings immediately and head on to avoid more misunderstanding.
I have found out over the years that transactions don't pay.
Good leadership is about being vulnerable, being open to know that some of your ideas might not always be 100%.
You never see failure as an option, so you continue to work hard.
Normal to get to a point where you feel you're flat, you're plateauing, but don't give up because of that, because you need a new S-curve to get you to the next
Mark
stage.
your calendar and tune in every Sunday at 9 p.m. on JoyNews. Springboard your virtual university. Your personal value will shoot up.
What do beetles, owls, and humans have in common? Flexibility, and that's only possible thanks to our joints. We've got lots of them in our bodies, and as long as they're working properly, things like gripping, jumping, and standing up are effortless. But how can we keep our joints healthy and moving smoothly? And how exactly do they work in the first place? All that and more coming up on In Good Shape.
Our skeleton is incredibly mobile and flexible, but the individual bones themselves are hard and rigid. The secret to movement lies between the bones, in the joints. Joints come in all shapes and sizes, depending on their function. Some only allow movement along one axis, while others can move along 2, or even 3 axes. To make all this happen, a lot of different components need to work together. Wherever bones meet, they're covered with a layer of cartilage, like here in the knee joint. The meniscus has a particularly tough job. These 2 crescent-shaped pads of fibrocartilage act as shock absorbers, cushioning the knee under heavy strain. Ligaments and tendons transfer muscle movements to the joints and help stabilise the whole system. The kneecap acts as a spacer, increasing leverage for better movement. Surrounding the knee are small fluid-filled sacs called bursae. They help reduce friction when we move. Holding everything together is the joint capsule, which encloses the inner part of the joint. Just like metal hinges need regular oiling to work smoothly, our body's joints need lubrication too. The membrane inside the joint capsule produces lubricant from blood plasma. This fluid, called synovial fluid, is mostly made of water, proteins, and one key ingredient, hyaluronic acid. It works a lot like ketchup. The way it flows changes with pressure and movement. Shake a bottle of ketchup and it flows more easily. In everyday motion, synovial fluid thins out, keeping our joints moving smoothly. But under high pressure, it thickens, providing extra protection for the joint structures. And synovial fluid isn't just a lubricant. It also delivers nutrients, oxygen, and immune cells to the joint. It's even responsible for those cracking or popping sounds our joints sometimes make. When we stretch or move a joint, gas bubbles can form inside the joint capsule and then pop. Kind of like bubbles in bubble wrap. But don't worry, studies show that this cracking noise is usually harmless. The best way to keep your joints healthy is regular movement. Exercise helps stimulate the production and circulation of synovial fluid, and well-lubricated joints simply work better.
To protect our joints, we also need to watch what we eat. Fruits and veggies help fight inflammation and provide vitamin C and E, which are crucial for building and protecting cartilage. Other anti-inflammatory foods include legumes, whole grains, and oily fish like trout and salmon. Nuts, plant oils, and some spices also help with inflammation. But what about injuries? The good news is you can reduce the risk of those too.
This handball team trains 3 times a week. They're working hard to get fit for the upcoming season matches. Okay, Paula, good job.
Good so.
Handball is one of the most injury-prone ball sports, with the knee joint being particularly at risk. That's because the sport involves a lot of body contact and quick direction changes. Stefan Hirschmann has been a handball coach for over 30 years and draws on his own experience as a former player. So you just saw a good example of how these injuries can happen. The player is going for a jump shot, which she manages, but the opponent is putting body pressure on her. She loses her balance mid-air, lands, and the landing isn't controlled. In the worst case, this type of situation can lead to a torn ACL, the anterior cruciate ligament, every athlete's nightmare. It comes with long recovery times, often surgery, and tough rehab. At Cologne Sport University, Uwe Kersting and Kevin Bill are researching ways to prevent ACL tears and knee injuries. To better understand the exact injury mechanisms, they analysed the movements of 51 female handball players. The athletes were covered in markers all over their bodies, and the researchers conducted a 3D motion analysis. The participants were asked to make a directional change in the lab. Special force measuring platforms embedded in the floor provided additional data. The 3D analysis helped the researchers understand how the players' knees were affected during the movement. We looked at the knee joint stress, specifically the external knee abduction moment. That's the force acting on the outside of the knee, which can sometimes cause the knee to collapse inward, leading to ACL injuries.
es zu Kreuzbandverletzungen kommen kann.
The researchers found that knee stress increases when players get the ball and are attacked by an opponent. But there are things that can help. Further research showed that even small adjustments in movements, like the way the foot lands, can help to reduce knee stress.
Ziel ist jetzt, zu bekommen, indem du den Fuß
Keeping the body strong and healthy in general is also important to reduce the risk of injury. Recreational athletes need to keep themselves in good shape. Strength training, flexibility exercises, coordination, and balance training should all be included. But studies also show that techniques for specific movements are important as well. That's why the handball team is constantly working on their technique in training. Today, they're focusing on jump analysis. You can see how clean the jump is. Any deviation to the left or right increases the risk that the knee joint bears too much force, and it can't handle it, which leads to injuries. Stefan Hirschmann also stresses the importance of warming up. He shows us some exercises with his team that help prevent injuries, ones you can even do at home to increase strength and flexibility. First up, a simple mobilization exercise, reclining knee twists. The key is to keep your head on the ground and make sure both shoulder blades stay flat on the floor. Next, they do a deep forward lunge. Here it's important that the knee stays about 5 to 10 centimeters above the ground. The knee and foot should be in line. Then we place both hands flat next to the leg. This exercise requires not just strength, but full body balance. This lunge should be repeated 5 times on each side. These exercises aren't sport-specific. They're for anyone who does a lot of movement, especially with quick changes of direction. And not just for athletes. I'd say they're good for anyone who has problems with their legs or struggles with leg strength. These types of light exercise are really useful. The handball team does injury prevention training 3 times a week, but they also continue to train at home. I think it's always a good idea not to do it alone. Find someone to do it with. It makes it more fun. The motivation behind it is seeing the progress in your body, feeling more stable. Once you start and build a routine, it just becomes more natural. Training's over, thanks everyone.
Be honest, can you still touch the floor with your fingertips or palms without bending your knees? How about bringing your arms together over your head? And during a quad stretch, can you pull your foot all the way up behind you? If not, it might be time to add some stretching to your routine. It keeps you flexible and helps prevent pain down the road.
We all know the benefits of exercise, and sunny days like this make it so much easier to get outside for a workout. But stretching afterwards is a step many people skip, even though it's important. Studies show that stretching benefits the whole body, from muscles to blood vessels. There are 2 main benefits to stretching. First, flexibility. That's the range of motion, improving joint movement through muscle elasticity. The second benefit is how we feel. Many people report feeling better after stretching, especially post-workout. Some stretch before exercise. It really helps. Martin Hecht learned the hard way what happens when the body's flexibility is compromised. After a jog, he suddenly felt knee pain that didn't go away, even after taking a break from running. I was really worried it had something to do with my meniscus. At my age, joints can wear down and suffer. So the first thing I did was get an MRI. Thankfully, it came back clear, meaning there was no problem with the joint. Together with his orthopaedist, he started searching for an explanation for the pain in his seemingly healthy knee. Dr. Sabine Bloyle looked not just at his knee, but his whole leg, and discovered an old foot injury from his youth. Everything in the body is interconnected. His old ankle injury limited his flexibility, which then affected his lower leg and radiated up to his knee. The human musculoskeletal system is made up of bones as the basic framework, with muscles, ligaments and tendons that allow movement, and nerves that send signals to make those movements happen. And there's a network of fascia that surrounds the muscles and organs. If the feet are misaligned, the leg's axis also gets thrown off. That misalignment continues up to the knees. And the pelvis becomes tilted. The spine tries to compensate for this imbalance, which leads to tension and stiffness of the muscles and fascia. Somewhere, pain develops. With a special ultrasound called elastography, the orthopaedist can see how much tension there is in the muscles. Healthy muscles show up in blue, while yellow and especially red areas indicate problems. In Martin's case, his muscles are tight and tense. It's a protective tension, as his body tries to guard against pain in his previously injured foot. Stretching helps to release that protective tension. It allows the muscles to relax, which increases flexibility in the connective tissue and gives more joint mobility. Dr. Bloyle shows Martin Hecht stretches that can loosen up the ligaments, tendons and muscles around his injured foot. As he stretches, these structures gradually relax. The entire lower leg, all the way up to the knee, starts to loosen up. Stretching helps to correct misalignments and imbalances in the body. Muscles, fascia and tendons relax. Bones return to their optimal position. The range of motion improves, and the pain disappears. What really surprised me was that stretching my foot could actually help heal my knee. It was a completely new insight for me, and I'm really grateful it's working. But stretching isn't just for people with pain. It's also important for those who sit a lot, especially to prevent back pain. When we stay in the same position for long periods, muscles, tendons and ligaments can shorten, and fascia can become hard and inflexible. This limits the mobility of our muscles and joints. Orthopaedist Carolina Werkmeister is fascinated by how beneficial stretching is for the body. New studies show that stretching doesn't just benefit muscles and joints, it can also improve the elasticity of blood vessels. And that means it lowers the risk of cardiovascular diseases. Blood vessels, especially arteries, have the unique feature that their walls contain elastic structures, which are also wrapped in delicate fascia. This connective tissue also contains elastic fibres. So by stimulating or stretching these fibres and training them, the entire blood vessel can benefit as well. So many parts of our body benefit from stretching, and there are different ways to stretch. With static stretching, you hold a position for 30 seconds to a minute. With dynamic stretching, you gently bounce deeper into the stretch. How you stretch really comes down to personal preference. Both methods are effective. You can choose what works for you based on how it makes you feel. More intense stretching would be the dynamic kind, where you gently bounce into the stretch. Then there's eccentric stretching. This involves first stretching the muscle and then tensing it by applying counter pressure during the stretch. This helps improve flexibility and strengthen the muscle at the same time. But no matter how you stretch, there's one rule that always applies. Never stretch cold muscles or cold tendons. I always recommend warming up before stretching. Whether you do it before or after running really depends on how you feel. There's no strict medical rule for this. Martin Hecht has now made stretching part of his daily routine, because whenever he skips it for a few days, his knee starts to hurt again. Now he can easily prevent it by stretching regularly.
Our shoulders aren't just there to lean on. We use them for everything. When reaching for something, or throwing a ball, or lifting something heavy. We often take our shoulders for granted until they start to hurt or stop moving as they should. So what can you do if that happens?
Michael Halt goes to the gym 3 times a week, focusing on strength training for his shoulders and chest as a way to counteract all the sitting in the car and at the office as an insurance salesman. But suddenly, he started experiencing intense pain in his right shoulder. It's a stabbing pain, especially when I'm getting dressed, putting on a jacket, opening the car door, hanging my jacket on the back of a chair, or even just reaching for a piece of paper or a cup of coffee. The pain even woke him up at night, but he decided to wait it out. Months passed and he carried on as normal, but it only got worse. I thought, okay, I'll take it easy for a bit, do some different exercises, skip that shoulder in my workouts, and it'll get better. Unfortunately not. He visited orthopaedist and shoulder specialist Andreas Betthäuser, who sees patients every day with unexplained, debilitating pain. First, he focused on finding out the exact source of the pain. It's really important to pinpoint exactly where the pain is coming from to find the right treatment. It could be the main shoulder joint, but it could also be the surrounding areas or referred pain. The shoulder is very complex. It consists of 1 main joint and 4 smaller ones. It's guided by muscles and tendons and is highly mobile in many directions. For all this to work properly, everything has to be perfectly coordinated. This balance in the shoulder is prone to disruption, explains Dr. Annika Hettich. She's an orthopedic and trauma surgeon at the University Medical Center in Hamburg. In the shoulder area, there are lots of muscles, tendons and ligaments that stabilize the bony shoulder joint. These can work together or in opposition. If this balance is disturbed, it changes the force dynamics in the shoulder, and that can lead to pain over time. Andreas Betthäuser checked the balance of the forces in Michael Halt's shoulder. He performed various movement tests to examine the muscles and the shoulder blade, which was not in the correct position. These tests also show whether the pain is due to a mechanical issue or inflammation. We need to know if there's inflammation in the shoulder joint capsule or if it's a mechanical problem outside the main joint, like in the bursae or tendons. Or if it's due to an incorrect joint alignment, muscle shortening, or insufficient training. A straightforward ultrasound exam is also useful. For Michael Halt, the bursa, a protective fluid sac under the roof of the shoulder, was inflamed and he had an impingement syndrome. This is where the space narrows between the acromion, or shoulder roof, and the upper arm bone. The cause is often poor posture, or sometimes exercise regimes that only train the front muscles. These muscles shorten, pulling the shoulder forward and downward. The balance of forces gets disrupted, and the narrowing of the space under the shoulder roof leads to pain and reduced mobility. It's common for anyone who neglects to train the rear shoulder muscles after the age of 30, especially people who often sit at a desk. And in their free time, they only train the front muscles. A physical examination is essential, and often it's all it takes to make a diagnosis. An MRI is not usually necessary. Patients come to us with an MRI of their shoulder without having been properly examined first. In about half of these cases, the doctor hasn't even touched the patient. With clinical examinations, we can often make an initial diagnosis. These tests tell us where the pain might be coming from. Michael Halt manages his pain with exercises that strengthen his rear shoulder muscles. Surgery wasn't necessary. He's also adapted his gym sessions to focus on these muscles. This has opened up the space in his shoulder, and after 6 months, he was pain-free.
Exercise is the magic word, and there are plenty of joint-friendly options, like swimming or aqua aerobics, cycling in the gym or out in the fresh air, or rowing, a low-impact, full-body workout. And there's a new one that's less risky than it sounds, Bungee fitness.
Getting fit while flying, that's the promise of the Bungee workout, the viral fitness trend taking over right now. Before getting started, you've got to strap in properly. Trainer Mareike shows us how it's done. It's like a rock climbing harness. You take it in your hands, open it up. I think yours is already adjusted, so it should be big enough. Step into the waist loops, left foot, right foot. Make sure your legs don't get twisted. Then tighten the waist strap. It's better a little loose than too tight. The bungee cords come in different weight classes with a max limit of 100 kilos. Mareike assigns the right cord to each participant. Then it's time for a warm-up. Keeping your core engaged is key, otherwise the harness can press uncomfortably against your stomach. The cord should always have a slight tension. This workout is unique because you can move in new dimensions. Traditional aerobics keeps you on the ground, but with bungee you can do things you never normally could, like fall forward, flip upside down and soar into the air. What other workouts let you do that? Bungee is one of a kind. It does take some getting used to. Experienced participants know you really have to trust the harness and throw yourself into it. Most people start off a little hesitant. I've been doing this for a year now. The first 3 sessions were tough, but after that it clicked. What I love most is the adrenaline rush you get. The jumps are the best. The bungee workout has a lot of health benefits, but it's not for everyone. It's not ideal for someone with zero exercise experience. If you've spent 40 years as a couch potato, I'd suggest starting with something a bit easier first. Bungee fitness is gaining fans on and off social media. I actually discovered bungee through Instagram, where it was already trending in Asia and the US. The resistance of the bungee cord helps absorb impact, making movements smoother. It also provides support for certain exercises. It's a very joint-friendly workout. That makes it a great option for people who might not usually consider aerobics. Those with knee or hip issues, perhaps. Bungee workouts are also suitable for all ages. One of the favourite moves is the flip, running forward and springing onto the hands. But it's not as easy as it looks. Bungee is a fun, full-body workout and a great way to quite literally take a leap outside your comfort zone.
Time for us to bounce too. Thanks for watching and see you next time around. Bye for now.
of West Africa are fighting an opioid crisis.
The task force is here to arrest one of the drug dealers.
Thousands of lives ruined by powerful and illegal pills, packaged as medicines, but sold on the streets. We set out to track the opioid route.
Tramadol.
Which is illegal.
Which is illegal.
And it leads back to my home country. Where do they come from?
India.
No one has ever exposed the pharmaceutical executives behind this deadly trade.
Yes. 5 million tablets.
So which companies are making and shipping these pills? Do they know they're driving a public health crisis? And who are the men making a killing at the expense of innocent people's lives?
This lady found that dead. I think it's his wickedness.
BBCI Investigations goes undercover to expose India's opioid kings.
But now that they see evidence.
My name is Surabhi Tandon, and I'm an investigative reporter from India. I've come to Kano in northern Nigeria to see the scale of Africa's opioid crisis. Local drug rehab worker Abubakar Metumaki has agreed to show me how opioids are ruining lives in his city, often the lives of children.
It's a time bomb, you know? Children, they can steal in the market, they can do anything to make money, to get drugs, you know?
A lot of kids and teenagers are abusing substances in the open. They just get on any opioid that they can easily obtain.
This children is a problem of poverty, lack of parental care. These children, they have to be in school. 8 years, 9 years, 10, 15, and now they are in the street.
Would you say that this problem is increasing?
The problem of children addicted to drugs is increasing because it doesn't have cure.
It's difficult to see such young kids taking opioids. But next, Abubakar wants to show me the damage these pills can do to long-term users. The following morning, we head to the addiction center where Abubakar volunteers, just outside the city. On the way, he explains that Nigeria's opioid crisis emerged more than a decade ago, when medicinal painkillers like tramadol started being taken as recreational drugs. The name tramadol is now used as a catch-all to describe a whole range of opioids that are used as street drugs. Nigeria is the biggest market for these pills in Africa. The majority of patients here are being treated for opioid addiction.
Most of them are victims of opium, tramadol.
It's estimated that over 4 million people in Nigeria are misusing some form of opioid, including tramadol. Some take it simply for the high, but many take it as a painkiller or to help them get through hard physical work.
Here, most of them are farmers. They don't have a lot of money to buy equipment, you know, so they rather use manpower, that they rather use such drugs, you know, for them to overwork themselves. Before they know, they become addicted.
Abuse of tramadol can cause nausea and vomiting, breathing problems, and seizures.
So I'm going to show you the facilities we have here. This is a toilet, as you can see. There is no running water, there is no door, you know. This is a rooms. There is no bed, no light, no curtain, no any mosquito, whatever, you know. And there is no any facilities, as you can see. This is where they slept, you know.
As patients go into withdrawal, their craving for opioids intensifies. Without door locks or proper security, the staff resorts to extreme measures to prevent their patients from leaving to find drugs. Why are they chained?
The reason why we chain them is because they can run away, you know.
Do they still try to escape?
Even if we lock, they can try to escape, but that's why we chain them.
Why doesn't the government give more support to centers like this?
No, there's a lot of challenges in the state, you know. So most of the focus is not about the victims of drugs. I almost cry, Allah. I'm just, you know, hold it, you know, yeah. Just hold this as a man. I almost cry, you know? Yeah.
Abu Bakr showed me just one rehab center in one city. But opioid users are suffering like this all over Nigeria. In 2018, the government banned the sale of tramadol without prescription and cracked down on the import of illegal opioids. 7 years later, how are these drugs still getting into the country? I'm on my way to the Nigerian Drugs Enforcement Agency, known as the NDLEA. Driving to their headquarters, we go through one of their checkpoints. These patrols have become a common sight on the streets of Lagos.
What we have done is to ratchet up the supply reduction through offensive action. We go out and seize all opioids wherever they are found, make the arrests of the perpetrators from the bottom level to the cartel heads, send them to jail and seize their assets. So it's a continuous effort.
The NDLEA told us that in 2023, they seized opioids worth more than $100 million. Much of it is kept in this secure warehouse. In Nigeria, the legal maximum dose of tramadol for medical use is 100 milligrams. But many of these packets contain much stronger pills.
This here, all this is a 225 tramadol.
Which is illegal.
Which is illegal.
The manufacturers state clearly on the packaging that these tablets contain more than double the legal dose.
This one is 100 milligrams. So actually the trick they use is they'll put this at the front. Then when you're examining the container, you see this as the illegal substance.
Yeah.
While at the back, you find the illegal 225 milligrams.
It's the illegal strength of these products that is their selling point.
You see how deep it is? You see the land?
Yeah.
All up to the end there is tramadol. These are 442 cartons of tramadol of an ongoing case at the moment.
The drug importers constantly change the brand names, the packaging, and even the chemical formula to try and outwit the NDLEA.
Some of the packaging are very appetizing. It shows you apple or something, and then it is easily concealed and sold as a normal drug.
People just look at the apples and royal and they think this is tramadol, opioid.
Yes, yes.
Since Nigeria cracked down on opioid imports, more and more of these drugs are being smuggled across the border from neighboring countries.
These shipments came in through Ghana, through the borders. They have been tracking him for 5 months.
Would you say that the route between Ghana and Nigeria is becoming more popular in the last year or so?
Definitely, it is.
And these kind of opioid products, would you call the people who are manufacturing these legitimate pharmaceutical companies or kind of like narcos?
Definitely, I'll call it what it is. We're having a problem coming in from another country. It has become a big menace in Nigeria.
And which country is that?
India.
No. In Nigeria, I'd seen the damage caused by high-dose opioids packaged as legitimate medicines and sold illegally on the streets. Now, back home in India, my task is to find out who is making them. India's flourishing pharmaceutical industry is a good place to start. I'm heading to a trade fair where Indian pharma companies market their products to customers from all over the world. In the last few decades, India has become a global force in the pharmaceutical industry. Indian pharma companies often produce cheap, generic versions of medicines that have fallen out of patent. These medicines have saved millions of lives and earned India the nickname, the pharmacy of the world.
Generic, we are number one. To lead the world, we are really having a lot of entrepreneurs. They are looking to expand their businesses in pharma. And there are a lot of big players, they are working in this industry. That's why we can serve the world.
There is a large African delegation here. Africa is a crucial market for Indian pharmaceutical companies, accounting for almost a fifth of their exports. How did India become such a natural partner for West Africa?
It's always countries that you know that they've done business in the past. Regulatory authorities have also done a lot, and they've made sure that goods that are being exported into our country are of good standard and of good quality.
The Indian pharmaceutical industry is now the envy of the world. Its exports alone have been valued at nearly $28 billion a year. They've almost doubled in the last decade. But could this rapid growth provide a hiding place for bad actors producing illegitimate drugs? I'd been told that opioids were being smuggled across the border into Nigeria from Ghana. So I made contact with journalist Yaya Masuhudu. He's based in Tamale in northern Ghana, a city that's been hit hard by a recent rise in opioid use.
I was born and bred in Tamale. I've spent almost all my life in Tamale. These drugs are destroying families, destroying young men and women with potential who otherwise would have been able to help in developing this country. The local chief is so concerned that he's given the go-ahead for a citizens' task force. Its aim is to find opioids on the streets and track down the dealers.
I'm Zike, and this is Chairman Jamal, Operation Leader.
Zike is a local radio presenter and a leader of the task force.
It's made up of. Our intelligence doesn't come in a one particular mode. Sometimes based on tip-off, sometimes based on the inhabitants of that particular village, sometimes a parent of the addicted children. They will give us the information. It will lead us to where they are selling it.
Also leading today's raid is Bikoko. He runs a bakery in the center of Tamale.
The Food and Drugs Board, they are the supposed authority to fight on it. And they are not. So what do? We have to try all our best as a community to see the best we can do. That is what we are doing. We are aware those addicted, they are our brothers. We need to rescue them.
We are getting close to the location. They'll be raiding the place to see if they can get some of the drugs. Today's tip-off has led the task force to one of the ghettos, the poorest neighborhoods in Tamale.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. What is happening right now is the task force is here to arrest the drug dealers.
It's those off.
It's an addict who has taken the drugs.
This place is being invaded by the drug peddlers. Both the dealers, the tickets, everybody is here. So that's why we are here this afternoon to see their source of where they are getting the drugs. Yes, when you wrap it this way, I don't know anything. He just came and said that he's coming. Ask this guy. I'm just sitting with him. I don't deal drugs.
This is what they found here with just one raid. Yeah. This is what happens almost on a daily basis with the task force. Yeah. The task force detains several men who are found with opioids on them. So, annuellement, afin de Bokanya de Poul. Où la carte sonda? Was okay avant.
No vale, maybe Niger, no vale hack community, Niger, Capilla, Pension, no vale, Nible, Chabla.
Tumba. The task force takes the suspected dealers back to the chief's palace to continue the interrogation. The main idea behind the interrogation is to get to find out who the suppliers are The chief adjudicates the matter and someone is found guilty, the person is fined some amount of money.
After everything, we are going to ask this guy, the yellow guy, a question because the quantity of the drug it was holding is much. There's a little bit massage, you know. You tell me the truth. You know practice medicine. So who is your supplier? You don't know the supplier. You see how you disgrace yourself to this low. Look at kids are watching you. So you want to destroy people's children. Do you have a wife? Do you have a wife? How many children? You are lucky today. Today is my good day. You are lucky. I know. Don't call me Mr. Jamal. You are proving me what?
The man in yellow is just a small-time local dealer. But who is at the top of this chain? Who is making these tablets and shipping them by the millions into Africa? This is what the task force seized. This packet is all we've got to go on, but it does offer a few clues.
Hi, it's Ravi.
Hi, Aya. Good to see you.
Did you get the photos I sent you from the raid the task force did the other day?
Yeah, I have them pulled up on my computer now.
The product is called Tafrodol. The Ghanaian FDA have confirmed to me the product is illegal in Ghana. It's made of two substances. One is called tapentadol. The other is carisoprodol.
Then I can also see that it says made in India. And if I zoom into the corner, there's a logo with an A and a leaf.
It's important to look into that and to find out who is responsible for bringing the product into West Africa. The task force is trying to catch the traders and smugglers, but it's the source that needs to be stopped.
So let me start there and I'll get back to you when I have more information. So what exactly is Tafrodol? The packet says it's made of two ingredients. Tapentadol, an opioid like tramadol, but twice as potent. Mixed with carisoprodol, a muscle relaxant so strong, it's banned in many parts of the world. This cocktail appeared on the streets of West Africa soon after the Nigerians banned the general sale of tramadol. So is this new formula a way to get around the new laws? And is it even safe to mix these two drugs into a single pill? I've come to see Dr. Lekant Shukla. He's seen firsthand the devastating effects opioids can have.
These are one of the most dangerous drugs around, where overdose, the first injection could turn to be a fatal injection.
Could you please tell us a little bit about this combination of tapentadol and carisoprodol and what effect it might have on the human body?
So this is not something that's licensed to be used in our country as yet, because what it's going to do is you are giving the effects of opioid, and one of the effects of opioid is getting very deep sleep. It could be deep enough that people don't breathe, and that leads to drug overdose. And along with that, you are also giving another agent, carisoprodol, which also gives a very deep sleep and relaxation, opioid-like effects. So I'd say it sounds like a very dangerous combination.
Does the combination of the two molecules in Tafrodol make it more susceptible to addiction?
It definitely does. It definitely does. When somebody takes opioids and also takes his sleeping pills or muscle relaxants, they will get a stronger high if they were taking it to get a high. They are more likely to, get addicted faster, develop more severe withdrawal symptoms when they try to come off it. it's a fairly painful experience to go through.
Do you know of any clinical drug trials or medical studies that have talked about the efficacy of this combination?
Not that I came across. I cannot understand why one would make this. It does not sound like a rational combination.
What might be the logic of sending high dosages of tapentadol to countries like Nigeria and Ghana?
I cannot fathom.
It appears that the manufacturer of this dangerous drug cocktail is packaging it to look legitimate. But who is manufacturing it? The photos Yaya had sent me showed a product called Tafrodol. When I put Tafrodol into a search engine, the top results shows that the brand name Tafrodol is registered to a company called Aveo Pharmaceuticals. When I look for Aveo Pharmaceuticals, their official website shows up, which actually details their products and manufacturing practices. It looks like a legitimate company, but it's the logo that really catches my attention. This A with a leaf, this is the same logo that Yaya found on the packets of Tafrodol in the ghettos of Tamale. I wanted to cast a wider net researching Tafrodol and see where else the products might show up. I found that teenagers in Côte d'Ivoire are mixing Tafrodol with an alcoholic drink called Vodi. And there it is, the same logo. Aveo Pharmaceuticals. It's not just Côte d'Ivoire. Even in Ghana, I found reports of Tafrodol being seized by the police. When I zoom in, there is an A which looks like the A from Aveo. In the same seizure is another product, Tima King. In the corner of that box, the same logo, Aveo Pharmaceuticals. We also send out researchers in Nigeria to see if they could find products with the Aveo logo on them. And sure enough, they came back to us with Tafrodol XX, which has the same composition, and on the packet, the same logo. Tafrodol caps in Côte d'Ivoire, Tima King in Ghana, Tafrodol XX in Nigeria. All products containing the same cocktail, all products found on the streets of these countries seized by the police for illicit use. And from what I can tell from the evidence that I found, they all seem to be made by the same company, Aveo Pharmaceuticals. Aveo's website says the company is run by 3 men, probably all relatives, since they all have the same surname, Sharma. But the guy who manages the factory is Vinod Sharma. We want to find out whether Aveo's top management are aware of the devastating impact their product is having in West Africa. An undercover operative agreed to go inside the factory, posing as a businessman looking to supply opioids to Nigeria. Aveo agrees to a meeting. It's a 2-hour drive to their factory on the outskirts of Mumbai.
On the day of the meeting, there were 3 of us who went in. on, gentlemen. Myself, a partner of mine who brokered the meeting, is Indian, and the third person is the bodyguard that traveled with me. Hello, ladies. We're here to see Mr. Sharma. Thank you.
The director of AVO, Vinod Sharma, greets our team personally to discuss the deal.
Okay. Yes, sir. So nice to see you. Can I present you and his assistant? And his assistant.
Before getting down to business, Sharma takes them on a tour of the factory.
Sealed. Very state of the art. So anything you bring here?
Yeah, mixing there.
Wow, first impressions. He came across like a shrewd businessman.
Mixing here and drying here.
He actually showed us that the factory is certified by the World Health Organization. That cemented the impression of the world-class standard that the factory presented to us when we visited. So what is this brand?
Super oil.
Super oil.
Super oil 225.
225. Okay. This is for the Tafredon.
Yeah, this is a Tafredon.
Cotton. Super oil. And that's this is all.
Yes.
Wow. You guys are doing really massive operation.
5 million tablets.
You know, it's amazing. India has everything. Every raw material is all India. There's a big farm.
Back at Sharma's office, it's time to talk business.
Thank you.
This is sample. Father, careful, tablet, everything is. This is brand name.
Brilliant.
This is a Profado.
Yeah.
Capsule.
So this is
Profado capsule.
combination of
Demand is very high nowadays.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
The damage is high. So it is a combination of Propanadol and Caris.
The packet of Tafredol is instantly recognizable. It's exactly the same brand that the task force in Ghana is seizing off the streets. It's the same brand intercepted by Ghanaian police. It's the same brand the kids in Côte d'Ivoire mix with alcohol to improve the high.
Your company, brilliant. This is our brand. Yeah.
This is brand.
Vinod Sharma produces a range of products, all containing the same dangerous drug combination.
G20 was stronger than China.
This is Super Oil. It looks just like the Aveo product our journalists found for sale on the streets of Lagos. This is Steamer King, the same product seized by the Ghanaian police in early 2024. Vinod Sharma also showed us many more opioids that look remarkably similar to products found by the authorities across West Africa.
Yes.
This is also active material is the same.
So all the different packages.
Brand is different.
So let me confirm. This tapentadol is 225.
Yeah, this is a high product.
This one is 250 milligrams. So
means active material is 250.
250.
Yeah. This is very powerful. Capsule tablet is very powerful compared to the capsule. But rate is very different. Double rate. Double power.
This is a double power.
Double power, double rate. This is a low.
Told me about how they came up with the opioids that they make, the combination of the carisoprodol and tapentadol as a reaction to government crackdown on tramadol, which they used to also make. They also had a clear understanding of the global shipping business, the logistics of the operation.
By air is not possible nowadays because government is looking very strictly. And you can supply by the sea, but on other port, not Lagos, another Ghana and other. And otherwise, police can arrest, capture the container.
Clearly, he knew that what he was producing was illegal. He knew that what he was doing was wrong, but the fact that he was willing to talk about producing the opioids for me, and branding the opioids for me, and shipping the opioids, to West Africa for me. All of that spoke to a businessman who was willing to take a lot of risk.
I can clear from our custom, means India. You can clear from your side. Every client working like this.
These are all your products.
Yeah.
You make all of this.
Yeah, we are making here.
So we have come to the right place. Correct. Come to the person who actually holds the idea. And invented. Wow.
Yeah.
So he explained that Avios Research and Development Unit came up with this, dangerously brilliant idea of combining carisoprodol and tapentadol.
We have more than 50 staff there. Yeah. They are the team who research, like this scientist discovery, which product is means suppose this is settled, this is scientist can mix with each other and make a new product.
See what to do.
Yeah.
Now, Sharma gets to the nub of the deal.
Do you have local market in Nigeria? We can supply these materials.
So we do. And our plan is to sell to young people. 16, 17-year-olds, we find out a whole lot of the product, right? And like you said earlier on, the product, Tafrodol, has really replaced Tramadol in the market.
This item is Tafrodol painkiller. But suppose you can use the 2 or 3 tablets in the one time, you can like this relax.
Yeah, this is what the kids like. That's what they like. Gives them that high.
High.
High means high.
You are manufacturing for the health, fitness, but they are misuse of
But they are using it for something else.
This is very harmful for the health. But
very harmful.
But customer cannot understand. He wants relax.
He wants to relax. Yeah.
Any medicine can misuse. This is very harmful for the body. But nowadays this is business.
Business. It's business, yeah. Of course.
Like this.
Of course. What was going on my mind when Vinod Sharma admitted what he was doing? Nigerian journalists have been reporting on this opioid crisis for more than 20 years. Finally, I was face to face, not with some local dealer or transnational smuggler, but actually one of the men at the root of Africa's opioid crisis.
Capturing market, slowly.
Okay. One of the men who actually makes this opioid and ships it into our countries by the container load. One of the men who is profiting by hurting our people. He knew the harm he was doing, but he didn't seem to care. It's depressing watching someone who produces these opioids speaking about it and describing it simply as business.
In India, any drug made only for export must comply with the requirements of the importing country. But Aveo sends Tafrodol to Ghana, where it's illegal. Ghana's drug authorities confirmed to us that there is no way this product could ever meet their import requirements. By shipping Tafrodol to Ghana, Aveo is breaking Indian law. But they are also working in a system which is failing to enforce the rules. Indian authorities, we're told, pay little attention to pharmaceutical drugs not sold in India.
The checks and balances on the imports are far more stringent than for exports. And that is one of the areas which I feel that should be regulated more so that misuse of export and misuse of these channels is not there as far as pharmaceutical drugs are concerned, which can be abused.
Thank you very much for your time. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Nice meeting you.
The amount of money made out of such activities and the confidence they have got that they will get away with that is what creates these type of clandestine work.
I sent the secretly recorded footage to Yaya.
Any medicine can be used. This is very harmful for the
I think it's criminal.
But now this is a business.
Business. It's business, yeah? It's business.
Knowing that these things are dangerous to the health of people, but you want to put it in the market for people to get access to it, just because you think you can make a lot of money from it. I think this is wickedness. Now we've exposed a Tafradol manufacturer in India. We had to find out how these drugs are getting into Ghana. We are close. We found evidence that a company in the capital, Accra, has imported millions of these pills.
That he wants to work with. The process is to be approved by Parliament, so you could go and start the work that His Excellency is expecting you to do with your minister. Can you please take a few minutes, just a couple of minutes, to tell the committee who Honorable Richard John Mensah is? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my name is Richard John Mensah. I was born on the 20th of June, 1982, in Accra. I come from Gomwa West. I had my basic education from Meadow Preparatory School in Dakuman and to Cosmos School at La Paz. And I had my BEC, the Basic Education Certificate Examination, at Abekam Motowe 2JHS. I went to the Palm Secondary School for my secondary education, to the University of Cape Coast. For my first degree, I read Bachelor of Education, Psychology, with a major in accounting. I went to the University of Ghana for my master's degree. That was an MSc in Accounting and Finance. Currently, I have finished another master's degree with the University of Ghana, MA Energy Law, awaiting graduation. I'm also a student of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in the 3rd level. Mr. Chairman, I am married with 4 kids. And I always call myself, I said I'm a trained teacher, a practicing accountant, and then a career politician. Mr. Chairman, I am someone who likes community services, and my interests are always on teaching, traveling, and reading. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My career started with Trans Automobile Limited, then to the Union Oil Ghana Limited, Petrosol Ghana Limited, and then to Desert Oil, where I quit and then joined politics finally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. I'll call in Honorable Jerry to give some introductory remarks.
Honorable John Mensah, I expect you to be extra comfortable. I know you have the capacity to deal with the issues as they come up. for me, the only caveat is that you are a man of your own. And therefore, you are largely independent and you have the deliverables to go, the wherewithal, to let the Ghanaian people understand that the president has not made a wrong choice. So I expect you to go in to assist, but and with the mindset that you can tomorrow be a minister as well. So please, let's just go on that tangent, and I'm sure it will be a very good day for all of us. You are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. I think I will add to what Honorable Jerry has said about you, that what you are here to be interviewed on, which is basically your background, your experience, your competence, and your skills to fulfill the duty that is ahead of you. I have no doubt that you have the background. I have no doubt that you have the experience, and I'm absolutely sure that you have the competence and the skills for this role. But we'll still ask you questions. So I'm going to start basically with subject matter nominees here, or nominated by your side. And I will start with the Honorable Former Deputy Minister. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. My brother, congratulations. And Chairman, let me disclose that Richard is a very, very good friend of mine. But I have to do my job. So I have some few questions for him. I know he's supported by very strong people behind him. I've seen Mr. Butler, who is an industry player. My brother, a few questions. The Public Utility Workers Union of TUC, over the years, have been against the privatization of ECG. Recently, I saw your minister inaugurate a committee to look at the privatization of ECG. What is your view on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my minister's discussion or his take on the privatization of ECG is something that has become very necessary. We all can actually witness currently some issues that is going on with respect to ECG. So ECG currently needs capital injection. There are a lot of inefficiencies in the system. And I believe that bringing on board the private sector will play a very key role in resolving some of these challenges and also to make them financially buoyant to ensure that we have consistent and stable power supplies. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that even though the TUC has raised concerns, I think the direction that the minister has actually articulated is actually in the interest of Ghana and also of ECG.
You have a follow-up?
No, I don't.
Or next?
I think he has a follow-up.
Oh, you have a follow-up. Okay, please go ahead.
Boss, congratulations. Just a follow-up on this. While looking at privatization, over the years, it's normally about foreign players coming into the industry. Would you want to consider local players or a clearly local team that would take charge? Because that sector is a very important one. If you leave it out to foreign participants, I'm sure we'll not be able to pay for the tariffs that they will hit for us. Would you consider, institutional and local investors who would want to participate in this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the first place, I would like to draw attention that the privatization that it's been discussed, that is not to say that the whole ECG is going to be privatized. It is a section of their activities, mainly when you look at the distribution and then, or normally what is the billing, and then the collections is what the government is looking at privatizing, and that is to bring in private companies. This in companies, I think, Mr. Chairman, I would say that I have not had extensive discussion with my minister, but I believe that Ghana we have the Local Content Act. So whatever it is, it will not be left in the hands of foreign players. There would be private players if there need be.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
All right. So, my brother, the MPA rolled out a program they call the cylinder recirculation model. It has encountered some fierce resistance in terms of its mode of implementation from the LPG marketing companies. And I have a press release from the LPG marketing companies where they reiterate the agreement with MPA and think that this model can exit with their refilling model. Are you aware of this particular CRM policy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The CRM, I am very much abreast with the CRM. But I must say, Mr. Chairman, currently, my minister have not given me his indication on the CRM. But I would say, I'm saying this on my own to say that I think that the CRM, because I have been an industry player, well, the lesson I can say is that there's a need for us to engage the players. It is not enough to say that we should suspend the program entirely, but it is important. If I get opportunity, I would advise my minister to engage the local players, that is the players currently in the system, and also to get to know their real issues and engage. I was in a meeting just about a week ago and I heard the leader of the LPG distributors who made a strong case on this issue. So I would actually speak with my minister for us to consider having engagement with them. And I believe that the reports that will come out will determine whether it should be pursued or to be suspended. Thank you.
Chairman, I think I have my last one. For the past 3 weeks to 1 month, we've been experiencing some intermittent power situations, especially from those of us from the Ashanti region. And in my constituency specifically, the lights goes off at 6 p.m. The lights goes off at 6 p.m., comes up around 1 a.m. And it's happening especially in Ashanti region. There's been news reportage on that. And the reality on the ground is that not only Ashanti region, but other regions are experiencing the same. I just want to find out from you, is Dumelo back?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to assure my brother that Dumelo is not back. We all experienced a period of Dumelo, and we know what we went through in terms of even the time of when the lights goes off. There were shadows and all those things. What we see now, I cannot deny the fact that there has been some packet of some light, the lights going off in some areas, but that has not been something that you can describe as Dumelo. However, I want to alert you that I believe that you are just the immediate past Deputy Minister for Energy. And then you know that currently the West African gas pipeline is under maintenance. And most of our thermal plants use the gas from Nigeria. Those coming from Takoradi, because the pipeline is being worked on, we cannot bring the product from even Takoradi. And then also, government have made provision for liquid fuel to supplement it. However, there are some plants which are exclusively LPG, which I think that once there's a maintenance work, they may not get the needed gas to power their plants. And then also, I would want to add that I listened to my minister on TV, and West African Pipelines gave assurance that by the 6th of March, they will be done with their maintenance work. And I believe that once that is done, we will get enough gas to power the thermal plant. And this sense, you will not see it again. At least with my minister in place and myself, we work and make sure that this narrative of doing so will never come up again.
Oh, please, please. I don't want to argue with my brother. Oh, I follow up. Take your time. I don't want to argue with my brother, but I like his honesty that he says we're experiencing some challenges. I wish you well, my brother. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, I know that you are eloquent, you are competent to answer the questions put before you. But please, stay within what you are here for, and that is being vetted for a deputy minister designated. You are not here to talk about policy issues, because you will support the policies of your substantive minister so that we can smoothen this process. Just word of advice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will invite Honorable Shaibu to do a follow-up on the former Deputy Minister's questions. Honorable Shaibu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Nominee, is it the case that the question that the Honorable Minister, former Deputy Minister asked, is it the case that in the last 2-3 months we have experienced such sort of interruptions and power on and offs?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, respectfully. I think
Honorable Leader.
The re-examination.
Honorable Leader, I haven't given you the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, my very nice chairman. Mr. Chair, I think that my brother, who is a learned colleague, should stop the re-examination. The man there is very capable. The question has been asked, he's going to answer, he's answered them. Please, let's proceed. If we continue like this, we'll keep re-examining people and won't leave this place. It's just not necessary.
You may answer the question. Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to assure my brother that this is something that we even experienced during December. This is not new to us.
Okay. Honorable members, let's have one vetting, please.
Thank you.
I'm now going to go to my right and call an honorable. I'm dealing with subject matter now, so then I'll come back to you. Honorable, you have the floor.
All right. Congratulations, my brother. I have no doubt that you would perform to solidify our confidence in you. Well, talking about ECG, which happens to be the main topic of discussions. ECG being the distributor at the last stage of the value chain is confronted with a lot of problems. One has to do with the debt owed by government institutions. That's so crucial. And then also, we're talking about billing. Standardized billing. ECG has a problem with the amount of power that is produced and the billing that it does. Tell me, do you think that ECG should go the way of technology in such that from production to distribution, smart grids, using of efficient ways of energy and others, do you think that the way to go is that to go the way of technology and ensuring that technology is embedded from start to finish in order to ensure that revenue
revenue gotten at the stage can be used to satisfy all the debt. Do you get my questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the view that technology should be employed, at least to minimize the human interferences in our processes. I believe once it is done that way, some of the challenges that that confront ECG can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. The prices of electricity in Ghana happens to be one of the highest.
Honorable member, is this a follow-up question? The next question. All right. So this is your second question.
My second question.
Please go ahead.
Prices of electricity in Ghana can be considered to be one of the highest, among the highest in Africa. There are suggestions that the generation mix, there's the need for us to look at renewable energy, i.e. solar energy and others. What is your view on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as you directed, these are issues that mostly the policy side of it, I am yet to be informed from my minister. But I can say that currently Ghana, we have a mixed power generation. So we have a bit of the thermal, we have a bit of the renewables. However, we know that the thermal is quite expensive. So everyone is advocating for the renewable energies, which, if you look at the name of my ministry, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, and the line of green transition, it relies more on the renewable energy. And I think that we should pursue renewable energy in the nuclear and even gas itself, mini dams, and then solar, which is currently something that the ministry is working on. Thank you.
Follow up on that. Honorable Nominee, in areas such as the areas of Afajato, we're still talking about energy, cost of energy. Mr. Chairman, it is difficult when electricity is produced in Akosomo and transported all the way to a place like Axim, which makes it so expensive. So in areas where, like Afajato, where there are views that we should look at off-grids, where we don't have to rely so much on the main source of production, would you consider advising your minister that such policy should be pursued?
Thank you. I will consider that.
Chairman, my last question. Carbon credit. It is a known fact that Africa in general contributes less than 7% to the CO2 production worldwide. But then also, there is this agenda that we, as a nation, as a globe, should move away from fossil fuel. Honorable Minister, Honorable Nominee, how do you advise a developing country like Ghana that has so much oil that wants to bet on it for development? How do you advise such a country to say that leave your fossil fuel and then pursue renewable energy when the big states such as China and America are still producing so much pollution in regards to CO2? What would you advise for a country like Ghana in that regard?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my advice is that moving to renewables doesn't mean that we should abandon fossil fuel. It is a gradual process, and that is why it is called transition. So in the long run, we're all looking at the bigger picture, but we'll combine it. Ghana, as you mentioned, we have a lot of fossil fuel or hydrocarbons, which we cannot allow it to be stranded. We are still also pursuing the renewables as well. So we'll do the blend and make sure that at least at the end of the day, we achieve a net zero carbon. That is in the long term.
Follow-up question. Thank you, Honorable Nominee. This issue about carbon credit, it is a platform where developing countries like...
Honorable, hold on. Did you say a follow-up question of which? Of the last one. Of the last one, okay. Sure. Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Nominee, still on carbon credit, there is so much funds available when it comes to carbon credit. I've been thinking that instead of just planting trees, what would you say that we consider people like rubber farmers, rubber plantation farmers, and other palm oil plantation, palm tree plantation farmers, where we give support to these people. So just instead of just planting trees, we look at commercial tree planting, which will generate funds for the farmer at the end of the month, as opposed to just trees. Do you think it's a good idea to look at that option too?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in Ghana we have the Tree Crop Authority, which is focused on the planting of trees for commercial purpose or for food. So these are some of the things that we are already doing in Ghana. Even though I know my ministry is actually not into that, there's a ministry responsible for that. But I support the idea that whatever tree planting that we intend doing, we should not just look at it just for the trees or something, but it should also have an immediate economic benefit to the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now want to go to Honourable George Abuachi on my left. Abuaji on my left. You have the floor, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Nominee, congratulations. A very good friend and a classmate. As you are aware, investment to upstream sector is declining. Do you anticipate any changes in the fiscal regime governing the upstream petroleum sector to promote investment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as a Deputy Minister, I would assist my minister that whatever we have to do to entice a lot more investors into the upstream, we do that. And I believe that currently there are some agreements that we may have to look at it, and also the whole regime may have to be reviewed. Once we are doing the review, it's automatically that things that has to do with the fiscal regime would also be considered. So I'll work closely with my minister to ensure that whatever we have to do to make sure that upstream becomes very attractive, we'll pursue that. And my minister, through the sky, I have listened to him on radio, and even when he came for his vetting, indicated that he will put things in place to attract investors into the upstream.
Yes, Honourable.
Honourable Chairman, this is a follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead.
There are serious production shortfalls in all our oil fields. The Jubilee field has gone past its half-life, and there are decommissioning plans in the offing. What plans do you have or propose to boost the output of existing oil fields?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I earlier indicated, this powers, they all has to do with the policy issues, which I would work with my minister. However, I would say that there are also equally a lot of wells that have not been worked on. Our government is looking at getting on board so many wells so that we can improve upon our upstream production. Currently, I think that, as you said, I looked at the numbers and it wasn't encouraging. We went as high as almost about 179,000. Now we are hovering around 89,000 barrels a day, which is not encouraging.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
If you still have any...
Yeah. Energy efficiency and conservation are key factors in a country's development. What are the strategies to achieve it with your support to the minister? Energy conservation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With energy conservation and efficiency, I think the most effective strategy that will be employed is education. And then also the implementation of the existing regulations in that area. So I would actually support my minister for us to enhance the education for effective energy use. And then also, in terms of the regulations that are currently in place, we'll make sure that it's fully implemented. And then encourage people to use new appliances. I think that's also another way of ensuring energy efficiency. Currently, I've heard a new thing that is called response demand, which is when people will be, whilst we educate, people will learn how to use energy or power less even within the peak period. And this can help our energy security.
My last question. Thank you. The generation mix of this country have majority of the power plants being peaking plants. Per your government energy policy, do you have plans to include a base load plant to bring down cost of power?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I listened to my minister, Honorable John Jinapo, at his vetting. He indicated that his administration and the NDC government will consider the introduction of nuclear energy or nuclear power, which is one source of base load. And it is also very, in terms of costs, it's very affordable, and that can translate and help our prices to be lower. So I must say that I would encourage my minister to pursue the area of bringing on board the base load generation, which is nuclear and even mini dams that we can invest in to also help our energy mix.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Just hold on a second. Leader, you're welcome. I'm going to suggest that you take your rightful place. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. A very good friend. I wish you well. We will meet.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're done. Okay, I'm going to revert back to my right and invite Honorable Umar to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Honorable Nominee, congratulations. I wish you well. But I have a question regarding the trends of power, price structure in Ghana, and looking at the cost. Should we expect new tariffs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to find out from the honourable member, new tariff as in high, low, or stable? Thank you.
Any.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the tariff in Ghana, mostly from the little information I've had, indicates that about 60% of it is made up of generational costs. And then other factors are also added to it. I believe that if we are able to manage the cost of generation, it is very likely that the cost of generation, if we're able to manage it and reduce it, and then also when we are able to also work on the distribution and then collection losses in the system, it will help the prices or the tariff to come down. However, if we're not able to do this, it will be a problem for us. But that is where I come in as a deputy minister. I'll work closely with my minister and ensure that whichever effective strategies we have to put in place to make sure that we get a very relatively low generational costs and also work efficiently to reduce the distribution and then collection losses, it will help bring the tariff down. Thank you.
You have a follow-up or a next question?
Next question.
Okay, please. Go ahead.
Honorable Nominee, this question, I don't need any explanation, no details. I just want no or yes. And I'm going to read. As a deputy minister, you are coming to support. Are you, one, ready to support your minister to initiate the Light Up Ghana project to support the 24-hour economy by resuming the Universal Street Lighting Program? Yes or no?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will support my minister.
Thank you. Are you ready to support your minister to promptly resolve all disputes between upstream oil and gas players and the government of Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will support my minister.
Are you ready to support your minister to apply ESLA for its intended purposes?
Honorable member, if that's a follow-up question, that will not be allowed. Please ask your substantive, because you've already asked a follow-up question. Please, go to your last question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready to apply ESLA, support your minister to apply ESLA, that is ESLA, for its intended purposes?
Yes, I will support my minister.
I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I would like to stay on my rights. Then before I come to honorable, you take it, okay. All right, so then we'll exhaust the side, and then you take the issue. Okay, so I will exhaust the right-hand side, and then I'll give the leader the opportunity to come in. And hopefully he will wrap up from his end, and I can wrap the whole meeting up. Thank you. When it comes, yeah, because I didn't know you wanted to. Yeah, okay. So please, you have the...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Deputy Minister. In the previous government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the then Minister Finance attempted to transition ministry, department, and agencies to use the solar energy to reduce the government bill that has to be paid. What are you going to do to, push for this to take place? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is something that my minister has indicated that he's going to pursue. That is, government institutions, including even parliament, are going to be given, or they're going to install solar panels in government institutions, which includes parliament. So I will support my minister to pursue this.
On this note, Mr. Chair, congratulations. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me get some understanding here from the leader. Leader, you did say that you will wrap, that exclude Honorable Patrick Boama. All right, okay, fair enough. Honorable Patrick Boama, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Chair. And congratulations, Richard. And I'm sure the Methodist Church will be proud of you. You know about Ghana Oil Company Limited. It's an agency under your ministry. They recently constructed a $45 million bitumen plant in Tema to reduce the importation of bitumen into the country, which stands about 11-point-something billion $1 million a year. I don't know your briefing. Were you briefed on this plant and how you are going to increase the production level of bitumen through that facility to assist with the road construction in this country? I don't know if you got the right briefing on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have not had briefing on this.
Smart one. then you need proper briefing on that. Because I've seen some appointments being made to GOIL and the Board of GOIL and what have you.
I will protect you if you agree to conclude.
Chairman, am I being harassed?
I wouldn't do that to you. Please feel free and go ahead.
I wish the nominee well, Chairman.
Thank you.
Patrick Boama, as reasonable a man as you've always been. Honorable Ladi, you have the floor now. And then after you, we'll come to the leader.
I will not be tempted. You see now.
Honorable, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, my brother. There is an issue I have observed, and it's quite worrying. It looks like many times it eludes every government, not only this. The issue of our institutions. When I talk of our institutions, especially our tertiary and secondary schools, you tend to realize that sometimes they have a lot of electricity bills to pay. And it's very difficult for them. That's giving the masters, the principals, what have you, a big headache. Sometimes even they get cut off and they suffer a lot. I know solar power may look expensive. As a deputy, if fortunately you are given the nod, will you consider suggesting to your minister that at least our tertiary institutions and the secondary schools should be given some solar lighting opportunity so that it would reduce this problem of ours? Because most of our institutions, I believe that they can get enough sunshine to get solar lights working. Will you make that suggestion to your minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would suggest and then support my minister in this regard.
If I tell you that excellent, again, I'll get another boost, but I'll say it excellent. Our markets, where most of us women, sometimes we go to the market, we even stay into the night, and we also go very early. Many times the women get there when it's quite dark in the morning, and they leave very late. But you realize there is no enough lighting in the markets. No street lights. The places are not properly wired. So sometimes you have market fires, and sometimes even they lose some items because they tend not to see or know when there is darkness. Some of the things that may be pilfered away or whatsoever. Will you suggest to your minister, when you get the nod, that our markets should be taken care of? There should be enough lighting systems, street lights, all over the market, and that the stores in the markets that use electricity should be looked into, and the women should be supported to ensure that wiring to their stores are properly done. Because you may go and see one pole with more than 20 connections. And when there is any least mistake, the place gets engulfed in fire. Will you suggest this to the minister? And will you follow up? Because I will follow you and ask you about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will do that. I will actually suggest to my minister and also make sure I follow up on it.
More than excellent. I'll add a 0 to the 100 to make it 1,000%. And I won't say bye-bye, because if I say it and add to the excellent, it will be another story. Be ready. I will come to your office and follow up on these things to prompt you that you have to ensure that you remind your minister about this. I wish you all the best in all your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much, Honorable Member, Honorable Leader, with your indulgence, I want to continue to stay on the right and ask Honorable Shaibu to come in. Then after that, I'll cede the floor to you. Thank you.
Chairman, I'm exceedingly grateful. Honorable Nominee, congratulations one more time. I want us to go back to GOIL, and this time around, whether you have the briefing or not, because you have been a player in the downstream, you have a fair idea. What is the state of GOIL as we speak today, from your experience on the downstream industry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, even though I've been in the downstream for some time, at least for the last 5 years I've been in Parliament, I've not actually been following what goes on in GOIL. GOIL is a listed company. This year their accounts are not out. So if it's out, I'll be able to speak to it because I've not received any briefing. But if the accounts are out, at least based on that, as an accountant, I'll be able to tell the performance of GOIL. Thank you.
Thank you. One other critical one, and I know that it affects most legislators seated here, those of us who represent rural communities. Rural water supply has become a big issue. And even though when you manage to get a borehole to the communities, now electricity is extended to those communities. We try to do connectivity to mechanize those boreholes for the communities. Payment of electricity bill on those mechanized boreholes has been a big issue. I know that street lighting is charged to the entire generality of the population. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, mechanized borehole for rural communities is for the entire community. Why would we be billing the community for, a service that is akin to a street light for the entire community? Would you suggest to your minister, or take this up when you get to office, that mechanization of rural communities is not for commercial purpose? It is for the community usage. Would you suggest that this be treated like street lighting and that you don't bill those to the communities?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's a fantastic idea you have actually shared here. I would actually also recommend it to my minister, and then we'll see how best we can take this thing on. Thank you.
On this note, Mr. Speaker, let me wish my good friend the very best. I know you will do well at the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. At this stage, you want to ask the question? Please, please, I'll call in the leader to take the floor. To take the floor. Leader, you have the floor.
How many master's degrees do you have?
Mr. Chairman, I have one, and I have another one. I'm awaiting graduation.
Are you done with school, or you are still on your project work?
Mr. Chairman, I'm done with school.
have you submitted all academic work for assessment?
Mr. Chairman, I've done so.
The assessment of your project work has not been marked and result published, correct?
Mr. Chairman, it's been marked and it's been published.
Can you provide evidence of same to this committee with the leave of chairman?
Honorable nominee, I grant you the leave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do so.
One of your referees, you provided reference. You provided 2 referees on your CV. One of them says you are opinionated. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't share in that view because I'm not.
But you provided his name, not us. You provided the name of an individual to be your referee for the purposes of this vetting. And the person says you are opinionated when the records of his knowledge of you was sought. And you are challenging that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I have to respond, I would say that, as it is said, opinion is something that that's how people see things. So if that is how we send it, I will also assess myself and try to do the right thing.
Yeah, but he has worked with you, and you, for all the people in the world, you felt that these are people who know you well. Are you suggesting that you have a disagreement with the view expressed that you opinionated?
Mr. Chairman, as I earlier said, that is the view somebody has seen and actually...
Not somebody, your own referee.
So that is the view my referee has shared. I have actually taken notes.
I take it in good faith. Say so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So continue. I'm aiding you with the phrase. I take it in good faith.
So, Mr. Chairman, I take it in good faith.
Going to be a deputy minister. Your substantive minister is very assertive. If you carry this opinionated posture to him, you will suffer. I've been in government before. You'll be reading newspapers. That is why I want you to have the opportunity of, making a statement on that. Because this is coming from your own referee. You want to be the deputy minister who will be reading newspapers? Is that what you want?
No, Mr. Chairman.
What do you say to this reference, character reference position that you opinionated? The nation is listening to you. Your minister is listening to you.
Mr. Chairman, as I earlier indicated, I take it in good faith and I'll try and work towards it.
You are, however, also described as being a go-getter, responsible and diligent. What assurances have you to your minister regarding these positive traits?
Mr. Chairman, I assure my minister that I'm going to employ all the traits.
Now, Asen Gomwa Brofedu, where is that located? Is it the one on the Straight Road or that's differently located elsewhere?
Mr. Chairman, that is on the Ankamud Mankasim Road.
And that's where Daddy comes from, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you don't come from there, do you?
Mr. Chairman, I come from Gomwa Sempin. That is my mother's hometown.
Now, what is the state of the roads in Gomwa? What did you say? Sempini? Asempini. Answer me in Gomwa. Your response to this question should be in Gomoa.
Hold on. Yes. Hold on a second.
This has to do with constituency.
Honorable Leader, if you want to go the local language way, may I also remind you that our standing orders suggest that it's translated so that it can be captured in the report.
Very well.
Otherwise, it will not be in the report. So
We'll
what is your
assist No, Chairman. We can assist in the translation. Otherwise, the record can be transcribed. You know, for that to be done, it's not a problem at all. I mean, this is to the nation. Brofuno ya doso. Then it's constituent. Once when there, oba hano gumuyampa oti gumwa onyimwon how and all that. So that shouldn't be a problem at all. We shouldn't have a problem. What I'm saying is that I want him to speak. Hajia, when I got somebody to speak Hausa, you see, Hajia, when I got somebody to speak your language, they spoke Wale, and they spoke Hausa, you were so happy. Now you're saying that what did leader say? Did you translate that, the other ones? Very well. I was basically saying that when he gets opportunities to speak his mother tongue, those constituents will know that one of their own is here, and the necessary inspiration could be drawn. And there's a need for us to spice it, this whole process with our Ghanaian language. Enough of the brofo, and all that. Yeah.
Leader, I do agree with you absolutely. What I'm saying is, if Honorable does that, I would like him to have it in English so that it can be captured in the report. That's basically.
Chairman, you are a good man. There's no problem at all.
All right. Okay.
So
please go ahead.
Go ahead and answer that in Gomoa. You are
you,
not
Mr.
going to
Chairman.
speak Fanti. You are going to speak Gomoa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mikrum Kwine, Fiti Chirinkwanta, Requas and Pinin, Ukwine Wongudu da.
O constituency Hona Kasanyina, Gomoa West, a corner to them, the entire constituency, a corner to them.
Gomoa West,
hold on, Leader. I don't want to be doing this, but your question, which is being asked in Fanti or Gomoa, for us to know the questions you are asking, for which he is providing answers for, we would like to have your question that you ask in English as well.
What is the state of your roads in the constituency, Gomoa West constituency?
Mr. Chairman, Gomoa Akwain Ninyinara Nye.
Now, within the past 8 years, referring to the Akufo-Addo administration, were some of the roads done?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
English, please, Leader, before he answers.
Yeah, I said it in English.
You said, is it the same? I thought you said
the second.
Okay. Okay. You also do it in English so that we can capture the conversation.
Mr. Chairman, within the last 8 years, a section of the Gomoa Ankamo to Gomoa Isikuma Road, just about 3 kilometers of it was tarred. This is a 15-kilometer road, but about 3 kilometers was tarred.
Are there some ongoing projects in terms of the road, ongoing road construction that the contractors are yet to complete?
Mr. Chairman, all roads that were started even in 2020 were not completed. They were all abandoned. However, in the last 2 weeks, the Gomoa Asen Township Road, the contractor has returned to site and is working on it.
Can you say that in your mother tongue, that answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From 2020, every 2020, Akwanya Abansha say ordinance kind a bit today, Mankwadi Road, Abrekum Road, and Kamude Rampon Road, Asen Township Road, the Markwanya Yinara. Contractors in Wofido Sand Aban with Chawaka. Nemum, a year now to be able to say me. And a year contractor was Asen Township Road on the Wakodori and Wujuma, Australia, which are the company which may good order mine.
So this contractor who is back on your road is still yet to be paid, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Your first term as a member of parliament, what were some of the support you received from government for your constituents? Say that in your mother tongue.
Mr. Chairman, my first term in parliament, I buy them war my constituency. My common fan, I buy UTI. The member of parliament, ne brano, Brebiara also to the UTI, UTI. The common fan, on ban ne brano. Internet, and then Mamus Masakaya, common fund, educational fund, a year gets fund, and a year health insurance, social intervention. And then the Brebiara said, Oban, Mesakan be Mabdi Juma, Ogumawes.
Honorable Nominee, if you don't say what you've just said in English, it will not be captured. That's your choice, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I indicated that during my tenure, my first tenure, the support I received from government was basically the common fund, the District Assembly Common Fund, the GETS Fund, the NHI Fund, and then the Social Intervention Fund.
Please share with us the projects you undertook with this support.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, within my 4 years tenure, every community in Gumwa West, I undertook some projects there. Some has to do with support for community center. Some has to do with school renovation. I also did even some chip compound that I started, some health facilities that I renovated, some health equipment I supplied, and then support to students, and then other young people, support to start business, and then for training.
Did you receive street lights from the Ministry of Energy?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honorable Chairman, I did receive street lights.
Year on year or just once?
Mr. Chairman, I received 3 times.
And these street lights, Honorable Petu, respectfully, the member who says he received 3 times, and you are saying twice, are you the one who received it? These things must stop. You are not the one I'm posing a question to. He says he received 3 times on oath. You are sitting there saying that twice. I mean, why this? Please. He's capable of answering his questions.
Honorable Leader, your point is well taken. Please, members.
If you are a friend of the committee, Chairman,
please,
you should advise.
There's one meeting, one vetting. And it is the responsibility of the nominee to answer the questions that is being asked. And honorable members should know better and know the rules that the honorable nominee is capable of answering the questions that are put to him. So I will urge you to stay away from communicating with the nominee because the nominee is on the oath. Thank you. Leader, please continue.
So the support in terms of street lights from the Energy Ministry is not part of the Common Fund, Get Fund, NHI support, as well as the SIF support. It's not part of those you listed earlier, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Correct. Honorable nominee, you have stated as hobbies reading, traveling, and teaching. Let's stay a bit on reading. When you say reading, what and what do you read?
Mr. Chairman, I read any literature that that comes to me, I read them.
No particular interest?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share with us any book you've read and lessons you've learned from that? The title of the book and the story and what you've learned out of it.
Mr. Chairman, I read Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe.
What lessons did you learn from Things Fall Apart? But before the lessons you learned, just share with us a summary of Things Fall Apart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's one interesting thing I learned in the Things Fall Apart. The summary. Mr. Chairman, I learned about the character. The summary, I would actually put it around the character of Okonkwo.
When did you read Chinua Achebe? I just want to know when you read that. Yeah.
Chairman.
No. Answer the question, but I want to know how long ago did you read this, Chinua Achebe? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read Chinua Achebe some 5 years ago. However, when I became a member of parliament, I have been doing so much reading. So I don't get time to do the regular reading that I used to do, because I have to read other stuffs and also have some academic work along the line too.
You must have some memory of what the
Have you taken over?
I haven't taken over. I have just come in. Leader, I haven't taken over. I just want to substantiate what you just said. And I'm saying that if you read it about 5 years ago, that will determine your recollection, unless maybe you have a, what is it called, a photo, yeah. But answer the question so that we'll know how simple or how you struggle to recollect things. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So that is where I said there's one section of Chinua Achebe's book which I took very much interest in, and has to do with how we see people who come around us. It talked about when you do an invitation and you bring people together to actually feed them. It doesn't mean that they cannot buy food for themselves, but it's actually for the good of it. So as a person, I believe that any time that you get people to come around you, it is not because they want something from you, but actually to show solidarity and also to portray our culture as Africans and that receptive life that we live.
You earlier referred to Okonkwo. What have you to tell us about Okonkwo?
Mr. Chairman, I just indicated that Okonkwo's love for people and the quest to always bring people around him is something that I have learned from him.
You mean Okonkwo's love for people and to say it again?
Mr. Chairman, I said Okonkwo's receptive life that is always bringing people together is to show love to them. It's something that I also have learned.
That is what Okonkwo, that's how Okonkwo is portrayed in Things Fall Apart. You mean the book written by Chinua Achebe? Would you want to have an opportunity to refreshing your memory now, or will you prefer that you stay clear of this Chinua Achebe book? Since it's been 5 years since you said you read it 5 years ago. I can move away from it if you don't immediately recollect. Do you remember anything about bravery?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
And that bravery is associated with who?
It's associated with Okonkwo.
Now you are back home. But this love for people and all, anyway. You said 5 years ago, so it's okay. At least you remember the bravery part of Okonkwo. The chairman says that perhaps you refresh your memory,
Yes,
and after this vetting, you come.
I grant you the leave to go and refresh your memory and meet a leader, a week or 3 weeks later, to have a private discussion with him on Okonkwo. So I will urge leader to move away from the Okonkwo subject. Thank you, leader.
They said a man's skin must be rough. His smile must be brief. You remember that one?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
You remember that one?
Yes, sir.
And his food must be what?
I don't remember that part.
Okay. So keep that one in mind. Was Okonkwo very proud of his dad?
Mr. Chairman, kindly come again.
Was Okonkwo proud of his dad, the man who gave birth to him?
No, he wasn't.
Why?
He felt his father was weak. He felt his father didn't exhibit the bravery of a man.
Now you are back home. You see, I'm bringing you, but now you have got into your comfort zone. So after I wasn't being hard on you. All right? So, having read Okonkwo's, having read Chinua Achebe and Things Fall Apart, what have you to share with the youth regarding the lessons you learned from Things Fall Apart? Things
Leader.
Fall Apart, the center cannot hold, the falcon cannot hear the falconer.
Leader, I think I appeal to you on the Okonkwo issue. But since you are Okonkwo, I just want to tell you that in the same Okonkwo, it said wisdom is like a goat skin bag. Each man carries his own. That's my Okonkwo. So take a cue from that.
Chairman, this nominee doesn't need to be helped. He's capable. Just don't worry yourself much. He's my junior brother, and he knows that I won't put him in harm's way. I just want him to demonstrate his ability to withstand the pressures of public life. It is your first time, correct? Your first time in public life, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Have you done any business of your own and on your own prior to occupying this high office? Yes, no?
Yes.
Tell us about that business.
Mr. Chairman, I am actually, before coming to Parliament, I worked as a corporate executive in the downstream oil sector. Along the line, I had some personal businesses in the sector.
What were those personal businesses?
Mr. Chairman, I had some retail outlets and do petroleum transportation.
Retail, did you register those businesses? Those retail outlets business, did you register them?
Mr. Chairman.
Did you, sorry, let me put it correct, rightly. Did you register an entity to do a business in this country? Sole proprietorship, partnership, limited liability company. Which of these did you do your business under?
Mr. Chairman, my business I did before coming to Parliament was solely, I do build and then lease out the property. So it was purely
Wait. Mr. Richard John Mensah, wait. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Proud to this, your current position, are you able to share with us any business that you had initiated, done on your own, not working for somebody, your own business?
Mr. Chairman, I did business as a dealer with my company with a notice of my chief executive.
Right, so let's deal with the dealer. As a dealer, which entity did you register for the purpose of the dealership? Was it a limited liability company, a partnership company, or sole proprietorship?
Mr. Chairman, I did it as a personal business, which wasn't registered.
Meaning you didn't pay taxes?
Mr. Chairman, I paid my taxes as part of my personal taxes. All taxes were paid.
So, which year, from which year to which year are you referring to? Which period did you pay those taxes? So, you mean the profit you made on those dealership business, the retail outlets selling petroleum products, you earn some profit and pay taxes on, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
From which period to which period?
Mr. Chairman, I did up to 2020.
From when to 2020?
So, Mr. Chairman, the business is such that as a dealer, there's a margin that is given to you. As and when you make profit, it is paid. Within the period 2018 to 2020, that was when I was active in the business. But then the business had gone down.
Not a problem. Pay attention to my question. I don't want us to stay too long. So, you did that business between 2018 and 2020, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that was when I was actively involved in it.
That's fine. So, if we give you the opportunity, would you be able to furnish us with the taxes you paid on those business within that period? Not now, before your confirmation. Can we have those taxes to include in our report?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Leader, you need a leave from me for that.
Sorry. I agree. Chairman, thank you so much. Yes. So, but he's answered us that he will make that available.
Right. Since he's answered, granted, after your answer.
Then you were also talking about building and selling. So explain that business to us as well.
Mr. Chairman, it's not a house and building. It's the same retail business because you have to build before you can be given the dealership.
Build what?
I'm saying that the retail, I didn't say I was selling. So now that I am a member of parliament, I cannot actively take part in the retail business. So I actually lease it out for somebody to operate.
And you mean building a retail outlet, filling station, you have not registered it? Is that what you are telling the country? That you build a retail outlet, doing dealership, filling station, and it is not a registered entity? That's what you want to tell the country?
Mr. Chairman, retail outlets can be registered in a person's name.
You have it registered in your name?
I mean, sorry, Mr. Chairman, you can actually get a permit of a retail outlet in your name.
Yes, so all the retail outlets that you built, you have them in your name, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I have one retail outlet in my name.
When did you get that permit?
I took the permit in 2016.
And you have that permit still with you?
So, Mr. Chairman, currently it is not run by me. Permit every year annually is renewed. So the current operator will actually register the permit in the name of the operator.
So, with the leave of the chairman, we'll be happy you furnish us with the very permit that you had in your name at a later date, since you may not have it here.
Very well. Honorable Nominee, please answer as I have given you the leave.
So, Mr. Chairman, my old permits in my name are still, I still have them. Even though some, mostly when you do, the permit is given to you, it is kept at the station. So I have to actually call for it.
So this program you call Master of Arts, Energy Law, what does it entail?
Mr. Chairman, it actually deals with the whole energy sector, that is the downstream, the upstream, and then electricity.
Proud to you joining the NDC fraternity. Were you an MPP member?
Mr. Chairman, I have never been a member of the MPP and I've never bear a card of MPP.
You've never borne a card, you mean?
Never.
Okay. So, so you were not a card-bearing member of the NPP, proud to join NDC?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, one of your referees says that when you were in school, you were paying the fees for some of your colleagues who were struggling with their fees. You must be a man who embraces charity, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When I was doing my first master's program, I used to support my colleagues.
And your constituents, with you going to the energy sector, should expect more, correct?
Mr. Chairman, my constituents know that I'm someone that if I have every opportunity, I will help.
So they should expect more, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask my constituents to be moderate because the economy, the economy that we have now. No, not. We are talking about money economy, not. I'm talking about the money pocket economy.
Explain what you mean by money economy.
When I say money economy, it's the money in your pocket. So there's not much money in my pocket, so I want them to be.
No. I'm not talking about now. Now they will believe you, but they would understand you. Now that you have not entered the energy ministry, but you are going there, you're going to be a board member here, there, deputy energy minister. You're saying that they should moderate? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Should every constituent in need expect your support to the extent that you can provide, irrespective of partisan colors?
Mr. Chairman, this is something I have done even when I was not a member of parliament. But as I always say that it is as and when I have it available, I would always make sure that irrespective of your party affiliation, I will give the needed support.
Some constituents who were interviewed as part of the due diligence we did claim that sometimes you are not reachable. It's a general sin that all of us cannot escape. What assurances have you for them that you would have a system in place for you to be reached?
Mr. Chairman, I have noted this. However, Mr. Chairman, I have a system, even when you call and you don't get me. Before midnight, I return every call that I have missed within the day. Maybe when I call the person back and then he doesn't, his line is also not active, I may lose that opportunity. However, getting into this position, I know there will be a lot of calls besides the work I have. I'll put in place mechanism that would make sure that I'm able to reach out to my people.
Let's deal with ECG. You earlier said that ECD needs to be privatized. Explain the form of privatization you are suggesting for ECG.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the whole involvement of the private sector in the ECG, I am not privy to it. I was only sharing a view that we may look at the billing and then the metering system and also the collection, that we can engage a private sector, at least to ensure that some inefficiencies in the system, they can help us plug it.
So you believe that there are inefficiencies at ECG, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share some of the inefficiencies?
So, Mr. Chairman, as also a consumer of power, and then having been a member of parliament, there are places I've been to that people have complained that they have meters, but nobody comes for the bills. So sometimes you'll be there for 3 years, and then they come with a huge bill, which the people are unable to pay. I think this is also some of the inefficiencies that I've identified.
Would you agree to a suggestion to the effect that there must be prepaid meters across board? Every ECG consumer must be given a prepaid meter.
Mr. Chairman, I do agree that prepaid meters should actually be installed, at least to help curtail some of the losses that we record.
How proactive would this be considered? Because it's a major drain on us as a country. I hope you know that.
Chairman, I just want to find out if the meters, the ECG prepaid meters is a drain, or the absence of it is a drain to our coffers?
Well, you said earlier that there's a problem with the billing system. And sometimes it takes a year or more, somebody has not been billed. There are all manner of illegal connections. People who are even billed sometimes do not pay. But if you have a prepaid system where through technology consumption is monitored, the inefficiency you are talking about can be addressed. That is what I am trying to ask you, whether in that context you can assure us of a proactive approach in dealing with this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that with the prepaid meter being installed across the country is a very good step. However, it's one thing installing the prepaid, is another thing also people even getting the opportunity when it comes to paying or even buying the paying advance, because there are instances where people have to go and queue before they can buy credits.
No, we've passed that stage long ago, Honorable. Don't take us back. I mean, the queuing for credit, where your credits get exhausted, you finish, and you have to sleep in darkness till the next morning, unless you are not in Ghana. Don't take us back. There's nothing like queuing. Please be up to date. Bring your attention to this engagement. And don't generalize. Bring your attention to this engagement. I'm laying sufficient foundation to guide you. But don't talk about a situation where people queue. That era is way gone. We don't queue to buy prepaid credits, units, they call it, and all that. So please, Honorable, you buy from your phone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know in my house in the constituency, I buy on the phone. In my house in Accra, we go to the vendor and pay for it. That is the issue that I'm actually pointing out.
But so don't say there's queuing. There's nothing like queuing for whatever you want to describe it, but there's nothing like that. I mean, it's a matter of fact. Only yesterday, I was chairing that board. So you are going there. Don't let us create a certain impression. However, Honorable, there's something I would want to share, and it's for you. This is not a question. You see, we as a political class, I believe that the way we act, the public servants, the civil servants, watch us and sometimes they laugh. We say all manner of things about ourselves, and we go and meet a system that we are unable to implement. And even where we want to implement a new, policy, there is a certain level of resistance, and it becomes political. Today, you are hearing of ECG importing items, and those items staying at the port for a long time, and in the end, customs will confiscate, sell to individuals, and they resell to ECG. I hope you've heard that story.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But the little investigation I did, at the time I assumed the chair, in July, when this thing came to our attention, was that the same setup will tell the political head that, oh, this is the system already there. And when you want to disturb it, they would either use a union or use the media to frustrate you. Then when things go bad, it's the same politician. I'm sharing this with you for you to be fortified well enough so that when you get there, you will be bold to lead real reforms in that sector, because only one deputy minister is going to support the sector minister. So you have a lot of responsibilities. So if you are not assertive, you spend your time there, come back, and it's the same political football. Is an advice well taken?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I tried it at Ghana Water. I rather became the victim. And it makes me sad as a politician because we don't lend support to each other for real reform. So the time comes, election, and the structural defects, the inefficiencies become the subject matter of campaign. And when we are done, the same thing remains. A new person comes and they will be laughing at us. And 4 years will come again. And then the inefficiencies become the basis for another campaign. So I pray that this privatization that the previous administration had initiated, which some way, somehow became political, and the previous administration had abandoned, in your time, when the same forces of darkness in the sector are frustrating you, you'll be bold to implement the privatization there. Because I support the privatization, which privatization would bring efficiency. All right? I hope you'll be bold to do that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Support your minister. Because there's a serious drain on us as a country. And if we, you and I, do not stand firm as leaders, the system will crash on our heads. Now, that said, let me ask you about the industry proper, where you are going. What do you bring on board? What do you bring on board as a deputy energy minister? What should be the expectation of your minister?
Mr. Chairman, I am going to assist my minister in every way that I can to ensure that he also succeeds on his mandate.
Give us some of the sectors under your ministry, the agencies. List some of them for us.
Mr. Chairman, we have the GMPC, we have the Ghana Gas Company, we have Tema Oil Refinery, we have Petroleum Commission. This is within the petroleum sector. We have GOIL, Ghana Oil Company. In the power sector, we have the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG. We have NEDCO. We have the Energy Commission. We have the VRA, Volta River Authority. We have the BUI. And then I think these are the few I can mention, but there are lots. There are about 16 agencies under my ministry.
So you have 16 agencies?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And what will be your contribution in enhancing the efficiency of these institutions? Because I know as a deputy minister, you are going to serve on the boards of quite a number of them by way of the law that governs operations of these agencies. You would have to be on some boards. What do you bring on board?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak to the fact that I'm going to serve on any board, but I can assure that wherever my boss, the sector minister, places me, and whatever task he gives to me, I'll be very diligent and make sure I deliver to the best of my abilities.
So share with us the energy policy of your party. Share with us your energy policy.
Mr. Chairman, the sector, if I derive it from the president, is based on the...
Wait. The energy policy as contained in your manifesto is what I'm referring to. What is the energy policy as contained in your manifesto? If you've not read it, say so, let's abandon it. If you would want to refer to your manifesto, say so, because I have your manifesto with me. If you don't have yours, I would give you your manifesto so that you say so, you know. Let's be clear so that I don't waste my time on that. It's
Mr.
not
Chairman, I have not appraised myself with the whole policy.
Mr. Chair, that will be all for the nominee.
Thank you very much, Leader. I have number of times, can't recount. I know that Leader and the MPP party and members of parliament are a bit infatuated with the NDC manifesto. And you keep asking us to produce our manifesto. But as a leader of the party, yes, I'm just, please, relax. And many a times, you ask us, is finished, to produce our manifesto. I have said that our manifesto is not a driving license. So we don't carry it with us that you will be asking us to produce it. But if you have an issue in it, please, by all means, but to get our nominees to produce the party's manifesto, you ask them to produce Ghana's constitution, I can understand. But the party's manifesto, which I know you have a copy, I'll grab a copy from you. So, please, Leader, I will appeal to you when you ask your questions on our manifesto. But, please.
Chairman, you want to be nominated?
Honorable Member, you are out of order. Honorable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I'm actually wrapping up. And I'm not asking you a question, actually. I want your view on something. When Ghana became an oil-producing nation, under His Excellency, our former president, President Atta Mills, who is no longer with us, he set up commercial producer of oil. He set up 3 funds, basically not alone, but with the government at the time. I'm sure you are aware of the ABFA, which is the annual budget funding. And then we had a stabilization fund, which is the one that we draw from it as and when need be. There was a third one in his wisdom, as the wisdom of former President Atta Mills, which is known as the Heritage Fund. I'm sure you've heard about the Heritage Fund. And the idea was that he wants the oil that we have today, some of the revenue that come out of it, to be put away for future generation. So it's basically a fund or a sovereign fund which is invested in other jurisdictions to earn revenue on it and build it up for future generation. You are going into the energy ministry. You are a young man. So the future generation that His Excellency Professor Mills thought about then, you are one of the people that he was thinking about, and even those who will come after. That fund has been in operation for many years. Many opinions on it, I wouldn't say government, have had a different thought as to what to do with that money. It's got a sunset on it at some stage. But
Chairman, since you're new star, if you appeal to us again, it will be difficult to.
You want to come in, I'll give you the space to come in.
I'm talking to my
But,
deputy.
Okay. Please.
Chairman, this is your sermon.
Then
your next nominee may suffer. Let's finish. He's gone.
And
Discharge him.
basically, what I basically wanted to ask you is that what is your view, your personal view as a young man and somebody going into the energy space? What Ghana should use that money for, in your own view? It's not a policy opinion, if you have any, for future generation. This is a personal view. That,
The man. Honorable nominee, Chairman is seeking your view on a matter which may lead you into temptation. You know, if you do a political punch, you may be discharged, but your next nominee may suffer. So the choice is yours. You are going to support your minister, and chairman wants to solicit some political views from you to score some political point. I don't have a problem, but if you answer, and I think the answer is very political, I will come up with a follow-up question that may delay you here, or it may affect the next nominee. So as for me, you are my brother. We are all Gomwa Efutu people. I'm just advising you that you can beg of chairman, that chairman, easy, pocho, actually, now we're on sound as you.
You may or may not have a view. It's a view. So please answer the question. If you have a view or you don't have a view.
Heritage Fund, look at the law when it was.
I'm not asking about it.
Mr. Chairman.
But you were asking about what?
His view.
Which view?
His view.
The Heritage Fund was established 2007. Look, discharge your nominee, let him go in peace. Where you are going to is slippery. You create problems for him.
Leader.
The chairman, you've had a peaceful day.
Leader.
The law was established 2007.
We'll continue to have a peaceful day.
Kufuor founded oil, and it's under Kufuor that we had the heritage. Look at the law.
Leader, are you enhancing the view question I'm asking, or you are?
Okay, you go ahead.
Please, honorable nominee. Please, your view.
Do you have a view or not?
Are you?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I will actually follow what my minister pursue with this.
This is not a policy question. I was asking.
Mr. Chairman, I will seek the guidance from my minister.
No. Right. Honorable members, let's have one meeting here. Okay, Honorable Nominee, I am going to. Honorable Nominee, I am just going to. I have been given a list of people, friends and family who came to support you. And I'm going to call out their names and thank them for coming to support you. I have here on top of my list, Mrs. Anita Pencil Jan Mensah, which is your spouse. Nana Kofi Kwa II, Odikro of Gomwa, Jokwa, representative of the Gomwa Ejumakun Traditional Council. Nana Apaba IV, the Queen Mother of Gomwa Imperium, I'm sure I've got the name right, Imprumu, representative of the Omahini of Ejumaku Traditional Area. Nana Obu Mensah IX, Odikro of Gomwa Mampon, is also a representative of the Gomwa Asen Traditional Council. Dr. George Blankson, the former Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Our own Nana Sambru Butler, who is the chairman of the Central Regional Accra Caucus of the NDC. Mrs. Sati Okran, Central Regional Accra Caucus, NDC. And then Reverend Loviana Lamle Lamti, Minister of the Prince of Peace Methodist Church, Tabora. Then we have here our own Professor Richard Kofi Esiedu, our Central Region Chairman. And then Honorable Theophilus Edu Mensah, a former DCE from Gomwa West. I have here others as Mr. Nicholas Owusu, who is the MD of Desert Oil Ghana Limited. Alhaji Muhammad Kasim, who is a constituency chairman, and Nana Ama Ankwa II, who is the Queen Mother of Gomwa Abura, who is a representative of the Gomwa Asen Traditional Council. I would like to thank you for coming to support our brother on his vetting. Nominee, I think you have exhausted all the questions. So at this juncture, I would like to discharge you, and you will hear from the committee. You are duly discharged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Harmony normal can grow. If you did grow.
What am I looking for? Say my God, he don't bless me. What does Afro Harmony represent?
We just want to limit ourselves, highlight what to class Afro-Body is basically known for a lot of BGMA performance, Afro-Nation, Black Hole, you get what I'm talking.
I'm at a point in life, if you understand me or not, understand me or not, me, I'm okay.
Afro-Harmony has made a lot of profit along that starting banks have that confidence to come out. I think that's basically one of the most important things we've done, which we sit back and we're happy about.
I didn't love my life, got my peace of mind.
You're tough. Syntax tank, syntax tank. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you, check your tongue and get syntax. SINTEX. Wait, you're just over 25 years. We are made in Ghana water storage solution. You were green, you were blue, colors in there. They're great. That's it, your baha, your mom free water. We have over 400 agents nationwide. Just say Ghana find yeah baho. Find us on social media. Syntax Ghana, not nominate here. Say Giovanni, Syntax, I need you in this community. And it's that simple. I will be there myself. Syntax Ghana page. All right, so just like that, we're wrapping up inside Tessie. Syntax Tank! Hey, strong! Hey, strong!
Download OneXBet app and enjoy the variety of sports anytime, anywhere. OneXBet app, at the heart of the game.
Now, let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities. You don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Have you been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castanet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
It's better to confront misunderstandings immediately and head on to avoid more misunderstanding.
I have found out over the years that transactions don't pay.
Good leadership is about being vulnerable, being open to know that some of your ideas might not always be 100%.
You never see failure as an option, so you continue to work hard.
Normal to get to a point where you feel you're flat, you're plateauing, but don't give up because of that, because you need a new S-curve to get you to the next
Mark your calendar and tune in every Sunday at 9 p.m. on JoyNews. Springboard your virtual university. Your personal value will shoot up.
fẹ́ ẹnìkejì rẹ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ara rẹ.
It's 1983. President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
To say a few words about yourself in 2 or 3 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is John Matthew Kofi Seto Dumelo. I was born in Accra, raised in Tema. I went to Christ the King International School, went to Achimota. I've always had a passion for agriculture and film. I did my first film in 1991. I got into farming in 2006, 2007. That's about the same time I also got into agriculture. I've always had a passion for agric. I've always followed my passion. I found myself in politics from 2012 onwards. 2016, I campaigned around the whole country for President Mahama and the NDC. 2020, I contested for the Ayawaso West Wagon seat. I nearly won. I didn't win. 2024, I tried again, but this time around, I was successful. And so my life has been a little bit of up and down, but all in all, I'm grateful for today. And then also, I'm also grateful for the parents that I have who are not here with me today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will invite the Honorable Minority Leader for his initial remarks. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, on page 2 of your CV, you have written your educational background, and you're saying that you did GIMPA, BA in Public Administration, 2016 to 2022. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, I think that was a mistake. It was 2016 to 2020.
So you will take the leave of chair to amend it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I haven't given you the leave yet.
Sorry.
Honorable Nominee. And I'll grant you the leave. Leader, I think they said the audio.
So, Honorable Nominee, back to the question. Page 2 of your CV, you have the BA in Public Administration. 2016 is to 2022. Is there anything you would want to do on the dates?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to correct it. It was 2016 to the year 2020.
All right. What about the same GIMPA, Masters in Governance and Leadership? Are the details there correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So you have the certificates for that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And your transcripts?
Yes, please.
Please, what about the 2023 to 2024 Masters in Natural Resources Law, University of Ghana School of Law?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You have the certificate?
Yes, please.
When did you graduate?
2024.
When in 2024?
I don't remember the exact month, but I think it was around May or April or May.
before I go on, I acknowledge a senior colleague, the Honorable Minister responsible for Agriculture, Food and Agric, correct? Yesterday, his bosom friend and brother was here, and I didn't see him. It was I didn't see him. I didn't see him, but he was here. You also say that you did your WASI 2000 to 2002. Is it 2 years, or explain?
So there's a mistake there. It's actually SSC. So it was from 2000 to 2002. That's 3 years. So 2000, yes.
So it means that January to December,
Yes,
January to
yes,
December.
Please. Yes, please. So it was SSC, not WASI.
So can you take the leave of chairman?
Please, leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, said your origin is Oti, and the hometown is Likpe Bala, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That's where daddy comes from,
Yes,
or both?
That's where my father comes from.
Okay. And quite interesting. You speak English, of course, that's no doubt. You speak Fanti, that I attest to it because you speak Fanti with me. You do tree. Is your gun 50-50 or 100%?
My gun is 70-30.
Which of them? The Osu one or La or Gamashi gun?
The Oponglo one. The Oponglo one.
The Oponglo gun?
Yes, please.
Okay. Then your Ewe?
Oh, my Ewe there, respectfully, I think I'm better than you small.
Oh, Nyatepea?
Merkui.
Oh. So, you mean you are better than me? Small?
If my answer wouldn't mean you would worry me, then I have to be.
Well, it's unfortunate. Mine was 100%. But when they took me back to Winneba, the Futu, which is the Guan language, took away the Anlo. And by the time I got to St. Augustine's, that was the first time I met the language again. And it couldn't come again, unfortunately. Because I lived in Chame and started my school in Chame. I lived with my grandma. Yes, and I could speak Manlo fluent, but I'm trying. You know, I'm trying to build my capacity on that. So help me.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we can take classes together.
Very well. So, and then your French is also 100% or
That's
on pay?
On pay, 20%. Enough to buy something and sell something. And
D'accord. D'accord.
Merci beaucoup.
And you have said that you work as CEO Melo Foods 2015 July to present, and then KSD Ventures 2014 present CEO. And if I look at the scope of business, the KSD Ventures, you are talking about supply of building materials and production of ice for fresh fishmongers. If you come to the Melo Foods, packaging, distribution of ginger, cabbage and snails, distribution of approximately 50,000 crates of eggs weekly, distribution of 600 kgs of fresh goat meat and beef weekly, engaging over 7,000 smallholder farmers in 11 regions, and overseeing daily activity of 34,000 bed capacity poultry farm. So, you are a poultry farmer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
How many people do you employ at Melo Foods?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Directly about 10, indirectly over 100.
What about KSD Ventures?
Just 3.
This is a business you own as a sole shareholder?
Sole proprietorship.
So it's a sole proprietorship?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Business. Okay. Where do you live?
I live in East Legon, Mr. Chairman.
Your rented property or your own property?
It's a
family property.
It's a leased property.
Okay, so lease for how long?
For 20 years.
I see. But you've not provided the address here. You only have your postal address.
It was an oversight, sorry.
So would you take the leave of chair to amend those records?
Leave granted, nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That all the amendments you would do, when we are done, you would get it done by your secretariat and furnish same to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me be very honest with you. My first encounter with you, I found you very humble and respectful. Your language use and how you carry yourself. What do you say to those out there who may have an otherwise perception about you? Because this our enterprise is driven by perception. Perhaps some utterances we've made in the public space, how we've gone about things and all, drive them into a certain direction. What have you to say to those out there who may not know, as I know, that you are humble and you are respectful? And I would want the records to reflect that this is what I know about you this day. What do you want the public to know about you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the kind words. Like they say, opinions are like noses, everybody has them.
That's not an appropriate simile. Opinions are like noses, please. Just...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I mean...
Everyone has a different opinion of other people. And it's just human nature that before you meet somebody, you would probably have a different perception about them. And I've had that quite a number of times where when people meet me, they'll ask me, or they'll tell me that they didn't know this was how I was and that they had a different perception about me. Some too feel that perhaps because of some movie roles I did, I might be a little bit rude and arrogant and so on and so forth, but I'm far from that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You've not said anything yet. You've not answered my question. You were only interested in making a case. This is Mr. John Dumelo. Tell us about yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. John Dumelo is a humble and kind man who believes in love. He believes in peace. He believes in humanity, and he has love for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you a Catholic?
A staunch Catholic.
Ah, okay. Do you have a firm belief in the rosary, the power of the rosary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have one here. Yes, please.
You brought your rosary?
Yes, please.
Are you familiar with St. Francis of Assisi's prayer?
No, that one I didn't get there.
Pardon?
But listening to you in some of the interviews in the vetting committees, yes, you've had a lot. You always say that prayer.
Lord, make me an instrument of your peace.
Yes, please.
Okay. You may want to read that prayer. I mean, it inspires me a lot. That great saint.
Thank you.
All right. Do you belong to any of the Catholic lodges? You know, the Catholic Church has some fraternal societies, the lodge. The Catholic Church also has lodges. The the Knights of St. John's, the Marshal. These are lodges in the church. Do you belong to any of them?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apart from being a mass server when I was young, I don't currently belong to any society in the Catholic Church.
Are you a regular
churchgoer?
No, I'm not going to use churchgoer.
Sorry.
Are you an active member of the church? And if so, which parish do you belong?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just be honest. You've been honest thus far. I mean, just be honest.
When I was in term, I entered St. Joseph the Worker Catholic Church.
Before, currently. Okay. Let's move, because you are the last for the day, correct?
Yes, please.
And we want to finish you quickly. I mean, currently, where is your parish? You've not been to church for a long time. You know, let's close this matter so that we make progress. You know, let's close this matter and then we make progress.
Mr. Chairman, I currently attend Mary Mother of Good Counsel Church Airport.
Regular?
It depends on your definition of regular.
Okay, so I will define it for you. Do you pay your tithe in the church? They have your records of tithe pay?
My dues, yes, please.
You regularly?
Yes, please.
So who is the parish priest there?
Mr. Chairman.
No, John Nagbojidi.
Mr. Chairman.
John Bojidi. John.
Mr. Chairman.
John.
They just changed him.
Okay. John, the one they just changed. The one who has just been transferred. Give me his name. You know, Archbishop is listening to us. He's watching, and I know many Catholic priests are watching you and I,
yes,
including all the troublesome Catholics.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as Member of Parliament of Ayawaso West Wogon, I do attend several Catholic churches in Ayawaso.
John, you know you are an honest person.
Yes, so far.
You have your rosary with you.
Yes, please.
We have all sinned.
Yes.
And falling short of the glory of God.
That's true.
Don't do this and that. The man you are going to work with, Eric Opoku.
Yes.
He doesn't like this.
Yes, please.
If it is this, it is that.
Yes.
And then just own up, let's move away from there.
Yes, please.
The Mary Magda of Good Counsel.
Yes, please.
That you say you attend.
Yes.
Is that your parish or not? Be honest with me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do pay my dues.
No, we dues, Catholic dues.
Yes.
Dues at the place.
Church. Yes.
What about tithes?
Oh, I pay my tithe.
At the same place?
Yes, please. But I spread it across the other Catholic churches.
No. Menyo, Amega, Dumega, Medekuku now, please. The point is that the father who has just been transferred.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Are you now his counsel at large? Do you remember the name? The one you say has been transferred?
Mr. Chairman, no, please.
The new one who has come, do you know his name?
No, please. I've forgotten.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the marshals? The marshallans? Are you familiar with them? Can you say a bit about the marshallans as a fraternal society in the Catholic Church?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am familiar with them, but I'm not familiar with their dealings. Okay. What I do know is that my father was a member of the Knights of St. John's.
Okay.
But apart from that, I don't know anything about them.
Okay, so the Knights of St. John's, you must be a member. Though you're a Catholic, before you become a member, you have to be initiated. Yes, not any member of the Catholic Church can enter their assembly, their meetings.
That's true.
And then when you are entering, there's a knock.
Yes.
To identify you as a member.
Yes.
Who has gone through the initiation process. You know that?
Yes, please.
And then there's a handshake, a grip.
Yes.
To identify you as one.
Yes, please.
All right. And that is not unchristian, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So it's a fraternal society within the church.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Let me ask you about your referees. You've written 2 names. How do you know the first one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first one has been my friend for over 10 years, and he knows almost everything about me. The second one, too, the same.
When you say the first one has been a friend, specifically what do you mean?
Mr. Chairman, a very good friend.
So you think that a friend with whom you share the same esprit de corps is okay to be your referee? I mean, in your own view?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I hear you. What about Samuel Dafoe?
Same, Mr. Chairman.
Who is he to you?
He's also a very good friend who I've known for over 10 years.
Okay. What does he do?
He's into oil and gas, Mr. Chairman.
Did you at any point attend KNUST?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What course did you read?
I studied civil engineering, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so why did you divert from civil engineering to public administration? Because in your educational background, you didn't list it at all. But in your leadership, you said KNUST, civil engineering student, assistant, you said organizing secretary, civil engineering student, 205 to 206. Then you also said Queen's Hall Planning Committee, 204 to 205. So I just wanted to understand why you were saying KNUST leadership, yet it doesn't have any space in your educational background.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've had a passion for acting and farming for a very long time. And so in my 4th year of KNUST or civil engineering, I had one more paper to write, which I didn't go back to write that paper, and I followed my passion of farming and acting. Hence, that's why I didn't write it in my CV.
Okay, hold on. So, where did you leave school in your final year?
I left after my final year.
Oh, so you did the 4-year civil engineering?
Yes, please.
But you had a paper to write?
Yes, please.
Which you did not write?
Yes, please.
Oh, I see. Then you left to follow your passion?
Yes, please.
For acting?
Yes, please.
Okay, then yours is better than mine.
Please, I don't know about yours, sir.
Also, I'm ready to share.
Yes, please.
Because I did become level 300, I abandoned UCC, and I went to do law. Because I didn't like accounting, and I was struggling. So I left, and I went to follow my passion of doing law.
Thank you.
So I don't have it in my CV too.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so that's what you did?
Yes, please.
But it's not too late to go and do that one paper to have your degree in civil engineering?
Oh, right now I have 3 other degrees, so I'm okay.
I see.
Yes, please.
It may help. You may try.
Thank you, Mr.
It's just a paper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you have also indicated that your second business, you supply building materials and produce ice for fresh fishmongers. So the ice, have you done a factory to produce the ice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, please.
Where is that located, please?
Mr. Chairman, is in East Legon.
Okay. Is it at where you live?
Next door.
Next door?
Yes, please.
I see. And you've been paying your taxes for KSD Ventures?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
So with the leave of the chair, you'll be able to furnish us with taxes paid from 2014 to date, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
you can also furnish us with your taxes paid for Mellow Foods from 2015 to date, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you have stated your name as John Matthew Kofi Seto Dumelo. Is that what you have on your certificate?
Mr. Chairman, on my certificate, I have John Kofi Seto Dumelo.
No Matthew?
On my certificate, no.
On your date of birth, do you have John Matthew Kofi Seto Dumelo?
No, Mr. Chairman.
On your passport, do you have John Matthew Kofi Seto Dumelo?
No, Mr. Chairman.
On your Ghana card, do you have John Matthew Kofi Seto Dumelo?
No, Mr. Chairman.
What name did you register with the Electoral Commission?
John Kofi Seto Dumelo.
So, in the Gazette and the subsequent communication to Parliament, the name there is what?
John Kofi Seto Dumelo.
Now, the letter communicating your nomination to Parliament, have you had the opportunity to see it?
I have, but I didn't pay attention to the name.
Okay. Does it have Matthew?
I may not recall, Mr. Chairman.
It doesn't. Would you want to take the leave of chair to amend the records? Because you are now going into public office and you don't want unnecessary controversy. This is Ghana. People can be petty. They can get at you on anything. You are now being ushered into this new life where anything goes. So, would you want to change it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Nominee, I grant you the leave to do so, to put your official name in the right order and revert it back to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nominee, I've been an entrepreneur for the better part of my life. I've had some good experiences. I'm concerned about something and I want to ask you. You've started a nice business, sole proprietor, young man, 1984. You are not yet 40, are you?
Mr. Chairman, I'm 41.
41, very well. You're at your prime age. Okay. And you are doing well. Going into public service, how do you expect this business to survive? Sole proprietorship.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've handed all the operations to a new person who is now going to run it henceforth. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, wouldn't you prefer to drop this offer from Mr. President so you maintain your seat as an MP and build capacity in the private sector? Because from sole proprietorship, you're likely to grow and make it a limited liability company. With the promises in your party's manifesto for agriculture, you can tap into it and expand your business and employ more. Don't you think that is a better option? Then later on in life, you come into public service, the executive arm of public service. What do you think?
I disagree with you, Mr. Chairman.
Basis of your disagreement?
Mr. Chairman, because it's always a privilege to be called upon by the President of the Republic of Ghana to serve in a capacity. And in this capacity is the Deputy Agric Minister-Designate. And I want to do that and do that diligently. Thank you.
What do you bring on board? What do you bring on board? Because you are going to meet an astute politician, very knowledgeable, and in fact, if you check Hansard, this is a man to be feared he argues with facts, and he's not a man to dilly-dally with. To compliment him, you must definitely have something on board. What do you bring on board? The country would want to know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Already I fear him.
But I'm happy you don't fear me.
If you asked about you, I would have answered whether I fear you or not. So
no, I don't want you to ask about me. You go ahead and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know he's very knowledgeable. I've been listening to him. I've been studying him. And this is a great opportunity to learn under him. Him being an astute politician and a great farmer and somebody who is very knowledgeable in agriculture. I think this is the best opportunity for me to also learn under him and follow that same path. Thank you, sir.
So now, you know your original T. How many of you have been nominated for this ministerial, deputy ministerial thing so far?
Mr. Chairman, so far, just one person, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Your home region, OT?
Yes, please.
Oh, so you are a Greater Accra MP. So your nomination fills the Greater Accra space. At the same time, it also fills the OT card. So you are from Greater Accra and OT, correct?
Well, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman, and also Central Region and Ashanti Region.
Okay. John, it looks like you have some presidential ambition.
Oh.
Yes, because because there's going to be vacancy. No, it's a privilege to serve your nation. Don't run away from it. No. Don't run away. You are an actor, a businessman, an MP. Come 2028, there will be vacancy. President Mahama is not contesting again. The field will be open. You are from OT, Greater Accra, Central, and Ashanti. Masa, you speak French. You speak Twi. Oh, you qualify. You are 41. You overqualified. In fact, you will be 44 in your prime age. Wouldn't you consider it?
Mr. Chairman, there are so many seniors ahead of me.
Okay, so not now.
Mr. Chairman, if it's the will of God,
yeah, all right.
Everyone who enters politics aspires to obviously get to the top. If it's the will of God for me to get to the top in 2058 or 2064, I will wait.
2058, you'll be... How old would you be in 2058?
Very old.
Because we are hearing Asedun Katia, Julius Debra, Eriko Poku. We are hearing Eriko Poku, Julius Debra, Asedun Katia, Asedun Fabakon, Asedun Katia Fabakon, Julius Debra Fabakon, Eriko Poku also Fabakon.
Leader.
So we just want to be sure.
Leader.
So we can now say John Dumelo also Fabakon.
Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I also heard your name.
Don't go there. I'm not on.
Okay, sir.
I'm not on.
Honorable nominee, just one second, leader.
All right. So, John,
I haven't said it. I was just you are leading the nominee into a very dangerous territory.
He has to leave
and the Fabakon, leader, with all due respect, you are completely out of order.
Oh, very well, that's all right. John, you know, my posture has always been that when I get it wrong, and I know I've gotten it wrong, it shouldn't take anything away from me to say I'm sorry. It would help me to learn. I try to watch some of my videos when we are done with the chamber work in the night If I don't do it in the night, I do it in the morning to check what I did the previous day. Was I too harsh? Was I too hard on myself? Did I do it right? Get some friends to straighten me up. When we mount the campaign platform, the rallies, we sometimes slip. Do you agree that we sometimes slip?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Let me open you up generally and see how you would recall some of the excesses, if any. Do you recall anything politically you've said that with the benefit of hindsight you say, oh, I shouldn't have said it this way, particularly so against your opponent, the former member of parliament?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I remember.
What have you to tell her?
Mr. Chairman, the words I used, I apologized accordingly the day after.
Okay. But they are not on social media?
Mr. Chairman, it's on social media.
No, I mean your apology as well.
It is, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, well done.
Thank you.
Do you have any regrets coming into mainstream politics vis-a-vis the privacy of your business life?
Mr. Chairman, no, please. I don't have any regrets.
John, how would you want to inspire the youth of Ghana? Particularly so, you coming from the area, your constituency is largely of the academia stock, full of academics, students. What do you hope to inspire them with?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for me, I want to inspire people to be able to follow their passion, follow what they want to do, and do it well. I'm a man of probably many talents. In the movie industry, I think I did quite well. In the business industry, I think I'm doing quite well. And politics, I'm yet to do well. And so when some people look at me, they might be inspired to follow their dreams and follow their passions and make Ghana a better place.
Have you read your party's policy on food and agriculture? Be honest about it.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
You've read it?
Yes, please.
What's the policy on food and agriculture?
Well, our policy on food and agriculture is simple. It's to just create food sufficiency for Ghana. It's to feed the industry and feed ourselves.
Through which methodology, modeling strategy? How do you hope to achieve that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the feed ourselves, we hope to produce more. We hope to reduce post-harvest losses. We hope to feed the industry, and we hope to feed ourselves and export the rest. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, in the process of ensuring food sufficiency, how does this fit into this, your slogan, 24-hour economy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Ghana is one country that has just about one farming season. Our policy and our plan is to be able to farm all year round. Now, if we want to farm all year round, that means we would have excess food items available to be able to feed the industry. Now, once we have excess and we are feeding the industry all year round, definitely these industries have to run 24 hours. And so that's how come we'll fit into the 24-hour economy. Thank you, Mr.
So what is the 24-hour economy? What is the 24-hour economy
Mr. Chairman,
of the NDC?
Mr. Chairman,
share with us.
The 24-hour economy is 1 job, 3 shifts, 3 people. We don't see why Ghana should stop working at 5 o'clock. Ghana should continue working. And so if the industries are being fed 24 hours, definitely we need to employ more people. Definitely we need to move the economy forward. And so that is the 24-hour economy.
Which sectors are you going to focus on?
Sorry,
which sectors of the economy are you going to focus on?
The 24-hour economy?
Yes.
Almost all sectors, sir.
Okay. No. The nation is listening to you.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So almost all the sectors.
Yes, please.
Oh, I see. Right.
Those that deem it fit to be under the 24-hour economy.
Okay, so there's going to be a modeling program to allow people to fit into it. There's going to be a certain framework, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
When is that framework to be expected? Because you were sworn into office 7 January. Today is 25th of February.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
When should we expect this framework?
Mr. Chairman, the budget is yet to be read, and I'm sure when it's read, the clear guidelines will be outlined there.
So, should we expect a 24-hour economy secretariat at your ministry where companies will be encouraged to register in exchange for some incentives?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If rightly so, if that becomes very necessary, yes, we would have a 24-hour economy secretariat at the Ministry of Food and Agric. Yes, thank you.
Leader.
Okay, go ahead.
Please.
You go ahead. I'm not asking him policy questions.
I said earlier and then before, and you are pretty much a smart guy yourself, and you are aware of this. The nominee is here as a deputy minister designate for the minister. He is not a policy maker. So let's stay away. My advice to you, as my brother, as you do advise me, is that let's stay away from policy issues. Thank you very much, Leader. Please, you can continue.
Honorable member for Awutu Senya West. The honorable member is on oath. He is on oath. And all convo must cease. So, explain your earlier answer. I didn't get it because there were some few distractions.
You call it my intervention and distraction.
No, you. Hey, it's not possible.
Mr. Chairman, please, to which of the questions?
My last question.
About how it will fit into?
Whether in the modeling,
yes,
the framework, yes, there's going to be a desk, a secretariat at the Ministry of Agriculture for those companies, those entities in that sector to apply and to have some incentives as entities under your 24-hour economy.
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with my boss, if it deems fit, yes, we might set up a desk.
Wait. In consultation with your boss,
yes, please,
you are going to do what? I want to understand, because we are recording you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It's not enough to be on the rally grounds talking 24-hour economy, 24-hour, to get the youth to vote for you. We are recording, so tell us, 24-hour economy, what in consultation with your minister, tell us what you are going to do.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
In consultation with my boss, if it so pleases the ministry, we will set up a desk. If it becomes
so
necessary.
if it doesn't please the ministry,
if it becomes
we
necessary,
should forget about. If it doesn't become necessary, we should forget about the 24-hour economy upon which you mounted your campaign and won the 2024 elections. Correct?
Correct. If it becomes necessary, sir.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
The Sadiat Cultural District. Beyond the architectural marvel, this is an oasis of culture and creativity.
Hi, this is Lexus Bill, and today I'm coming to you live from the Sadiat Cultural District here in Abu Dhabi. Now, if you look to my right behind me, you'd see the Berkeley Abu Dhabi, and to my left, a little further down behind, you'd see the falcon wings of the new National Museum that's still under construction. And I'm here at the Manarat Al Sadiat, three institutions that have been established not just to preserve culture, but to actually create global immersion in different cultures, diversity, of course, celebrate diversity, and harness talent for the future. We'll be exploring these amazing institutions. You'd get to see what it has to offer, and you'd also get to see the museums and its offerings here in Abu Dhabi.
We start off from the Manarat Al Sadiat, the place of enlightenment. It hosts exhibition spaces, workshops, and educational programs, serving as a cultural hub.
All right, so you know about the Berkeley Music School. Well, behind me is Berkeley Abu Dhabi, and you can see the imposing architecture. So beautiful. And I hear there's some really good coffee in there. We'll go check it out.
Berkeley Abu Dhabi offers programs nurturing musical talent, fostering creativity, and promoting cultural exchange. It empowers aspiring musicians, composers, and music enthusiasts with world-class education and resources. Now, let's take a trip to the Abrahamic Family House, an interfaith complex that consists of a mosque, a synagogue, and a church. It stands to promote peace, tolerance, and dialogue among people of different faiths. The church. The synagogue. The mosque. The Louvre Abu Dhabi, featuring a captivating dome reminiscent of a floating canopy.
So this is Lex's build, and today we get to explore the Louvre Abu Dhabi. It's got a great collection of contemporary arts and, of course, artworks dating back centuries ago. Let's go check it out.
The Louvre Abu Dhabi displays over 6,000 artworks by over 300 artists from diverse cultures. The Egyptian pharaoh Ramses, the ruler of Lagash, Gudea, and many statues are domiciled in the Louvre Abu Dhabi. The Louvre Abu Dhabi stands as a beacon of cross-cultural dialogue, showcasing artworks spanning millennia and continents. The Saadiyat Cultural District's forward-thinking vision is embodied in the mission of the Cultural Foundation. It nurtures children and the next generation of thinkers and creatives while preserving the nation's rich cultural heritage. Next to the Cultural Foundation is the oldest building in Abu Dhabi, the Casa Al Hassan. The fort houses a museum displaying artifacts and pictures representing the history of Abu Dhabi. It also has a range of weapons used through the region's history on display. The House of Artisans showcases the Emirati's rich heritage through historic crafts and arts, courses and workshops. intricate weaving and braiding together of date palm fronds to the decorative embroidery with cotton or silk threads. The House of Artisans is a must-see. The coffee is good too.
Saadiyat Cultural District is a journey into the heart of curiosity and creativity.
Art is my language, my culture, identity.
The preservation of art and culture is central to our very identity. If we don't know our background, then how can we know our future?
Art and culture are the great bridge between the time and the space.
When you want people to exchange ideas, you need a home for that.
Saadiyat Cultural District is cultural hope.
A testament to the passionate creators and curators of our generation. But what if I told you we're about to see this passion transform into data murals? Presenting a rare glimpse into their minds and what moves them.
Saadiyat Cultural District was designed with great deliberation to be local and global at the same time.
If you can't see it, you can't be it.
Art is such a reflection of our contemporary time and culture.
And this gives us a sense of purpose, and it just takes the cultural dialogue forward.
This is really the power of cultural connectivity. We're living in a whole new renaissance.
Join me in a moving experience inspired by Saadiyat Cultural District. Be moved in 1,000 ways.
Your report.
Granted. Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, at least for the record, let the prayer be made by him.
Honorable Nominee, please go ahead.
Please, which prayer? Please, I'd like to request that I provide the necessary documents.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
In respect of your 2024 tax obligation to the state. So make that prayer.
Mr. Chairman, I pledge to provide all the necessary documents with reference to the 2024 tax obligations.
Now, I also note that on your tax clearance, your declaration for 23 is only in respect of KSD Ventures. So the application you made was in reference to KSD Ventures. So do I take it that it's a composite application for all the entities you own?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Now, this sector, agric, food and agriculture, how do you hope to inspire the youth to get into agriculture? Vis-a-vis incentives to be available. Those who are distracting the nominee, you are close to him, the convo, because I see him paying attention. We don't want him to say, repeat. Please silence on that wing so that the nominee can focus. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ever since I got into the agric space, or ever since social media became rampant, every time I do a post about agric and making agric look exciting, I've had a lot of engagements. I have had a lot of people wanting to get into the agric space. But what I tell them is that not everybody can be a farmer. And so you have the whole value chain. You have those who farm, you have those who provide transport, you have those who provide agric inputs, you have those who add value to it. And I feel and I believe that ever since I made it very public that I'm into farming, a lot more young people have gotten into agriculture, which is a good thing. Because if you look at the average age of farmers in Ghana, we are talking of over 50, 55 years, which is bad. And so we need more people to get into agriculture. We need more people to drive the agricultural bus. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you agree with me that capital is a critical challenge when it comes to agriculture? The young men and women that you want to inspire to get into agriculture, get into farming, especially the graduates, people who are done with uni and moving to office with CVs, that you would want to encourage to get into agriculture. One of their worries will be capital, money, funding. How do you hope to address this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in all my engagements across the country when I'm speaking to the youth, I tell them to always start small, and they shouldn't look at the bigger picture. They should look at the bigger picture, but they should always start small. And so if your dream is to have 1,000 cattle, you can start with 1 or 2. If your dream is to have 2,000 goats, just start with 1 or 2. If your dream is to make or add value to whatever it is you're producing, just start with something small and grow with the business. And so, yes, I do tell them that you should start small, because most of the time, when you start big and you don't have the experience, you're likely to crash. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So from the NDC's manifesto, particularly your policy on food and agriculture, should the Ghanaian youth be assured that you are going to provide capital as an incentive to support them into agriculture?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not just capital, but we are focusing more on giving you items to start with, like the Nkoko Nkiti project. And so with the Nkoko Nkiti project, we are giving you day-old chicks, we are giving you some farm input, we are giving you cages for you to grow with the business. For other engagements like starting your own home farming, we are just going to give you some small capacity building to be able to start. And so it's not just about capital, it's about also capacity building. Thank you.
So when do we expect this? When should we really expect this?
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with my boss, we will let the House know, or the whole of Ghana know, when it can commence.
You know, Mr. President, mandate is up to 2028.
Correct.
The 4 years started counting from the 7th of January. So there is no time. Those hardliners will be advising that chase your political opponent. You have to tell them that it's about jobs for the people, not persecution of opponent. Because persecution of opponent seems to have started, but the jobs for the people, not yet. So when the country would want to know, they've heard you on talking about what your opponents have done wrong, they've heard you, but what about your own mandate? When are you going to start? At least give an indication. Your boss is here. Leave can be granted for you to consult him.
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with my boss, we'll let the House know when we can start.
Very well. We'll take you for your word. Now, this women banking, have you heard about it?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
What is it about? What is it about?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I've seen one of my mates right behind you. He's giving a signal that we should end soon. But I'm telling him that you're doing well thus far. So it's a basis for the continuation. But we'll be done soon. Don't worry. I know the chiefs have sat for some time.
Thank you, Mr.
But
Chairman.
we'll be done soon.
Thank you.
These are relevant matters for the industry, especially as you are a young man.
Yes, please.
Your campus people would want to know the promises you bring on board in the area you've been nominated for.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the area of agriculture or in the area of business, what we realize is that women are always a formidable force. They are almost always the ones who can do business and do it well. But unfortunately, access to credit or funding is always a problem for them. And that's why the NDC agreed or has agreed to establish the women banking to be able to lend money to women at a relatively lower rate so that they can expand their businesses, they can create more businesses and create more jobs for the economy. Thank you.
So a bank is going to be established, correct?
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman.
With the state as the sole shareholder?
I'm not aware of the modalities, but what I do know is that a facility or a bank will be established to lend money to women.
With branches across the nation?
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we have the NEIP, we have MASLOC, we have the Ghana Enterprise Agency. Particularly Ghana Enterprise Agency is providing support to our women. In fact, they created a digitalized platform so effective that you don't even need to know somebody to access that facility. You think that all these are not enough?
No, Mr. Chairman. With the kind of economy that we have, all these are not enough. We still need more.
So the resetting of Ghana, what does it entail at all? The resetting of Ghana. This whole reset, what is it all about? Share with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, in the last 8 years, our economy hasn't been that good. And hasn't been that good. Hence, the need to reset Ghana. Hence the need to reset Ghana in all aspects of the economy.
When you say our economy hasn't been that good, I want to appreciate the context. Are you relating it to the COVID that struck the world, the external shocks vis-a-vis the Russian-Ukraine war and other external factors, or what? What exactly do you mean by the last 8 years the economy hasn't been that good? I want you to place it in proper context. I want to understand you. Are you referring to the COVID that struck the world, where for a whole year the whole world was in a form of a lockdown, where there was no production, where government had to pay public sector workers even when no revenue has been generated, where GRA could not go out to take taxes, yet every public sector employee was supposed to be paid? Please explain to me what exactly you mean by the last 8 years the economy hasn't been that good.
Mr. Chairman, if you listen to some of the comments made by the past administration, they confirmed and confessed that the economy was bad. And so I'm just reiterating what they said to say that the economy wasn't that good, hence the need for the NDC to reset Ghana in the right direction.
So in the general sense of external shocks is what you mean?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Then in what sense? I mean, I just need you to...
The external shocks affected everybody.
Right.
But Ghana wasn't able to drive out of it the way we expected them to.
No, explain. I just want to understand.
What I mean is that you mentioned COVID. You mentioned Russia, Ukraine. But Russia, Ukraine, and COVID affected almost every country in the world. Some were able to navigate out of it, some couldn't.
Some of the countries that did a successful navigation...
Relatively, Ghana did poor.
No, it's okay. I'm happy with the conversation. I mean, this is a public discussion, and for the records, share with us those countries that, in your view, and you can limit yourself to the sub-region, those countries in the sub-region that, in your view, they navigated better out of the COVID and met expectation. And unfortunately, Ghana could not. Please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm only repeating what some of your party members said during their campaign time. That
this is the honorable nominee.
Yes, sir.
Let's not go into campaign. Now you are a public officer.
Yes. Please.
Okay, where you rely on data and facts. If you don't want to base your argument on some facts, statistics, and data, then let's retreat and then make progress. But if we are going to say things that people say on campaign platform, even my own party members, as you're saying, then we cannot make progress as a nation.
Mr. Chairman, let's retreat and make progress, please.
Chairman, that will be all for him.
Thank you very much, Leader. I will try and end proceedings very soon. But I want to take you back, and I hope members will permit me. I want to take you back to the economy. Since Leader raised the economy issue. I want to know how you are going to help your minister in trying to resolve the food inflation situation that we have in this country and we've had for the last 8 years. If you look at the inflation numbers, and this is a fact, if you look at the component of inflation that is described as food inflation, it's been the chunk of the inflation numbers that we've had for the last 8 years. When we got to the dizzy height of inflation, and that is in 2022, when inflation was hovering around 54%, the biggest component of that inflation was food inflation. Today, as inflation is coming down, and it's not down enough, again, the biggest chunk of that inflation is food inflation. What that clearly tells you, and economists or whoever, statisticians or whoever you engage will tell you, is that we are not providing sufficient food for ourselves. Here, I'm segregating the inflation, the food inflation, to domestic food and food that comes from outside. And they are both affected by inflation. But a chunk of that inflation, that is food inflation, is also a domestic food inflation, which clearly tells you that as a country, we have food insecurity. We are not, that is for the last 8 years. The government has just come in. So they will have nothing to do with food insecurity at this stage. So for the last 8 years, and this is, you may address yourself as the budget is coming very soon. With the budget for the last 8 years, which we have here in Parliament, and you will notice that food inflation has persistently been high for the last 8 years. I will add this so I don't make it two separate questions. Now, you move away from inflation, which is to do with the economy, into growth, which is also to do with the economy. You will also realize that the growth of Ghana's economy, if you break it down, the food inflation has been declining for the last 8 years. Even now, that growth is going up. When you look at the curve, the food component of the growth. Chairman, you have had 2 hours to make progress. I'm using 10 minutes to make my progress. Right. So, I just want to find out from you, since we have this serious challenge with inflation in terms of food inflation and with growth in terms of food insecurity, can you assure us that you will support your minister, who I know is very passionate with food inflation, to help us reduce the inflation component that is to do with food? And I mean domestic food, food grown in Ghana, not imported food. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would support my minister to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to engage my leader here in a minor negotiation. And Nominee, you have given me the assurance. You have, please, my leader interrupted me. So can you give your answer again, if you don't mind?
Yes, please. I've given the assurance together with my boss, the substantive minister.
I don't know whether to call this an ambush or not, but no. I will reluctantly yield. It's Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku, and Honorable Henry Osei-Akutu is also here. Honorable Frimpong is also here. I just want to make sure.
Honorable Frimpong is not there.
Please, we've been here for quite a while. I just want to make sure we wrap this up. I have granted, what the leader has said. I just wanted to make sure the members that we are talking about are actually here in the room. Okay, I will start with Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, how many questions am I entitled to? 3.
Yes, 3.
Okay.
Why you like that?
Yes, Mr. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
My first question, I hope you are familiar with cocoa. My first question, there are disturbing reports that some farmers are giving their cocoa farms out to illegal miners, what we call the galamsey. Apart from the promise that the minister made, the cocoa farmers will be paid 70% of the world market price. Apart from that, what other measures will you put in place to ensure that farmers do not offer their cocoa farms to galamseyers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that the answer that my boss gave was one of the best answers to solve, or one of the best solutions to solve this problem. Giving the cocoa farmers the right price will deter them from selling their cocoa farms. The second one is also to restructure or structure the whole mining industry well, so that wherever they mine, they will not be able to affect these cocoa farms. But I think that the main one is about pricing, and that's what my boss suggested, and that's what the NDC will do. Thank you.
Follow-up question. So when should farmers expect the 70% payment?
Mr. Chairman, normally the new, with the commencement of the new farming season, which is in October, that's when they review the prices. But I'm in no position to commit myself when it comes to the commencement of the new prices.
The previous government reviewed the producer price in between. After the opening of the cocoa season, the price was reviewed in between. So are you telling cocoa farmers that the new price will not be announced until the new season?
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with my boss, we'll be able to give the right answer at the appropriate time.
All right, Chairman, still on cocoa. There are a lot of discussions.
Is that your second question?
Yeah, my second question, Chairman.
All right, thank you.
There are a lot of discussions about the involvement of the private sector in the external marketing of cocoa. What is your position on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have to be very innovative when it comes to the cocoa sector. And if that would improve our market share, if that will improve our export, if that will improve our whole cocoa industry, then that will be a very good suggestion. But like I always say, I would have to consult my boss, and we'll see the right solution for this problem. Thank you.
Chairman, my last question. I've gone through your manifesto, and it appears the manifesto is elaborate on crops, production of crops, and also to some extent on poultry production. But when it comes to ruminants, it's very scanty. Does it mean that you are going to neglect the production of ruminants? Because poultry, protein intake in Ghana is very low, and the poultry industry has also suffered. So if the concentration is only on poultry, how sure are you that the intake of protein in Ghana, can increase, Because if you look at what the FAO recommends, we are far, far, far below. But your manifesto doesn't address the production of meat adequately. What assurance can you give to Ghanaians when it comes to animal production?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things we are going to do is to well equip our breeding centers, our livestock breeding centers. In the past, they haven't really been equipped, and what we are going to do is to really equip them. And an example is bringing in new breeding the livestock and letting it out into the particular district. And so we'll try as much as possible to decentralize the breeding centers so that more people can have access to the new breeds that are available for us to have multiple production going on.
I think I'm going to move on to Honorable Osei Akoto. He's done, leader. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and also giving me the opportunity. Respectively, my name is Seth Osei Akoto, not Henry. Seth Osei Akoto, respectively. That's my name. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Honorable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
You have just indicated to us that along the line, your passion has driven you into certain areas, including agriculture. Now, I consider you as a practitioner in the agriculture sector. So far, can you tell us or share with us the 3 most difficult challenges you have faced as a practitioner in agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first challenge is access to credit. Access to credit for me to be able to expand. The second challenge is our land tenure system. Sometimes you go to certain places, you negotiate for the land, they give you the go-ahead. After a year or two, when they realize that everything is going on well, they'll tell you that they want their land back. And this problem is not just peculiar to me, but peculiar to other farmers. The third one is also lack of machinery. The rainy season is just about to start. What happens is that sometimes before you book a tractor, it can take you months before the tractor is able to come to your field to plow. And before that, the rainy season is over. And so sometimes these are the challenges that I face and other farmers face. And so in my whole life of being a farmer, these are some of the challenges I've faced. But the most important one is access to credit. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, follow up. The credit. When the minority leader was asking you some questions, he did mention about women's banking. Do you think with that you can be able to address some of the challenges in agriculture? Thank you.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Second question.
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chair. Recently, there's a publication at the World Bank's website that is indicating that there will be food insecurity in West and Central African countries, including Ghana. Leader has also made mention about food inflation. How do you marry the two to avert such calamity in Ghana? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recently, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture launched the Irrigation for Wealth Creation, and that is to irrigate over 10,000 hectares of land. Now, what that means is that once we're able to irrigate with over 10,000 hectares of land, there's going to be more food. There's going to be food all year round. And so, yes, even though the World Bank has said that there might be some food shortages in the next coming years, we hope and pray that in the next coming years also we'll increase the acreage from 10,000 to possibly to 25 or 30,000 to be able to farm all year round and to affect such a problem, to avert such a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, follow up. You made a mention about irrigation.
Hold on. You said a follow-up?
Yes.
I thought the last one was your follow-up.
A follow-up.
Okay, so this is your follow-up for the second question.
For the second question, please.
Okay, please go ahead.
You made mention about irrigation. As a practitioner, have you done some calculations to know how much to put land under irrigation, even for 1 hectare or 2 hectares? So how do you bring 10,000 hectares under irrigation in the short term? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when it comes to irrigation, there are so many factors that come into play. The type of the land, the type of the water, and the type of the soil. But most especially the type of land. And so, yes, there's been some form of calculation that has gone on. But the main aim or our primary concern right now is to be able to get water onto the land for us to be able to feed our plants. And that is the main aim. It might cost us, but at the long run, if you just pose that to hunger, I think it's definitely worth it.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. My last question. as a country, there's influx of food imported into the country. How would we support the Honorable Minister to be able to bring incidents of food importation into our economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may give an example, like tomatoes, we do import a lot of tomatoes from our neighboring countries. And so what we realize is that normally during the dry season, that is when we import more tomatoes than usual. And so with the implementation of this irrigation scheme, we'll be able to farm all year round and reduce the importation. That's one. The second one is when you look at the Nkukon Kitinkiti project, we are trying as much as possible to make Ghanaians eat what we grow in Ghana and make it affordable. And hopefully that will decrease the food import bill. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, I'm done. Thank you very much. And then I wish Honorable Nominee the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will now move to Honorable Frimpong. Yeah, Honorable, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, congratulations on your nomination. And I will ask you just a few questions. John, you are going to a ministry where a lot of work has been documented. What do you know about the PFJ1 document and PFJ2 documents?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do know about the PFJ1 and the PFJ2. What I can say is that I haven't read much into it, but what I can also say is that there will be some form of review to continue those that we have to continue and discontinue, or even modify some of the things that we have to do, because this is the agricultural space. Irrespective of how we coin it or name it, people have to eat, and we at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture will make that there's food on the table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I asked this question because basically the name of the ministry is Food and Agriculture. It is very instructive to note that the food component is the key. So if you have these documents, that painstaking research has gone into the development of these projects. You're going there. When you get the note from Parliament to go there to support your minister, I hope you are going to read. You say you've just glanced through them. What have you noticed in them that you think could be positive to support your minister?
Honorable, please hold on a second. The nominee is a deputy minister designate to the substantive minister. He is not here to answer policy questions, so please don't ask him one. And Mr. Nominee, you are also not to answer policy questions, because that's not what you are here for.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this benevolent dictatorship, but I don't think I would take it, Mr. Chairman. No, Mr. Chairman.
I am far from a dictator.
No.
But I'm just guiding you. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Mr. Chairman, but if you say I should not ask any political...
I said any question that is a policy question.
Yes.
It's not what we are here for.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
And therefore, I'm guiding you. Please, go ahead with your question. You are a special request that I have granted. Please go ahead. It's a special request I've granted.
But, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, yes, I take a cue. Thank you so much. Yes,
I want you to
thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from John. I know, John, you are going to sit in an office I just left, and there's so much in that ministry. You are aware of, you just mentioned in one of the answers about food security and all that. Do you have an idea about the crops that Ghana is self-sufficient and those that Ghana is not self-sufficient?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With self-sufficiency, I would mention maize, I would mention yam, I would mention plantain. These are just a few items that we are self-sufficient in. The self-insufficient, I would mention rice.
Please. It's becoming quite noisy. We've been here for a while. We have got our guests here who have been sitting here also for a very long time. We want to wrap this up as quickly as possible. So please, honorable members, let's allow honorable member to ask his questions and allow the nominee to answer. Do not engage the nominee. He is under oath. Please. Honorable member, continue.
For the items that we don't produce that much, I would mention maize and I would mention rice. Thank you.
I just want to correct something he just said. Because he mentioned maize as one of those that you are self-sufficient.
Please go ahead.
But you just also mentioned maize as one of the crops that you are not self-sufficient in. That's contradictory. So you better correct yourself. Okay, so John, you know this phenomenon of climate change affecting agriculture seriously.
Your second question, I presume.
Yeah, this is the second question.
Thank you.
And then just supposing down food crop production. What are some of the recommendations you give to your minister when giving the nod for us to circumvent the drudgery of climate change in food production? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to climate change, yes, it has an effect on agriculture. Quite recently, in recent times, you have excessive flooding, you have excessive drought, and so on and so forth. And this obviously has affected our food production. And so with the excessive drought, some of the solutions will be the irrigation scheme that we talked about. With the excessive floods, what we can do is to plant more trees to be able to be a shield when it comes to irrigation. And so these are some of the few things that we can do, and I'll suggest to my minister about how to tackle climate change. The last one will also be to grow food that are resistant, or have seeds that are resistant to some of these droughts or some of these climate situations here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. John, this is a general question. I know you're a civil engineer, right? You're a civil engineer.
No, please.
Come again?
No. Yeah.
All right. I was going to ask you if you know about the irrigation schemes that we have in this country. Do you have an idea how many irrigation schemes you have in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we do have approximately 223 irrigation schemes in this country, out of which 189 are functional in this country. The largest one is the Pond irrigation scheme, which covers over 3,000 hectares. The second largest is the Tono one, which covers about 2,400 hectares of land.
Chairman, I'm done. John, congrats once again.
Thank you
and
so
I
much.
wish you well in the ministry.
Thank you so much, sir.
You, honorable member, this, before you go on, leader, this is a special dispensation that we have, honestly, concluded the meeting with the last names given to me by the honorable minority leader. I am inviting you to come in because Honorable Patricia says that she's yielded her question twice, actually. One in the leaders.
When was that?
Leader. So please go ahead.
Chairman, thank you, but it must not be on our record that it is a favor being done me. Per our standing orders, I am properly in place as a leader of this house to participate and ask questions. It's by right. And then...
not when the meeting is actually closed. I've given you a special dispensation. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. or Honorable Dumelo, I congratulate you. Chairman, he is my classmate. We study masters together at JIMPA, governance and leadership. So when it comes to his ability, I don't doubt it because we have studied together. Except that in 2019 and prior to the 2024 election, have you ever described your opponent as a bloodily widow?
Honorable Member, this question was asked by the minority leader and it's been answered. You were not here. Well, you haven't got to the angle yet because so far you have repeated and you are expecting an answer from him. That I will not take as an angle unless you add an angle to what you have said so far.
Okay, Chairman, even though that question was asked, and like I said, you know, I wanted to lay the foundation that having known him and then being with him, I don't know he will be somebody who will say something against women. I wanted to establish the fact that because when that alleged statement was made, there was an outcry from women in society. And I wanted to lay that foundation, the person that I know, to be able to say whether he's a woman, he's a person who is actually anti-women and anti the progress of women. That's the background I wanted to lay. Are you anti-progress of women in politics?
Please, Honorable Member, you have asked a question. Can you allow the nominee to answer and address the chairman, please?
Mr. Chairman, please no.
Please go ahead and answer, Honorable Nominee.
Mr. Chairman, please no. So now I'll bring you back to when we were studying together. Chairman, it's okay because the way Honorable Baba, congratulations, is saying, I don't want to go much. She wants me to say bye-bye and congratulations, but I wouldn't say that, except to say that or to add that if you go to the ministry, try to assist your minister. The ministry is a very, it's big, it's huge, and you should not try to jump the gun. And also note that when you go to the ministry, you are not in your movie industry as you are. Try to be as serious as you can so that you can be able to assist your minister to succeed. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I congratulate the nominee.
Thank you very much, honorable members, that we have exhausted all the questions that we have this evening. I will proceed to acknowledge. I will proceed to acknowledge the guest lists that I'm holding. And these are people who came, or friends and family who are here to support the nominee. Godfrey Ashizani, spokesperson for La Baoshi, or Baoleshi, forgive me. I know. Baoleshi, Traditional Council. And then Mrs. Gifty Dumelo, the wife of the nominee. Mrs. Caroline Edu Asumeni, Benjamin Abonyeche, Ruth Ofebia Buzia, Head of Strategic Communication, Ministry of Finance. Raphael Lutroy.
Every now and then, teachers and pupils are chased out of the class by snakes.
Born into this world just like you.
So this structure serves two purposes for the children and the animals. An animal will occupy here, shit and urinate all over, even on the tables.
I'm hoping that you will come and help me. Oh.
Just right here.
The use of marijuana in Ghana is illegal. The law is clear. However, we should open the possibility to begin to discuss the issue of medical marijuana, especially for exports.
Anytime you find people going on a robbery spree and their prayer material is cannabis, they use weed or ganja or bonsam tawa.
If you're telling a farmer, right, that I can't grow a plant that was created by the maker, that's dumb. If that plant can make jeans, it's dumb to burn it to ashes.
If I smoke there, then the thing makes me like they put battery inside my body. Charge it.
If the medicine there, that 225 a detail. If that thing, it not be weed.
A legal right or the lack of it should not become the basis for an argument that the Rastafari Council would be raising.
Well, the sentence regime to me seems crazily harsh.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. My chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Practice gratitude. Cultivate a mindset of appreciation and thankfulness. Acknowledge the positive aspects of your life and express gratitude to those who have supported you.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
Fẹ́ ni kejì rẹ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ara rẹ.
It's
Since 1983, President Shehu Shagari of Nigeria has ordered for the deportation of undocumented migrants.
Most of the people to be affected are West Africans.
Even today, if you can make it happen.
I can see you ready, nigga. Well, it's gonna cost you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 10, 20 grand. Now make it happen.
Where are you coming from? Nationality.
Oh, Ghana.
Oh, more Ghana.
Humiliation, they lock we up in the police station. Allow me let me roll up and make the item whole meditation. You know the powder rasta shape around the pot. Adjust the herb upon the Rizla where we want.
Ganja, skunk, grass, Mary Jane, marijuana. One herb, many names. It is by far the oldest psychoactive substance used by man. Cannabis. Longevity has, however, failed to guarantee cannabis a full acceptance in the world, as issues about the natural herb continue to provoke heated debates at conferences, in pubs, in courtrooms, and even among lawmakers and powerful world leaders across the globe. When it comes to smoking cannabis, there are two crucial ingredients. Tetrahydrocannabinol, that is THC, is what gets people high. The other ingredient is cannabinoid, or CBD.
When did you start smoking cannabis? At what age? Yeah.
12 years.
You started smoking at 12?
Yeah.
Why? That early age, what pushed you into smoking?
Yeah. Because that time, me, myself, I do hustle.
You started hustling at the age of 12?
Yes.
What kind of hustling were you into?
For that time, I did Uniba and I carry fish from the sea.
Wow.
Then after that, if I carry the fish finish, then I go to one side. I and my friend, the one who introduced me inside.
Okay.
Then we started smoking.
There is also clear distinction between THC and addiction, but large doses of THC can also induce temporary psychotic symptoms. Studies have shown that it is skunk that forms an increasing portion of the cannabis available on the streets.
Me, my eyes no be red. I will say, I go check you something because of I'm smoking the weed, so I'm a killer or I'm a wild or so if you do something, I go beat you. I go do it. Come here, or like that. Go ahead, yeah, that no.
Or you would do some kwache and all of that.
That kwache or me, I don't like that thing. That thing, you are smoking, drinking, take tramadol, D10, Raphinol. Hey, human being, you go take some medicine. You take the medicine, finish. Right now, you go buy weed, you go smoke. Then you go buy hashish, you go smoke. You take tramadol, D10, weed, hashish. Your memory. If your memory dey 100%, you go come 20%. You go do something where human being won't do.
But making a highly addictive drug more accessible will only create more problems.
What we really need to do is use evidence to show people that cannabis is less harmful than, say, tobacco or alcohol. And at the minute, cannabis is really the purvey of the criminal market. And so we have no control over it. So if children want to get their hands on it, all they need is some money to pay for it. And actually, if we change the law and we end criminal sanctions so that people feel that they can get support if they need it, and then explore whether we should regulate cannabis and whether we should put in age controls and product controls in order to protect people from the really harmful type of substances that are out there.
Keisha, know how to knock 'em out their sneakers. I tell Louis 13.
Anytime you find people going on a robbery spree, they do a dress rehearsal, and their prayer material is cannabis. They use weed or ganja or bonsam tawa.
Sheikh Ibrahim Ibn Sana is a public health practitioner and a senior pharmacist at Kolebu Teaching Hospital and is CEO of Medtown Pharmacy Limited at Abose Okai in Accra. His second degree thesis was on the impact of marijuana on the youth.
You can have the injections. There's a concoction prepared for marijuana, and you can use the one they sniff. There's a sniff for marijuana, and then there's an enema for marijuana.
You just made a point about injecting marijuana.
Yes.
Are we then heading towards competing with heroin?
I think that policy makers must pay attention to the topic of marijuana, because it looks as if we are dancing with the issue, and there are politicians out there and some other people, musicians and others, who think that they have smoked marijuana, they are fine, and therefore they dance with the issue and tease it, make it pleasant for the public. Recently, when there were calls for marijuana legalization, I realized that people were speaking out of sentiment, and some other people were speaking from the group point of view, trying to defend their group, who were probably, in quote, seen as marijuana users. So definitely we must defend our group. But the reality is that marijuana is no joke.
But Steve Rose of Transformed Drug Policy disagrees. The internationally acclaimed advocate for the decriminalization and depenalization of cannabis says the current draconian law in Ghana and the African continent is best tailored for drug lords who are engaged in organized crime and money laundering.
If people are organized crime, are involved in the drugs market and they are violent, or they are involved in corruption or money laundering, clearly we need to address that. I'm not saying there is no role for enforcement, but particularly for people who use drugs, for drug users, an enforcement approach historically around the world, it seems that it not only doesn't work, it doesn't get rid of drugs, it actually makes things worse. It can encourage more risky behaviors.
In Ghana, for instance, users, you go into prison for not less than 5 years. If you're a dealer, you go in for not less than 10 years. What do you make of this sentencing regime?
Well, the sentencing regime to me seems crazily harsh. It's very, very strict.
But Steve Rose is not alone in this. The executive director of the Ghana Standards Authority, Professor Alex Dodu, has over the years questioned why Ghana and countries on the African continent continue to confiscate and destroy cannabis. According to a United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime report, Ghana emerged leader in the production, packaging, and consumption of cannabis globally in 2014. The country has, however, lost 2 places and now sits 3rd on the global ranking.
Much as the use of marijuana in Ghana is illegal, the law is clear. However, we should open the possibility to begin to discuss the issue of medical marijuana, especially for exports. And why is that so? Countries like several states in the US, the whole of Canada, Uruguay, etc., have now legalized marijuana for medical use and some of them for social use. In the UK, I did make a point that a full dose of medical marijuana, if you buy it in a pharmacy, which is bottled and packaged differently, will cost close to £600 sterling, which is a lot of money. In the countries where it's being produced actively, and I would mention the UK, the national security as well as the narcotics control agencies control those areas as zones of, it's as producing gold for that matter, and that is what they do because the potential for abuse, for stealing, for pilferage become high. But yes, it's being done in other countries, and we have to use the example, have national security controlling it. The the cultivation, the whole value chain is rigorously controlled, not just for the financial reasons, but also because there's always a potential for pilferage and leakage and leading to social use.
That position has been disputed by conservatives who argue that call to liberalize and depenalize the highly controversial substance must be cautious.
When we open the floodgates and tease out the public that they are positive, they are distant from marijuana, we should be ready to contain the fallout of marijuana. The reality is that marijuana poses a dangerous threat to our country's development. From the research I did, large chunk of the youth from the age 15 to 45, they are the majority users of marijuana. When your character and your attitude become consumed such that you become a slave of marijuana, then your country is finished. Because courtesies, normalism, and other things that you think are needed for social cohesion becomes a thing of the past. People become more daring, and marijuana users from various research across the country, across the world, are associated with violence, associated with crime. Marijuana is also associated with teenage pregnancy. Okay? And marijuana accounts for the largest number of cases all the cases you can find in psychiatric hospitals.
Meanwhile, a document cited by JoyNews shows that the government of Ghana in the run-up to the 2016 United Nations General Assembly Special Session on the World Drug Problem constituted a technical committee with the mandate to come out with a position paper for the consideration of an interministerial national steering committee. After several meetings and deliberations, the technical committee, among its recommendations, found the PNDC Law 236 not in tune with the current global dynamics regarding the legal regime on cannabis and recommended, quote,
that the PNDC Law 236 be reviewed to give legal backing to decriminalization of marijuana and other drugs that are possessed for personal use. Legislations pertaining to narcotics, especially PNDC Law 236, be amended to decriminalize the use of marijuana.
A National Marijuana Center we should have. We have a cardiothoracic center. We have set up national tuberculosis centers. We have set up national diabetic centers. We have set up national malaria program, national malaria centers. Because we take malaria, children die of malaria, and therefore, based on the statistics, that's what moves us. What are the statistics of marijuana?
He, however, warns that decriminalizing marijuana would have serious mental health consequences for the young people in Ghana.
Government cannot provide the resources adequate enough to take care of the prevailing conditions. Being a practitioner on the ground. So you open the floodgates of marijuana. Marijuana is now free, wholesale, everybody smoke it. You are putting the country on a very dangerous road. If you care for your youth, there are musicians and other people who have smoked marijuana and who came out later to say, we have repented. They go to church, some go to mosque, they say, no, we won't do marijuana again.
In a research conducted by scientists at the University of Vermont in the United States and published in the Journal of Neuroscience, it concluded just 1 or 2 joints of cannabis is enough to change the structure of a teenager's brain. It suggests 1 or 2 uses of cannabis in young teenagers could result in structural brain changes and cognitive effects. The researchers said the area of the brain which cannabis interacts with is particularly important for brain development in adolescents, suggesting teenagers could be particularly affected by tetrahydrocannabinol.
Cannabis psychosis is a very interesting condition. What happens is that people lose touch with reality. They start to become paranoid. They think people are after them for no apparent reason. They start to see things or hear things which are not really there. That's experiencing hallucinations. And ultimately, they lose touch with reality so much that they can't continue with their everyday life. That might even lead to them wanting to harm themselves, occasionally even other people, because of these irrational fears. So people are brought to hospital and are treated for their own safety and well-being.
But why would you want to criminalize a herb that has saved a good number of people living with terminal cancer and other conditions, and has been touted as the next huge growth area with a staggering possibilities? The New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ both listed cannabis companies in 2018 when Canopy Growth and the Kronos Group went public on the indexes. Both firms are based in Canada, where recreational marijuana is now legal. Canopy Growth has risen more than 65% year to date, while over the same period, Kronos has risen more than 115%. That industry, according to the Executive Secretary of Ghana Standards Authority, is what Ghana and the African continent must begin to consider.
Much as the use of marijuana in Ghana is illegal, the law is clear. However, we should open the possibility to begin to discuss the issue of medical marijuana, especially for exports. And why is that so? Countries like several states in the US, the whole of Canada, Uruguay, etc., have now legalized marijuana for medical use and some of them for social use. In the UK, I did make a point that a full dose of medical marijuana, if you buy it in a pharmacy, which is bottled and packaged differently, will cost close to £600 sterling, which is a lot of money.
Your medication makes me high. Just be patient. I'm like a patient trying to find.
We take tramadol, D10, we hashish. Your memory. If your memory is 100%, it will come 20%.
Here is a user of cannabis. He has asked us not to mention his name on this program, so I want to call him Maxwell. He has been injecting the substance, boiling and drinking it for years, brewed as tea. Sometimes, when he wants to get high, he would smoke the skunk and the leaves in its raw state. Maxwell has been doing this for the past 10 years.
It's good for me. And if it's not good for you, don't take it. It's not good for you, don't take it. By me, it's good for me.
So tell me about, you say it's good for you when you take it, you're able to work faster.
Faster, smart, knowledge, keeping knowledge, everything.
What the knowledge that
I don't like fight. Me, I don't fight. And if I smoke, if you ask me a question, I will answer you. But everything is good. If I am doing something, I take my time and I do it. But if I not smoke the weed, I will make worry. I can't do anything. If I wake early in the morning, I'll go ahead. But if I smoke the weed, it will be like the weed, you go pressure me, say, go ahead.
But experience is different for Yabute. He says consuming the skunk makes him violent. Yabute started smoking cannabis when he was 12 years.
The first time I was a drunker, and my friend was teasing me that if I drink, then I'll be loose inside the gutter doing something. And he introduced me to the weed that if I smoke, I'll be intelligent. But me myself is.
And did you, before we continue, did you get that from cannabis? What your friend told you about it?
Yeah.
When you started smoking, did you see that effect?
Yeah, the time I started smoking, I did not see any.
Did you get smarter
when you smoked cannabis?
If I smoke there, then the thing make me like they put battery inside my body. Charge it.
You charge, then when you get charged, what do you do?
Oh, anything that come on my way. If anything me I see with my eyes, no, make me action, I'll go action. If I see somebody money, I take.
Maxwell disagrees. He draws a clear distinction between marijuana and crime.
They leave the armed robbers. They attack you. Why?
It's because some of you smokers or users of cannabis are also
If the medicine, that 225 a detail. If that thing, it not be real.
You disagree with that?
You see, you get so medicine, like something like tramadol, D10, Rafinol, and that thing.
Do you do all those drugs?
No, it's not good. Why? You go take tramadol. Why? Are you a Hawks take the tramadol. If not the Hawks, you can't take the tramadol.
That's not true. That's not accurate.
The tramadol is not good.
It's not good when you abuse it. Yabute, however, justifies his position, saying 13 years of smoking the substance brought nothing but troubles to his family, particularly his mother, who was always bearing the brunt.
Every day, my mother, police station, my father, police station. Sometimes my sister will come and worry me, stop this, stop that. And me too, the way I'm with my sister, the way he's acting, I check and I have to stop and listen to my sister.
Maxwell argues that cannabis users who commit crime do other harder drugs in addition to cannabis.
You go buy weed, you go smoke. Then you go buy hashish, you go smoke. You take tramadol, D10, weed, hashish. Your memory. If your memory dey 100%, you go come 20%. You go do something wey human being no do. You go attack somebody. Why? But if you not take anything, nothing, where you are sitting down, you dey smoke the weed. So keep long.
Reformed Yabute wants the law to stay as it is.
Yeah. I suppose because me have stopped, so I have to let everybody stop. Yes, I stop. Even if you take me to the station to go and talk to let them stop, I'll go. Because they are worrying us. Me I smoke and I see no good. I stop. Every day problem.
But Maxwell continues to argue that it is time for Ghana to take another look at the law that criminalizes the possession and consumption of cannabis in the country.
Right now, I dey smoke. I don't smoke that. I dey work myself. I dey get money.
Relax. The smoke. Let the smoke settle down and then.
It's sweet too.
It's sweet.
So right now, me myself, I want to say like Nana say everybody smoke. Why? If I smoking, well, okay. But police people to do their work. But they leave the armed robbers. They attack you. Why?
But it's because some of you smokers or users of cannabis are also armed
robbers. If the medicine, that 225 a detail. If that thing, it not be real.
They've also been called by celebrities in both the music and movie industries for a rethink of the current legislation.
Christian, Jews, and Muslims sing praise to God on high. Rejoice, house of Judah, the Lion is in Zion, breaking every chain to set the captives free. So here I am with my voice.
Rocky Dawuni is a humanitarian activist and a global Afro roots artist. He tells me Ghana's signatory to international conventions on cannabis, based on which some countries are legalizing the substance, makes the country's legal regime null and void.
Any new leadership we have, any economic ideas, we either go to the IMF or we go to, other donor countries, China, to go and borrow money to come and invest in infrastructure, invest in education. How did they make their money? Well, they created their reserves from being...
Hello and welcome to the JoyNews Prime Live from our studio here in Accra. Coming up, there's our government to save about 10 million Ghana cedis annually by cutting down the number of ministers to 60. Also, Deputy Education Minister designate for reinforced calls for bipartisan probe into persistent West African education certificate WAEC examination malpractices, resulting in the withholding and delay in the release of exams results.
Seeking a bipartisan committee to probe matters to do with WAEC and examination malpractices. I think it is a challenge.
We have details as the nominee justifies the government's position to fully reinstate the authority of PTA to help deal with discipline in schools. Also coming, a minority in parliament berates communications minister, accusing him of unconstitutionality of shutting down some radio stations.
I thought that the minister in his early days will focus on the promise and the manifesto of the NDC.
More from Parliament on a day an MP demanded answers from the police on the killing of his constituent, allegedly on instruction of Newmont Ghana Limited.
When the Constitution says uphold the dignity of men, and that it uses the word inviolable, it is not for the police to shoot as and when they please, no.
At 8 p.m., Pius Kojobaka will be here with Prime Business.
Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, outlined some key areas he will be undertaking to streamline the financial sector.
To pursue reforms in the inflation targeting framework, and this is meant to foster more transparency and enhance the effectiveness of monetary policy implementation.
And later at 8:30, Razak Musbah will be here with Prime Sports.
Well, the head coach of the Black Queens, Kim Larson-Boyka, assures of better performance in subsequent game following the Queens' loss to Morocco in an international friendly, emphasizing that the friendly was only for lessons.
I'm feeling that we're moving in the right direction, and I'm sure that the next camp will be even better. And I'm already now looking forward to the next camp, actually.
We're live on DSTV channel 42 and GoTV channel 125 around the world on myjoyonline.com. This is your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Please stay. Well, Ghana could save at least 10 million Ghana cedis if the current Mahama administration maintains its commitment to appoint only 60 ministers. So far, 56 ministers have been appointed, with 4 more yet to be named. This represents a reduction of about 25 ministers compared to the previous government. Ghana's growing expenditure has been a major concern in current time, even under the extended credit facility by the IMF. In 2024, Ghana's budget deficit was revised to 42 billion cedis, which was about 4.2% of the country's GDP. as part of measures by the current Mahama administration to reduce the government expenditure. He promised to reduce the number of ministers to 60. Checks by JoyNews reveal that the annual salary burden for ministers will drop from 30.8 million cedis to 21.7 million. Over the next 4 years, this reduction is projected to save the country approximately 36.4 million Ghana cedis. Let's share with you exactly what we found out in terms of, this cut in salaries and then the reduction as a result of the, the reduction of ministers by 25 ministers, because the John Mahama administration promised to do 60 ministers. That is what the promise is like. Now, we'll run you through what the data is like. You'd see that in terms of the number of, nurses and ministers who are being saved, you realize that a lot of money, about 30 million cedis annually. Now, away from that, the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association has clarified the ongoing concerns surrounding health sector recruitment. The group earlier threatened to withdraw their services across the country after the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, issued a directive revoking the recruitment and promotions of some 10,000 persons which were affected by the erstwhile OFORI-ATTA government after December 7 elections. However, speaking on PM Express, Assistant National Public Relations Officer Philemon Japon intimated the association is aware of financial clearance for 15,200 health professionals, which it brought before the new health minister, Kwabena Akando. He added that based on the assurance from the sector minister, no nurse or midwife will be affected by the directive.
At the moment, I would say no. We met the minister right after that directive was released, and we had a meeting with him. He explained the details of that or the import of that letter to us, and the fact that nurses and midwives had their financial clearance as far as June 2024, and 15,200 nurses were given financial clearance to be posted into the health sector to work. It was inappropriate to say those who went through this due process should go home and should cease from working. What I'm aware is that the former administration, that is the former NDC MPP government, gave financial clearance to 15,200 nurses. And we are expecting 15,200 nurses to be posted within that period. That is spanning from August 2024 to December 31st, 2024. If anything went contrary to that, it is going to come out as a result of their investigation.
He has been speaking on PM Express here on the JoyNews channel. Away from that, the President John Dramani Mahama has assured that he is committed to ensuring the Bank of Ghana operates independently, free from political interference. He emphasized that he will not instruct the central bank to print any more money. Speaking at the swearing-in ceremony of the newly appointed governor of the Bank of Ghana, along with First Deputy Governor Dr. Johnson, Pandit Asiama and Zachary Momuni, respectively, President Mahama criticized the OFORI-ATTA government's approach to the banking sector cleanup. He argued that the reforms were too narrowly focused and failed to consider their human impact.
Our recent banking history has shown us the cost of neglecting this truth. During the supposed banking sector cleanup exercise, thousands of jobs were lost and lives were disrupted because decisions were made with a narrow focus rather than the consideration of the human impact of those decisions. The Bank of Ghana had the opportunity to salvage some of these institutions to protect people's livelihoods while ensuring stability, but instead, an approach that ignored human consequences was what was made. The test of your patriotism in this solemn duty of economic governance lies in learning from these missteps, recognizing that policies must not only enforce regulations, but also safeguard the future of persons that depend on them. The lessons of the past remind us of the dangers of fiscal recklessness and the lasting harm it can inflict on an economy. When government resorts to unsustainable consumption, expenditure, financed by excessive and unregulated printing of money, the consequences can be severe, from spiraling inflation, erosion of incomes, to driving millions into poverty. Such actions not only weaken public confidence in financial institutions, but also threaten long-term stability. To safeguard our economy from these risks, we must uphold responsible fiscal management, strict adherence to legal and regulatory framework, and protect the independence of the Bank of Ghana. As President, I'm committed to ensuring that the central bank operates free from political interference, guided solely by its mandate. This is the path to building a resilient economy, one where policies are driven by discipline, foresight, and the best interests of the Ghanaian people. One thing for sure, I'm not going to come and ask you to print more money. I encourage you to work closely with key institutions, including the Ministry of Finance, Parliament, and the financial industry, while maintaining the independence your mandate requires.
Well, Dr. Esiama outlined 6 key priority areas he will focus on, including inflation and dealing with exchange rate volatility.
We shall adopt a more proactive and precise approach to managing inflation, leveraging on advanced data analytics and artificial intelligence. Also, we shall coordinate policy efforts with other government agencies, for example, in managing food prices. Excellency, we are confident that the current levels of inflation, although relatively high, will gradually trend back to target range and within the forecast horizon. Excellencies, our second priority is on the need to preserve exchange rate stability and limit excessive volatility in the rates. The days of currency speculation and exchange rate instability must come to an end, and we are poised to ensure just that. In this regard, Your Excellency, the Bank of Ghana under our leadership will engineer a well-functioning and stable foreign exchange market to support economic activity. Among others, we will implement strategic interventions, including the enactment of a new foreign exchange law to replace the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723. Excellencies, we shall tackle the problem of high non-performing loans and weak risk management practices in the industry. We shall work closely with banks to reduce the high incidence of cybersecurity breaches and strengthen capital adequacy requirements.
Now let's return to our earlier story where Ghana could at least save some 10 million cedis if the current Mahama administration maintains its commitment to appointing only 60 ministers. Now, so far, we know that 56 ministers have been appointed, with 4 more yet to be named. This represents a reduction of about 25 ministers compared to the previous government. Ghana's growing expenditure has been a major concern in current time, even under the extended credit facility by the IMF. In 2024, Ghana's budget deficit was revised to 42 billion cedis, which is about 4.2% of the country's GDP, as part of measures by the current Mahama administration to reduce the government expenditure. He promised to reduce the number of ministers to just 60. Now, checks by JoyNews reveal that the annual salary burden for ministers will drop from 30.8 million cedis to 21.7 million Ghana cedis over the next 4 years. This reduction is projected to save the country approximately some 36.4 million cedis. Let's share with you what we understand. At most 60 ministers and deputies. Now, also, when you look at the figures and you talk about the ministers and deputies, the previous government had 85 ministers. Mahama is promising to have 60 ministers. The average monthly salary of a minister is 30,000, 202 cities, and that is what is at play now. Total annual cost for the 85 ministers was 30.8 million cedis. If President Mahama is able to stick to his 60 ministers, it means that annually we will be spending 21.7 million Ghana cedis on the 60 ministers. That means this government will be able to save Ghana 9.1 million Ghana cedis in annual expenditure on ministers. Now, if you look at the government's promise, they promised to scrap some, taxes and levies. For example, the e-levy, they said they will scrap it. COVID-19 levy, President Mahama has promised to scrap it. And betting tax will be scrapped as well. Now, these are all taxes and levies that will be scrapped. Now, if you scrap them, what is the revenue that we will lose? So COVID-19 levy alone is projected to be bringing us some 13.91 billion Ghana cedis. E-levy is projected to be bringing us 8.27 billion Ghana cedis. Betting tax, 5.1 billion Ghana cedis. So if you scrap these taxes and levies, this is how much the country is losing. 27.9 billion Ghana cedis is how much we will be losing. Now, so that's exactly how much that we'll be losing. In terms of our debt service obligation for 2025, we are supposed to, spend some 10.85 billion US dollars to service our debts. This is what the burden we have currently in terms of the nation. How much do we need to pay in terms of debt? 10.85 billion. So this is what, our debt burden is. And for the savings we will make in terms of the president appointing lesser ministers, at least it will go a long way to help us in defraying our debt. Away from that, though, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is urging all embassies and high commissions in Ghana to put in place humane conditions at their embassies. According to the ministry, the move forms part of remedial measures to the numerous complaints by the public on how Ghanaian citizens are treated when they visit foreign missions in Ghana for visa applications. Now, what we do know from the ministry, and he says, and this was released on 24th February 2025, says the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has engaged embassies and high commissions on the numerous complaints by the public on how Ghanaian citizens are treated when they visit foreign missions in Ghana for visa applications. The complaints cover issues such as not providing conducive waiting areas, non-availability of emergency services, and also, other complaints that have been cited, including long waiting times for appointment date, as well as challenges in issuing visa application websites. So Ghanaians are complaining about challenges in using the visa application website. Now, he says, or the ministry says, to address these concerns, the ministry has dispatched a note verbally to all embassies and high commissions, urging them to put in place appropriate and humane conditions at their embassies, high commissions, and visa centers. It is the ministry's expectation that foreign missions will respond positively and appropriately to the request. Now, the ministry would continue to take steps to ensure that the embassies and high commissions comply with the directives therein stated in the note, while acknowledging that embassies and high commissions reserve the right to determine who they issue visas to. The ministry takes this opportunity to assure the public of its commitment to address the concerns of Ghanaian visa applicants. So that is what the minister is, communicating to the public there. Charles Eswaku Oredu is MP, former Foreign Affairs Minister. He joins us now for some interaction on this. Grateful to you, sir, for joining. Was this issue of inhumane treatment at visa application centers a significant issue during your time in office?
Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, these are issues that are common. These are issues that are known to me.
Okay.
Just that I think that the foreign minister or the foreign ministry left out some. Some of these other issues that were left include one, that the refusal of these embassies to sort of give tangible reasons why visa applicants are issued,
okay,
why visa applicants are refused. again, people are refused on the basis that though they've submitted genuine documents, they are told that the documents are fake. And then again, we've had instances where embassies, refuse, and then you are issued letters that are in foreign languages. For example, the Spanish embassy, they refuse you a visa application, and then the refusal is in Spanish. How are you able to read and even seek an appeal, to some of these? So these are concerns that are not new to me.
And what did you do about them when you were in office?
So our strategy was engagement.
Okay.
Because if you look at what the minister just said, the minister issued a note verbal. And issuing a note verbal doesn't solve this challenge or this problem, because like we all know, the Vienna Convention protects embassies and then consular activities. They are inviolable. You can't just go there and then do whatever pleases you. So best approach to me should have been engagement. Engage the main players in this matter. Issuing a note verbal to all these embassies, to me, it doesn't solve the problem.
Okay.
The main culprits here, to me, are the UK High Commission, the US Embassy, the Schengen visa issuing countries like the European countries, the Australian High Commissioner, or the Australian High Commission. These are the high commissions and embassies that Ghanaians do complain about. So what we did was to engage them one after the other. We did visit the American Embassy, we visited the UK High Commission, we did that with the Australian High, and then the Schengen, and then, had the discussion with them. Because if you a note verbal, they can just receive it, and then just put it somewhere. That doesn't solve the problem. Again, if you look at the statement, via the note verbal, no timelines were given. So as we speak now, we don't even know whether they are going to comply or not. And if they don't comply, what actions will the minister take? I would advise the minister that when, after giving them timelines, of which he didn't, if they don't respond appropriately, you can reciprocate, because, in diplomatic relations, the principle of reciprocity, it's something that can be used, as a policy, to get them to treat Ghanaians humanely.
Okay. Now, from where you sit and from the explanation you've given, do you feel that the foreign embassies would treat this note verbal with all the seriousness, knowing very well that these are, countries that are sovereign?
I doubt it. They'll just put it somewhere. Like I said earlier, the best approach, the best strategy to me was to have, gotten the minister to engage them. So a matter of engagement to me would have solved these issues rather than sending a note verbal.
Okay.
Because you can't ask them to do whatever they feel like doing. I've been a high commissioner before. I used to be Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa. And then the South African government couldn't have issued a statement, a note verbal to me, to conform to some of the issues that were raised by the South Africans. No, that's not how it's done.
Okay.
Rather, engage, invite the High Commissioner, invite the ambassador, and then have a discussion with the ambassador or the High Commissioner.
Okay. Now some also attribute the situation to the influx of people to the visa or other visa centers who simply become desperate to leave the country regardless of the treatment. What do you make of this?
Oh, well, countries are per the Vienna Convention, Article 5D, that states that are in Ghana are enjoined to issue visas. And then in terms of the issuance of visas, they are to determine whether the applicants qualify for the issuance of the visas or not. Ghanaians, by nature, we love to travel. People travel. No country is an island. We all travel to these developed countries or even other countries. They also come to visit us. So by virtue of having so many Ghanaians at your embassy or so many Ghanaians at your High Commission does not give you the yardstick to treat them anyhow.
Okay.
I used to work, like I said earlier, at the Ghana High Commission in South Africa. And I can tell you the the amount of money that we were making, you know, for people who were coming in for visas, people who were coming in for other travel documents to enable them travel to Ghana.
Okay.
And I tell you, if you go to the UK High Commission, if you go to the American Embassy, if they should tell you the amount of monies they make out of Ghanaians, you'll be surprised.
Okay.
Sometimes they don't even take monies from their capitals. They use the monies that they get here, you know, for even the payments of salaries and whatnot. So they are getting enough. So Ghanaians deserve better treatment. And I think that the way out of this is to have the foreign minister engage them rather than it being a note verbal.
Grateful to you, sir, for joining us here. Now, away from that, the Deputy Minister for Education designate, Dr. Clement Park, has reinforced calls for a bipartisan probe into the persistent examination malpractices recorded during the West African Schools Certificate Examination and the Basic School Certificate Examinations. Now, he raised this concern during his vetting in Parliament, including providing solutions to other key challenges facing the educational sector. There's more in this report.
Says vetting started on a rather hard note, with ranking member Alexander Penyumaking probing the nominee Dr. Clement Park on his comment on Galamsey during the campaign period, calling on him to amend his position.
Do you stand by this, or you believe that with the benefit of hindsight, you could have used a more measured language?
Honorable Chair, with hindsight, I must admit that the language was rather harsh. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. This comes without doubt, you being of the academia stock, and you've earned my respect.
On the persistent challenge of growing trend of misconduct by students, invigilators and sometimes parents during WAEC examinations, Dr. Park has proposed a bipartisan approach to dealing with the matter.
Seeking a bipartisan committee to probe matters to do with WAEC and examination malpractices. I think it is a challenge. One of the reasons that we believe contributes to examination malpractices is WAEC's inability to recruit and deploy its own staff to invigilate and supervise examinations.
He also emphasized government position to reinstate the full authority of the Parent Teachers Association, PTAs, to address infrastructure deficit and enforce discipline in the schools.
Some students misconduct themselves or exhibit deviant behavior. Would a collaboration between parents and school authorities, they are able to address some of those challenges?
Also appearing before the vetting committee was the Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition, Richard Jan Mensah, who has been providing some clarification on the controversial move to privatize the Electricity Company of Ghana, as he assures of broader consultation with the TUC to achieve this purpose.
ECG currently needs capital injection. There are a lot of inefficiencies in the system, and I believe that bringing on board the private sector will play a very key role in resolving some of these challenges, and also to make them financially buoyant, to ensure that we have consistent and stable power supplies.
Deputy Ministers for Roads and Highway, Attorney General and Minister for Justice and the Lands and Natural Resources will be appearing before the committee on Wednesday. James Savage for JoyNews.
Let's still stay in Parliament because the minority in the House are fighting Communications Minister Sam George, accusing him of acting unconstitutionally in the closure of some radio stations. The minister ordered the closure of 6 radio stations for operating without valid frequency authorization, but delivering a statement on the floor of Parliament. MP from Priaso Davis and Sir Opokun accused the minister of unlawfully ordering the closures. Still in Parliament, MP for Esutifi North, Ebenezer Kwekuado, demanded that the IGP be hauled before the House over the killing of his constituents by the police and other private security personnel of Newmont Mines. Kweku Asante has more in the following report.
The decision by Communications Minister Samuel Nate George to order the closure of 6 radio stations is still drawing the anger of the New Patriotic Party in the House. Last week, the minority leader did request that the minister must be programmed to appear before the House this week to answer questions relating to that closure. Today, a New Patriotic Party MP did make a statement, Davis Ansah Opoku, describing the decision by the minister as illegal.
Section 41 of the same Act limits the minister's powers to policy directives, not operational decisions. The directive issued in the media advisory oversteps legal boundaries and constitutes executive overreach. The
Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anodompre, also insisted that he would have thought that given the enormous promises the NDC made in the communications sector in the lead up to the 2024 election, the minister would have been focused on meeting those promises instead of going about shutting down radio stations.
I thought that the minister in his early days will focus on the promise and the manifesto of the NDC. Definitely, the Ministry of Communication should be looking at the cost of data.
But Majority Leader Mahama Ayariga came up with a fierce support of the minister. According to Mahama Ayariga, the minister has acted squarely within the law.
Somebody is running a radio station, operating it without frequency authorization, and the minister dutifully directs that the law should be enforced, and you come to this house and say that we shouldn't close early and have lunch because of that matter. A minister is simply directing that enforce the law. What do you expect a minister to do? So please, I'm surprised that you will make the minister the subject of castigation, of unnecessary attacks. The minister will shut down the stations today. Tomorrow he will shut them down. Tomorrow next he will shut them down. If they want, they should go for authorization. He will shut them down.
Still in Parliament, meanwhile, the Member of Parliament for Esutifi North did deliver a statement on the killing of some of his constituents by Newmont security personnel and some members of the Ghana Police Service.
The police security detail stationed to protect the concession of the mining company pursued 3 young men on a tricycle and opened fire on them, leading to the death of one and in the process injuring the others. The IGP sent a delegation to Kenya for investigations to be conducted. However, outcome of the said investigation is yet to be known. Mr. Speaker, on 25th August 2024, the police and Newmont security operatives chased a 25-year-old young man spotted in their concession, leading to the young man falling into a dam created by Newmont and died as a result.
Education Minister Haruna Idrisu also expressed his strong disapproval to what he referred to as the trigger-happy officers in the Ghana Police Service who are just always ready to shoot and their treatment of suspects.
Just to caution the Ghana Police Service, and Mr. Speaker, yourself a good lawyer, when the Constitution says uphold the dignity of men, and that it uses the word inviolable, it is not for the police to shoot as and when they please. No. Even shooting is regulated by law, is regulated by conduct, regulated by practice. This trigger-happy, a portion of them who get trigger-happy, they get somebody, they start slapping. That's not dignity. That's not honor of dignity. Even trotro drivers, the way they treat them, that is not what the Constitution expects them to do.
MP for Esutifi South, Collins Dada, came in and described as an insult the decision by Newmont Ghana Limited.
The company wanted to fund the funeral of the victims. You employ security people, they open arms on innocent citizens, they die. And you turn around to tell opinion leaders that you want to fund, take the bills of their burial. Clearly that was an insult. will not be happy. They can do anything for us. We will not appreciate them if they continue to do what they are doing.
Parliament will sit again on Wednesday in preparation for the president to deliver his maiden State of the Nation address for his second term on Thursday. A number of issues will be discussed. MPs are programmed to ask ministers of state questions as well as deliver statements, all in preparation to the president coming to Parliament on Thursday. Reporting for JoyNews, Kweku Asante, Parliament House, Accra.
And in the studio, I am Samuel Kojo Brace. We'll take a break here. We'll be back with more. Please do stay.